Check 1, 2.
Hello, test. Good morning. Welcome to the 2023 Tippecanoe County 4-H Swine Show. In the ring, we have Class 1 Other Market Hogs. A reminder, if you're looking for a show program, those can be found on the front bleacher at all four corners of the Coliseum.
Well, good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be here, and we've got a good way to kick off the show here. Excited about the day. We have several different divisions as we kind of go, and they explained this to me as the other market, or I think that's what we termed it as, and maybe ones that didn't quite make the weight, or just maybe ran into a little bit of a hiccup throughout the feeding period there. But I think it's awesome that we give them the opportunity to go ahead and show and exhibit. They've worked hard, just like the rest of the kids out here, and you can tell that maybe a little bit greener in terms of the experience level, but they're getting out here and working really hard. We only had 3 in this particular class. We are going to start with the Crossbred gilt right here. The young man shows a really stout maid kind of a gilt there. She's got some muscle and some dimension about her, big about her chest and her blades. She's a big Indian kind of a gilt there. Could maybe freshen her skin in her up just a nickel, but at the same time, she's big and rugged about her bone work. Still a good design kind of a gilt there. The young man did a nice job. We're going to follow into second with the Hereford barrow there. I think that barrow, comparatively the gilt that runs in 3, is just a little bit softer about his body, a little fresher through his lower rib. A level design, sound made kind of a barrow, not nearly as stout as our class winner. And then we round out the class there. The young man's belted gilt there, long-bodied, elevated kind of a gilt there. She just needs to be stouter at the surface and make her naturally bolder throughout. But a good way to kick off the show. Let's put our hands together for these 3 kiddos. We'll have a really good day.
Results from Class 1. First, Owen Brenner. Second, Reese Fisher. Third, Braxton Briggs. begin our purebred gilt show with Class 2 Berkshire gilts. These are gilts farrowed January 1st.
We move into the Breed Gilt show here. The first class of Berkshires, honestly, this is a fairly challenging class to kind of kick things off with. I think we've got a good set of individuals. Again, maybe something we could alter about each of them just a bit. But we get out here and they kind of got to get their bearings to the turf and kind of get their comfort level together. And then you start just step back and sort them from just a structural aspect, design perspective. I think we come together with a fairly logical way to put them together. We'll start with the young ladies' gilt here in the center of the ring. And I think that's the gilt there that offers as much width and dimension there through the mid portion of her body. You come up to the top side of her skeleton. She's got a big broad spread up top. She's got a big pin set. I think her hip and her hind leg design reads as comfortable with as much bend to her hock as any of them that we have out here. She's still square about her chest, and I think good in terms of her balance there. I could shade it or maybe just trim her back a shade from a condition perspective there. She maybe just has a little bit more on her than what I'm comfortable with, or maybe what I prefer, but still at the same time, very, very square build. She's a good design kind of a gilt there that offers just that much more chest width. She's that much fresher than the gilt that comes in second. I think this is another stout made kind of a gilt there that probably matches our class winner in terms of power whenever she goes away from you. Very true and genuine. She's good in her footwork at the ground. I like her extra length of body compared to our winner as well. When she comes right at you, though, she wants to close up about her chest and knee. I think she's a little bit straighter up there, her shoulder, and maybe just not as fresh at the top of her blade as well. She was very laid back in terms of her shoulder set, just even that much better though than the one that comes in 3. Skin and hair is awesome in the young lady's gilt there that comes in next. I think she's got a round shape to her rib. I'd like to drop her down a bit deeper in terms of her flank, maybe level her out of her rump just a bit. And as we just alluded to, she's straighter up through her shoulder and just doesn't have the ability to get her head neck above her blade as comfortably as what we'd like her to there. I think the young lady's gilt there that comes in next, if we can just flesh this one up just a bit, give her a notch more full rib, she can move up a little bit higher because there's the longest hip gilt. She's actually the loosest constructor out of her rear leg. There's just not much center dimension in that particular individual. Round out, good design, attractive kind of a gilt hair. Just need to soften her look and her body up in her just a bit. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for those Berkshire exhibitors. Kick off the Breeding Gilt Show.
Placings for Class 2 Berkshire Gilts. First, Allie Moore. Second, Max Burke. Third, Briella Rainey. Fourth, Jalen McGill. Fifth, Tayton Mosley. In the ring, Class 3 Berkshire Gilts. Gilts Pharaoh January 7th through January 14th.
Good class, and honestly, I think this one runs even deeper and even stronger on the top end than the first class that we had here, and I think there's actually more variation in this particular group as well, and a good set of kiddos out here with a good set of Berkshire Gilts that, again, I think we come in early in the show, and you kind of have to prioritize things just a bit. I think we could probably see what direction we like things, and with that, there's offers more debate and more dispute and probably more opinions at ringside. The top pair the young ladies brought out here are very strikingly different in terms of their body type and the way that they're put together, but both are very high quality individuals that need to surface to the top end, and I just gave the nod and prefer the better designed and maybe just more attractive kind of a gilt there that the young lady won this particular class with. I think that one's the most, the most exciting from just a design perspective, of her look and presence up there, front end, head and neck set's awesome there. That's a wide chested gilt there, the square and genuine in the way that she's put together there. I like the turn to her edge. I like her design there from the side there. She's a gilt there that maybe a little bit more barrow driven, if you will. That's probably where I'm the most oriented, but still I think her structure reads functional. She's got a good underline, good velvet. I think a very, very good kind of a gilt there to win this particular class. The one that enters in ends up in second. She came in early. I knew she'd be up in the top end, and comparatively to our class winner, she's actually just a bit bolder to the shape to her full rib, very, very consistent in her body shape, and I think some would prefer her extra elevation of shoulder. I think she's also just maybe a higher performing kind of a gilt there, if you will. Looks like a breeding gilt for sure. Compared to our class winner, though, she's a little bit shorter about her neck and maybe just a little bit flatter and more plain about her jaw. Just maybe didn't have that extra presence ahead of her shoulder at the ground. She's not as stout in terms of her foot and bone work there, but still a very, very good kind of gilt. I like her bold shape to her center. I like her width of chest when she came right at you, just a bit better than the gilt that comes in 3. Now, just from a height to shoulder perspective, this one may be as good as any of them. Neat kind of a gilt there from a proportionality perspective. She's tall fronted, really gives a good look ahead of her blade there, and that comes out of her shoulder at the angle that it should. And for an attractive gilt there, she's one of the stouter gilts right at the surface. Coming right at you, she just closes up too much about her chest and her sternum. She's more bland about her back shape and flatter about her rib design there. She's just sounder on her rear structure, and particularly her rear foot design, than the gilt that comes in next. I think this one does open up bolder through the base of her rib. I think she designs up very similar to the ones up in the top end of the class there. Again, right at the surface, as she leaves you, she wants to be more closed about her hoof design and just like to square her hawk up, just make her more functional in her rear step there. Wide, bold, powerful kind of a gilt here that comes out next. Again, one that just needs to be a nickel sounder as she leaves you. And we rounded out the class there with another gilt there that offers a lot of stoutness, a feature, maybe one of the bigger arm kind of a gilts that we had to work with here. She's too steep out of her rump and just wanted to, again, change it from a structural aspect. But that was a good class. Congratulations to those kiddos once again.
Just bring them all. Yeah. I'll give you class winners first.
Results from Class 3 Berkshire Gilts. First, Sophie Royer. Second, Brooklyn Spray. Third, Blake Leader. Fourth, Connor Brand. Fifth, Caitlin Miller. Sixth, Emily Kendall. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Berkshire Gilt. From Class 2, we have Allie Moore and Max Burke. From Class 3, Sophie Royer and Brooklyn Spray. Your champion Berkshire Gilt trophy and banner are sponsored by Owl Creek Farm. Reserve champion Berkshire Gilt banner sponsored by Series Solutions.
Well, we come to our first breed champion selection out here, and as I said earlier, I'm excited about the day. Drove in and haven't been to the facility or been to the fairgrounds in probably 25 years or more, and so it was neat to drive up and see a new facility walk in. This is going to be a great day. We're going to be comfortable. We're going to have a good show, and we start out with the Berkshire Gilts, and there's already challenging decisions. The one thing, no matter where you're at in the country or no matter what level of show that you're at, there's not such thing as an easy show anymore, and we'll probably allude to that several times out here. And the Berkshire Gilts definitely show that for sure. There's a lot of differences in type. I think there's a lot of ways that you could go, and there could be difference of opinions out here. But the kids all did a great job. Let's put our hands together for these 4 individuals as well as the rest of the kiddos here. A nice way to kick off the show for sure. You know, we get into this champion deal, we went ahead and dropped in the first and seconds, and just as we talked about in that all-market division, I think especially at the county level, we need to give every opportunity for the kids to get in the ring and show their projects and show off their hard work, and so we went ahead, when we can, we're going to get as many of them back out here, so we went ahead and brought the first and seconds back out, and I think it makes a neat division here. We started out that January 1st class with a big set of gilts there that posed some challenges from a structural aspect, but whenever they kind of got their comfort level together and grabbed themselves on the turf there, you could kind of sort them, and we ended up with the young ladies really bold and wide made gilt there. They still had some bend to a rear leg and a very square built kind of a gilt. We talked about in class, I'd like to trim her up just a little bit, maybe extend her on either end of her body just a nickel, but at the same time, that's a very, very good breeding gilt there. Congratulations to her. We ended up with that class 2. I thought that was a very good class, a lot of variation, a very neat kind of a gilt from a presence and look and attractiveness standpoint. Won that particular class and definitely doesn't give up any from a width of body perspective. She's so good about her sternum, her arms laid in her right there. She's genuine in her shape. We could pick her up at the point of her shoulder just a nickel, but as judges, we always are critical. That's picking on a really, really good one. We've got 2 really good second place gilts there as well. They're good about their body, and the kids did a nice job. One of them needs to be a little wider chested. The other one's starting to tighten up just a bit longer, or a little bit harder the longer that we drive. So again, a good way to kick off the breeding gilt show. Congratulations to each one. Winner of class 2 needs to be our champion. We're going to follow with the winner of class 1 to be reserved.
Thank you.
Champion Berkshire Gilt, exhibited by Sophie Royer. Reserve Champion, exhibited by Allie Moore. In the ring, Class 4, Chester White Gilts. Gilts farrowed January 2nd through January 24th. This is our only class of Chester White Gilts, so it will also serve as champion and reserve champion Chester White Gilt. Your champion Chester White Gilt banner, sponsored by Cody Reichert family. Reserve champion Chester White Gilt banner, sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
a little bit bigger class here in the Chester division, and as you heard as they enter, there's only one class, and so this will serve as our championship group as well. It was a good class, and honestly, as they came in, they probably had them switched around as many different directions as what you could have 8 individuals here, but always had these two kind of surfacing up to the top for different reasons. So let's just discuss them there without naming a champion yet, just as I see them and evaluate them, just similar to the Berkshire set. There's a lot of differences in these two. Young lady there in the blue shirt has the big, high-performing and very, very powerful kind of a gilt there. And her advantage there in class and in this particular pair is just stoutness of feature. She's got a big old stout arm, a big skull, and jawline in her, and still at the same time an attractive gilt that opens up big up top. She's got a big hip and center stifle, and still has some flex and give. I think the angle to her hock and her passion are very good for a big high-performing gilt there. I like her composition, and at the same time, this turf that they show on here, I think it's awesome. I think it's beautiful. I think it's easy to see there. It's very, very telling, and honestly, she was a gilt there I thought would tighten up a bit more than she does there as we drive, and she maintained her flexibility. We could probably give her a notch more rear leg reach there comparatively to that other gilt. At the same time, I think she's plenty functional from a structural aspect there. Could soften her mid-rib up or just give her a notch more turn to her mid-body, but still, I love her power, I love her look, her extra stoutness of feature and bonework there, and still she maintained a level of comfort there as well. The young lady's other gilt there that's in contention is the absolute soundest one that we had in this Chester class, and honestly, in this particular breed, that's got to be an emphasis as well as all of them there. They just tend to get a little tighter, a little more rigid, and I think this one flexes extremely good. The shoulder angles are very, very appropriate there. That's a gilt that's very unique in terms of the length from her stifle back and still being pinned extremely wide and square and maintaining some mobility there. I like her muscle texture. She's not as aggressive about her shape up top. They're laid on her body in a maternal fashion there. She's a gilt that's a little bit frailer about her foot and her bonework comparatively. Maybe needs to be a little stronger in her top line. And so that becomes a close pair. I think there's some give and take there. We are going to start with the gilt that we discussed first. The young lady there in the long sleeve shirt has our class winner, our champion. Very, very good gilt, very sound gilt to end up being in second. Her structural advantages is what allowed her to place the ones in 3 and 4, because there's some really far-reaching and outlying pieces in those particular gilts there. The gilts that comes in third is actually the boldest about her forerib, her center body, and her heart is opened up as good as any of them. I really like how level she is to her underline there from her chest, the mid portion of her underline there to her flank there. She balances up extremely good. She's a little bit shorter and deeper about her neck and just a little more rigid off of either end of her body. Same goes with the gilt that comes in next. If they can make this 4th place gilt just more comfortable, just a notch sounder, particularly up there, her forearm and her knee, I think she could work her way up, because she's probably the best in terms of her jaw, her stoutness of skull and arms. She's a big-legged kind of a gilt there. Neat design there. At the same time, just needs to be a nickel sounder. Gilt here is a little more feminine, more extended, very, very level about her top line. Her tail's cranked up where it should be there. At the same time, she's straighter and more rigid about her hock and her pasture. Then we round out the class here with a good set of gilts. They're all soft enough about their body, productive about their rib shape. Just didn't design up from the side maybe quite as good as the top end group. But that was a good class of Chesters. Let's put our hands together for them one more time.
Results from Class 4 Chester Gilts. First and champion, Ainsley Stonecipher. Second and reserve, Olivia Hedden. Third, Cadence Emmenizer. Fourth, Michaela Spray. Fifth, Emily Seaman. Sixth, Brylan Hedden. Seventh, Levi Knoll. Eighth, Marshall Kane. We are now showing Class 5 Duroc Gilts. Gilts Pharaoh January 1st through January 9th. The 2023 Tippecanoe County 4-H Swine Show is sponsored by Co-Alliance. Co-Alliance, your local farmer-owned cooperative, values swine production and the showmen who work so hard on this project. Well done, exhibitors. Also a reminder, you can watch the swine show live stream today on YouTube via showbarnflix.com. Thank you to Tipmont for being our platinum sponsor and making the live stream possible.
Good class. So we got 4 classes of red gilts here. We have the first part of the early Jans, and there's again a lot of variation. I've already said it once, we'll say it several times. There's no such thing as a easy show anymore. And there's so many good hogs in different shapes and styles, and maybe different things that you got to consider. And I guess I'm one that don't think that every class winner has to look exactly the same. And so you'd say, well, he doesn't think the judge needs to be consistent. I just think that good hogs come in different shapes and and styles and sizes, and I think we've got to appreciate each one of those there. We have a comp pair that are obviously very close. I think they're very easily at the forefront of this particular class, and yet they're very, very different in terms of what the advantages they bring to the class there. To be quite honest with you, the one that's just sounder and more comfortable ends up getting a nod. The young ladies gilt here is obviously a big scale, high-performing kind of a gilt there, but most importantly for me, that one's the one that maintained her comfort level, her range of motion, and flexibility, stuck with her throughout the duration of this particular class there. Took a little more time than I normally do on a class of 8, but still at the same time, it wasn't so long that we just broke them down. I'm not going to do that by any means there, but that gilt reads cleaner about her joints and just more flexible. Again, like I said, her range of motion and just comfort level is just better than the gilt that comes into. Still like her design there from the side. She's attractive ahead of her shoulder, a deep-bodied kind of a gilt there that reads maternal about her muscle and body as well. She's a little flatter about her rib, and that's one of the areas that I like the gilt that comes into just a bit better. She's got more turn and outward shape to the center portion of her body. I think a very freshly presented kind of a gilt there. Absolutely love her look whenever she enters the ring, her ability to get her head and neck above her body. She's very descript and very stout about her jawline at the same time, just dead level in her top line and great about her body shape. I like her muscle shape as well. She's a gilt there that just got too rigid and too straight, or maybe just a little bit too tight. The longer the drive went, we want to alter on her front foot placement, maybe lay her shoulder, her forearm, and her knee back in her body just a little bit more comfortably. Again, it's a top pair, very, very good pair, well presented. Congratulations to those two individuals. The one that comes in 3 as we kind of started sorting things down, that one just continually worked up width of chest and just a bold shape when she comes right at you is definitely in her advantage. She's a little more moderate frame kind of a gilt there, and ultimately we'd like to extend her ahead of her shoulder just a nickel, maybe level her out of her rump ever so slightly, but still a very good kind of a gilt from a body perspective. And she was more comfortable in her front foot placement, her front foot step than the gilt that comes in next. This one's probably as stout about her feature and her bone work. She's as bold about her body as any of them. Really, really powerful made kind of a gilt here. She's too hesitant. She comes down to the surface and just need to make her more comfortable on her front foot there. I thought this was a close pair because I like this one's elevation and shoulder. She's really tall at the point of her blade there and level there from their back. Again, another gilt there. Standing still, I think she could work her way in the top 2 or 3 of this particular class. As we start studying them across the surface there, she needs to be longer moving on either end of her body. Good gilt here, maybe just a little bit more comfortable there, maybe a little longer out of her rump. At the same time, a little plainer in her design and her shape. Wanted to stouten her up in her bone work there. But her mobility is what allowed her to place over the next pair here. That was a good class. Good set of gilt exhibitors. Let's put our hands together for them and congratulate them for all their efforts out here today.
Placings in Class 5, Duroc gilts. First, Caden Semenizer. Second, Devin Kennedy. Third, Blake Miller. Fourth, Allie Moore. Fifth, Isabel Tyson. Sixth, Maggie Ratz. Seventh, Emily Kendall. Eighth, Brock Winger. In the ring, Class 6, Duroc gilts. Gilts farrowed January 11 through January 18. A reminder, in the show arena, there still are plenty of printed programs located on the front row bleachers in the corners of the Coliseum.
I think another good class here, and I think a set of gilts here that, again, there's a lot of different things to consider, maybe a little bit more consistency from a size standpoint, and so those things don't have to maybe come into play quite as much there. It just comes into a factor of design and look and balance, and probably just because of structural makeup there. We ended up starting with a light colored kind of a gilt there. That was a commanding one as she entered the ring in terms of width and power and dimension, a highly presented kind of a gilt there. Has the ability, we talked about that several times already today. We like them to be tall shouldered. We like the shoulder blade laid on their body comfortably. And when those things come together, they have the ability to get their head and neck above their blade like this gilt does. She's very good out of her hip and her rear leg, her lower body, or he's very dimensional and opened up extremely well there. We talked about her ability to get her head and neck out of her shoulder, and still at the same time, maybe ideally we'd like to slick her jawline and her lower throat latch up in her just a bit, maybe squaring her loin edge ever so slightly. I'm being critical. That gilt was a class winner from the onset of the class. Young man did a nice job by getting that one presented for sure. I thought 2 and 3 were fairly close. I thought they were one of the most similar two that we had to work with in this particular class there. Very good in terms of their depth and pliable shape there, the mid portion of their body. I think they're very similar from a frame size and maturity standpoint. I like their muscle texture. I like their extension and where they fit in this particular class. Of the pair, this gilt just opened up that much better through her chest and her knee. She's square coming right at you. I thought she designed a bit better at the top of her shoulder and leading out of her blade there from the profile there. But at the same token, a nice kind of a gilt that comes in 3 as well. Again, matches that gilt right ahead of her in terms of depth of center. Very, very good in terms of the mid portion of her body depth. I think she's very comfortable. Both of these gilts there were laid back just a bit better in terms of their shoulder blade. Had a notch more bend and set and give off of her rear too as well. Again, like to design this one from the side just a little bit better at the top of her shoulder. Have her come at you just a nickel wider to switch that particular pair. Young lady that comes out probably one of the better ones on the stick that we've seen today. That gilt's very, very good from a height of shoulder and extension perspective. I like her hip design is extremely good in terms of squareness of pins. At the same time, she just reached too straight about her shoulder, a little harder about her body. A little fresher than the gilt that comes in next. This one's got a lot of muscle, still good through her lower body. When she comes right at you, she wants to cave in her knee just a bit and close up just a bit too much about her chest. I like this gilt right here. She's just a little different off of her hip and her rear leg. Front 2/3 of that gilt's as powerful and wide and bold as any of them. Could definitely work up if she was just a nickel sounder there behind a young lady's gilt here that rounds out the group. It's just one of those that wants to close up underneath just a bit more, still a deep bodied and has some substance about her. That was a good class. Congratulations to those kiddos once again.
Results of Class 6 Duroc gilts. First, Parker Johnson. Second, Bristol Snowart. Third, Reese Arnold. Fourth, Rebecca Hoey. Fifth, Penn Storms. Sixth, Audrey Spray. Seventh, Addison Mosley. We are now showing Class 7 Duroc gilts. These are gilts farrowed January 20th through January 28th.
Another nice class here. I think things came together just a little bit more logically, and obviously we've got a lot of numbers to work through today, and I'll be as efficient as I possibly can. At the same time, we came here to show pigs, and that's what the kids have worked hard all year for. So we're going to take time whenever we need to. We've got that grand drive scheduled late in the evening, and so we've got the time. But whenever we can make up a little more time, and it's a little more logical, I'm just kind of the kind of guy that wants to go ahead and pull the trigger and get things together. We have to start with this gilt here. That's a nice gilt. That's a good design, attractive gilt there. Head and neck reads right. Very good from a maturity perspective. I think genuine in her muscle shape up top. She's square as she loses. She's comfortable with the surface, particularly off her rear tooth. She's got the advantage in this particular class there. Not the stoutest in her feature and bone work, I guess, that we've had in here, but that's a good gilt that definitely needs to win this particular set. Once we decide that that's the anchor of the group right out here, we need to go ahead and follow the gilt that comes in second. Honestly, she has some advantages because that one's actually the boldest through her forehead. Her mid-body probably reads as dimensional as any of them that we had in this particular set. I think her frame size and maturity pattern is very appropriate in this particular class as well. She's not quite as good in terms of rear leg step. I don't think she's as fresh about her skin and hair as the toe gilt that won this particular set, but still a very, very good kind of a gilt. I like her head, neck, and maturity ahead of her blade there just a bit better than the gilt that comes in next. This dense-haired gilt here reads extra stout, about about her feature and her bone work. She's one of the real rugged made kind of a gilts here. And at the same time, maybe that works to her disadvantage just a bit. She's more mature about her head. We're not calling ages at all. She's just more mature and just maybe a little coarser about her head and her skull and her crest there. Gilt there that maybe not quite as square coming right at you. But boy, she is stout, she is bold, and a nice kind of a one to end up in 3. The young man's gilt that comes in 4, if we could just bring her in and make her just a bit square whenever she leaves you, I think we could switch that particular pair. Big bodied, really moderate frame kind of a gilt there. She's got a big chest floor and still a good design from the side. She just got too wide from behind. We had one that led out that just had a notch more body and dimension than the other pair that we have out here. Again, not quite as sound on her feet and legs. Big, long body kind of a gilt. Again, needs to be softer about a rib. We round out the set with one that is a little deeper body. Just want to change her front end structure and design just a bit. But still, good class, really nice one to win. Congratulations to those exhibitors once again.
Results from Class 7 Duroc gilts. First, Kaylin Dimmick. Second, Carly Woods. Third, Carly Bymaster. Fourth, Cooper Bymaster. Fifth, Lillian Beeman. Sixth, Marcus Kane. Seventh, Emma McInnes. In the ring is our last class of Duroc gilts, Class 8, gilts farrowed February 3rd through February 9th.
Round out the red gilt show with a nice class here, not quite the numbers. We took just a little more time than what we typically would, and 5 individuals, but it wasn't because we didn't know where we were going to start. This is an extremely good gilt that wins this particular class and kind of daylights the field of this set here. Stout and good about her feature and her bone work. She's probably as rugged in terms of her bone work as any of them that we've had, and still at the same time maintains her mobility and flexibility. A very comfortable kind of a gilt there. She's awesome about her body and her proportionality. We can maybe change her knee and foot set in her just a bit. Several of them that we've seen out here, like we said, the turf is awfully telling, and that's still a very, very comfortable gilt there. Freshly presented, well-driven kind of a gilt there. We'll see how she stacks up, but she wins this class very, very handily. The gilt that comes in second, and again, a decision through 5 are fairly close. The gilt in second is a big pin, big hip kind of a gilt there. She's very wide from her stifle whenever you view her from behind there, and still fresh and youthful and good and immature about her head. A longer body kind of a gilt there, but maybe doesn't drop down quite as soft in her flank as our winner, or maybe a couple of the other ones in class there, but still, this is the young class of red gilts here, and I think she's got a good future there for sure. The gilt that comes in 3 matches probably as much as any of them to our class winner in terms of stoutness of jaw jaw and feature and arm size. Again, another longer body kind of a gilt there that just gets a little weaker in her top line. You like to maintain her spine and just her levelness just a bit better. I thought she's a little sounder and maybe just a bit better coming right at you than the next gilt here. Deep body kind of a gilt. She is better and stronger and more collected in her top line, but coming right at you, she wanted to close up just a bit. We round out with the small gilt out of this head, and I'm not going to just pound them out, but we'd like this gilt to have just a notch more performance about her. I thought she's a little harder and more pitched about her ham loin and her body, but she's probably as thick-ended and heavy-muscled, obviously an agile kind of a gilt there. That was a good class to round out the red gilts. Let's put our hands together for all those kiddos as we move into our champion drive.
Results from Class 8 Duroc gilts. First, Blake Smith. Second, Marcinda Kane. Third, Catherine Purcell. Fourth, Kaylin Cheeseman. Fifth, Taryn Garrett. We will now be showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc gilt. Coming out of Class 5, Cadence Immenizer. From Class 6, Parker Johnson. From Class 7, Kaylin Dimmick. And from Class 8, Blake Smith. Your champion Duroc gilt banner is in memory of Steve Aid, and your reserve champion Duroc gilt banner sponsored by Coldwell Banker Shook.
Well, obviously, in the purebred gilt show, I think we've got a few more numbers in the Durocs than any of the rest of the breeds there. And with numbers, a lot of times comes quality. But honestly, in the last 12, 24 months that I've gone across the country judging, the top end of the red ones have been absolutely phenomenal. And I think this is a good representation. Once we get these class winners out here, I think they really match up fairly well. I think that it shows or is a testament to how good the quality of this breed is and how good the kids did the job putting them together. They're freshly presented, awesome about their skin and hair. They're appropriate in terms of their condition and body. And then those ones that surfaced at the top end were those that were just a notch more comfortable, just that much better from a skeletal perspective. And I think when you get out here, these design up like show gilt should. They still have a maternal look about them, and they definitely commend these kiddos for being a good set of Duroc gilts. There's some second place ones there that knocked on the door that come out here. Maybe wanted to tweak a design or maybe a structural thing just a little bit in those, but this is a competitive show up top for sure. Let's put our hands together for all these class winners, and really all these Duroc exhibitors did a nice job. Again, I'm going to kind of keep on scooting through the day, and we went to the microphone fairly quickly in this division out here because I know what we're going to do, and I never want the speed that we make a decision to ever for you to interpret that it was just easy or that it wasn't competitive or it wasn't close there. But you know, like I said there in a couple of classes, when I know what we're going to do, we're going to pull the trigger and keep going. As good as these gilts are, as close as the decision there is, I think there's one that has a great look about her because everything fits and matches and balances. I think her proportionality is incredibly good, and when all those come together, she's still the one that's the boldest about her chest, her forehead, and her body shape is the very best of this particular group there. And for one of the stoutest red gilts that we had presented out here, I think she's as functional at her hip and her rear leg as any. The winner of our last class is going to be our champion. Let's give that young man a big round of applause.
Champion Duroc gilt exhibited by Blake Smith. That brings out Marcinda Kane's second place.
We're bringing that second place gilt, a muscular gilt there that's a little more immature about her body and a rib there, but still a good design. I really like her look ahead of her shoulder. I think it gets even closer there. We had a class winner at Class 1. That was the toughest class, maybe the closest decision in the top pair of any of them, and she comes out here and is still so tall about her shoulder and elegant about her front end, very sound and correct, and that's what allowed her to have the nod in that particular set. We'd like to give her a bolder, a rounder shape to her rib there, but still, she's right there in the mix. The paler skinned one comes out here, and there is absolutely the one that's the roundest about her rib design. She's bold coming and leaving, a highly presented kind of a gilt there that's really neat in terms of her hip set. Very, very powerful gilt there that has the ability to get her head and neck high, not because the young man does such a great job showing, because that one's really designed right up front. I'd like to slick her throat up in her just a bit, but still very, very good. A young lady there on the far side has one of those gilts there that they won from the minute that she entered the ring in that particular class. Look, design, and balance. She's a very, very attractive kind of a gilt there. I rate her as genuine in her composition and her shape as any of them, and still bold about her body. She's not as stout about her bone work, and maybe you'd like to lay her shoulder back on her body just a bit more. And so there's more things to consider out here for the reserve champion honors. The one that hit me the hardest initially is this lighter skin gilt. She's going to end up being a reserve champion. Let's give her a hand.
Reserve champion Duroc gilt, exhibited by Parker Johnson. In the ring is Class 9 Hampshire gilts. Gilts farrowed January 1st through January 10th.
There's two Hampshire gilt classes there, and I think an awesome one to kick off. This is obviously a breed that is sometimes a little tougher to put together, but at the same time, the top end has been good. This is two very good Hampshire gilts here, and there's still some depth of quality that we run through. I think both of these gilts read extremely good from an extension and presence perspective. Shoulder, and still at the same time have some stoutness and some muscularity about them, some rib and dimension. And of the pair, the young man that comes in and hits you just that much better from a design perspective. Head and neck comes out of her shoulder at the right angle. She's so collected and level in her top line. She's cranked higher in terms of her pin set and her hip design. She's very comfortable as she goes across the surface. I love her look, design. I like her condition there. I still really very, very genuine about her skeletal width there as well. Young lady's got a good gilt to come in second, and honestly, most counties or even at a state or national level, this gilt's always going to be competitive there. I think an awesome individual just in terms of width and spread. I think a gilt there that not only is powerful, she reads like a female, she looks like a breeding gilt when she comes down here. From a body depth perspective, underlying quality, she's a gilt there. We don't talk about it in hogs quite as much as we do in cattle and sheep, but her underline is so level from her chest to her midrib to her flank, and yet at the same time on the top side of her body, we want to level her out of her rump there and make her just a bit square in terms of her pin set. I think compared to our class winner, she just doesn't design up quite as well, but still an awesome pair there. Congratulations to those 2 kiddos. Young man's ends up in 3 here, tall-shouldered, attractive, and early in her maturity pattern there, or later in her maturity pattern, and we're maybe just one of those gilts there that was too rigid about her hock and just wanted to redesign her rear structure. She came in early, and I thought she'd always be in the top end of the class because of Hampshires that have that look tend to gravitate toward the top end there. And still she does, maybe is just a bit more comfortable, even though we'd like to give her a notch more bend to her hock. She's more comfortable than the next gilt here. Big scaled, big outline, big shapely kind of a gilt there, just too tentative or hesitant on the drive there. Next gilt here is maybe as bold and stout and wide, a moderate frame kind of a gilt there. Gets a little bit coarser and crestier up at the top of her neck there. Wanted just to extend her for, on either end of her body. And round out the class, attractive slick neck gilt here. Again, later in the maturity pattern, but again, she just gets a little bit too rigid on either end of her body. Good class, really nice pair. Congratulations to those kiddos.
Results from Class 9 Hampshire Gilts. First, Brecken Good. Second, Audrey Spray. Third, Colin Miller. Fourth, Brandon Winger. Fifth, Tate McInnes. Sixth, Savannah Underwood. In the ring, Class 10 Hampshire Gilts, farrowed January 12th through February 4th.
Again, we sometimes don't have huge numbers, but we've got big variation, and so that's what takes some time and some consideration to work through. And at the same time, it's always nice, no matter what show you're at or what class you're presented, to kind of have an anchor with, and that young lady's thin belted gilt's definitely the anchor of this particular set there. So attractive and feminine about her front end, and then opens up with a great big body dimension. You can see how comfortable she is as she crosses the turf out here. Awesome in terms of skin and hair and presentation, and did a great job on the stick, did a great job getting that gilt ready to come to the show there. It would be neat to see her against the pair that won that last class, but for sure she did a great job with the gilt there. They won this particular set extremely easily. The gilt that comes in second is even just that much stouter. I think her rear leg size and just column of bone is that much bigger when you get in behind her. She's a thick-ended gilt there. There's a lot of dimension and power in that gilt there. Obviously not nearly as fresh about her skin and hair. Maybe gets a little bit different in her top line. A longer body gilt there, and it's harder to keep everything kind of hooked up together. But still, she just had that so much more to it. And the next gilt here, young lady did an awesome job. And I thought about switching this particular pair just in terms of height, the shoulder, and look from the side. She probably has the advantage. It was just from this view right here, she needs to be second. But when she comes right at you, she tends to close up there through her chest and flatten her blade a bit more than acceptable. We like to make her a notch wider as she leaves you as well. Young lady did an awesome job on the stick for sure. Next gilt here is very stout and wide and bold. Maybe a gilt there that gets a little bit lower at her shoulder and wants to run downhill just a bit more, more wrinkled in her hip loin. And this one gets tough because we have the two stoutest ones in terms of muscle and width rounding out the class. Both of these gilts need to be picked up off the surface and just extend it from a growth curve perspective just a bit. But still, that was a good class. Congratulations. We'll have a good Hampshire job. Let's put our hands together for those kids once again as they head back there to the barn.
Results of Class 10. First, Michaela Spray. Second, Emma McInnes. Third, Sarah Hoey. Fourth, Coleman McInnes. Fifth, Alton Hedrick. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Hampshire gilt. Coming out of Class 9, we have Brecken Good and Audrey Spray. Out of Class 10, Michaela Spray and Emma McInnes. Our champion Hampshire gilt banner, sponsored by the Grogan and Martin families. Our reserve champion Hampshire gilt banner, sponsored by Lewis Motor Sales.
Good set of hams for sure. There's only two classes, like we said, a lot of decisions to be made, but I thought we had the top end that surfaced pretty handily, and you get these four individuals out here, and these are good Hampshire gilts. As I said in the onset of the breed, maybe a category that's a little bit tougher to put together sometimes there, and kind of taking a little bit of a nick here lately just from a structural perspective, but they've got a lot of guys that are committed to getting them put together, and I think the top end has been getting that much better, and this is a really, really good set. You know, we started out that first class with a pair of them, and we talked to them as a pair, we talked to them as they're coming up, and that particular group there, that I think they'd be competitive, whether you're at a county, a state, or a national level for sure. That gilt that won that particular class is so dynamic there from the side, from a Hampshire perspective. They're really relative to any breed. That one's so attractive. Head and ear set is just on point there. Tall shouldered, so level in her top line, and she had the advantage in that class and does in this breed division too, of where her tail and her pin set is. Very, very comfortable as she crosses the turf there, and young man has that one presented extremely good. The young lady that won that last class, we talked about being the anchor of that particular set, and she comes out here and is very, very competitive. She probably has the advantage in terms of just depth of body and softness of center of that particular pair. She too is very comfortable out of her hip and her rear leg, very deliberate in her front step, presented extremely well, not only in terms of skin and hair, but showmanship is extremely good, and that just makes it fun and makes it nice to be able to start with one like that. Comparatively to the gilt that won that last class, that first class, and even the gilt that's in second behind her, she's a little bit blander about her shape. Ideally, we could level out her rump just a bit, but it doesn't hurt her function at all. So again, this is a great set of Hampshires on the top end. I do like the winner of Class 1 to be our champion. The winner of Class 2 is going to be reserved. Let's give them a big round of applause once again.
Champion Hampshire Gilt, exhibited by Brecken Good. Reserve Champion Hampshire Gilt, exhibited by Michaela Spray. In the ring is Class 11, Hereford Gilts. Gilts farrowed January 5th through January 20th. This is our only class of Hereford Gilts, so it will also serve as champion and reserve champion drive. Our champion Hereford Gilt exhibitor will receive a banner sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires, and our reserve champion Hereford Gilt banner is sponsored by Hedden Family Farms.
Well, just one class of Herefords, I thought we had a little more discussion, or maybe a little bit more, you could have more discussion, more debate as we kind of come through there. I thought there was a lot of different directions that you could head. And, you know, we talk about priorities and where we lay those different things there. But in this particular class, and I think a lot of times when things get close, it's just on what side of the line of acceptability things fall. And everybody has a little bit different of a line there. And when you come in this class, I think that's kind of how things determine and they allow them to shake out. We're going to start with the young man's bigger gilt here to win this class and be our champion of the Hereford set. And that one was always there through the top end of the class. Honestly, the front 2/3 of that gilt is far superior in this particular set there. I think she opens up good through her chest and her blade. A very, very dimensional gilt coming at you that still has the correctness in terms of height the shoulder and maturity. Made a big gilt. She's still genuine in her shape up top. I'd like to alter her out of her rear leg, particularly if she wants to draw in at her hock and maybe just come down to the surface just a little bit more awkwardly there, but still a very, very good gilt. Again, front 2/3 are awesome, and I thought they're functional enough in her rear step. The gilt that comes in second, her reserve champion Hereford, is square at her hock. I think she's better in terms of her foot design whenever she leaves you. Still a muscular gilt there, obviously a little bit younger and a little bit more, a little bit behind the other gilt from a performance standpoint, but that's still a dimensional individual. From the side, though, she's a little shorter about her neck. Her head and neck come out the middle portion of her blade. I'd like to stouten her up in her bone work just a bit there. She is stronger, more collected in her top line and just leveling in her design than the next big gilt that comes in. Big, bulky, high-performing kind of a gilt there that needs to be a little bit stouter at the surface. And again, compared to our top two, our champion and reserve, she just doesn't maybe as attractive and good in her design there. She had so much more to her than the next gilt here. The gilt that comes in fourth, actually, is from the profile, I maybe prefer as good as any of them in class. Extremely extended ahead of her shoulder. I like her maturity pattern and just skeletal makeup maybe as good as any of them. Level in her top line and flexible in her build there. Coming and going, she sure wants to flatten up and just needs to have a notch more dimension and width all the way through. The copper colored one comes in next. I thought about switching this pair because this one is boulder centered. Big-bodied, wide, constructed kind of a gilt there. That might work to her detriment because she wants to bow at her hocks just a bit. Actually has a little bit of puffiness there to her rear joints. Muscular gilt here that I thought got a little bit too rigid out of her hock. Almost wants to just pop that hock joint into place. But boy, she is big and stout about her hip. A big arm kind of a gilt as well. Young man did a good job. Smooth pattern, freshly presented gilt here. Again, I didn't know if there's just enough to her to move her up in this competitive class. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for those Hereford exhibitors as they head back.
Results from the Hereford Gilt Division. First and champion, Parker Johnson. Second and reserve, Elijah Mosley. Third, Isabel Tyson. Fourth, Jackson Propes. Fifth, Brylan Hedden. Sixth, Kyra Rainey. Seventh, Jack Gilbert. We are now showing Class 12 Landrace gilts. These are gilts farrowed January 2nd through February 2nd. This is our only class of Landrace gilts, so this will also serve as our champion and reserve champion Landrace gilt drive. Our champion Landrace gilt banner is sponsored by Prestigious Incorporated, Noel Rainey, and our reserve champion Landrace gilt banner sponsored by Beck's Hybrids, Ben DeFries. I'd like to make an announcement. There seems to be a cell phone that was lost in the restroom. If you happen to find a lost cell phone, please bring it to the announcer stand. Thank you.
interesting class of land races here. As we said so many times, there's a lot of things to consider and go. And as much as a judge, I like to judge on turf. Probably a lot of times exhibitors don't, because you do get to see everything, and they move just a little bit differently. They kind of have to get their comfort level together, and obviously, whether it be the breeding gilt show or market hog show, we try to keep them as sound and correct as possible there, and really have that as the utmost importance. But you've got to kind of learn how they move and how they go, and kind of get them comfortable out here. And that's definitely a case here. But one that was comfortable from the very beginning, that's the most unique one of this particular breed and this particular set, that for me needed to win, is the young man's little gilt there. That's a good design gilt. That's square in her footwork. She's very, very loose in her joints, and still at the same time good and strong about her posture. She's square, she leaves you, she's genuine in her shape, and even though that's a smaller, younger, and more immature gilt, I do like her look and her extension, her maturity pattern, if you will. They're just a bit better than the rest of the gilts in this particular set. Some from the side will say, well, she's a little smaller, and she's also a little flatter ribbed. She can be softened up in that regard just a bit, and I wouldn't argue that by any means, but still, that's a dent-haired kind of a gilt there. The sound correct. She's strong about her pastures. Very, very unique for the Landrace division. In this particular set, she was easily the soundest and most comfortable one there. 2 and 3 was the closest pair for me. The young lady's gilt in 2 was square whenever she left you, and maybe just a little bit more correct in terms of her hawk bend. I think a gilt there that opens up comparatively to a winner with much more four-rib shape and dimension there. A stout featured, well presented kind of a gilt there. Young lady does a great job on the stick. Did a good job getting a real dimensional gilt to win. She has a little up to the show. She would have won if she just a bit better at her crest, and mainly she could just go just a bit more comfortably as the drive went on. We got a gilt there that comes out next that a young lady drives here. That's deep bodied, needs to be just a nickel better from a rear leg motion standpoint. She wants to search just a little bit, maybe a little bit lower set. From a proportionality standpoint, you could change her, but if we could collect her from behind, I think she could definitely work her way up. Next gilt here, soft bodied, wide constructed, like we said on a couple of those, gets a little bit too wide from behind and wants to bow a hawk just a nickel. This gilt here is long bodied, very comfortable as she goes, needed a notch more to her for sure. We round out with 2 high performing, big kind of a gilts there. This gilt needed a notch more body. The young man's gilt that rounds out the set. Maybe need to be shaved back from just a condition standpoint just a bit. That was a good class. Congratulations to each one of those Landrace exhibitors. Put your hands together for them one more time and show them how much we appreciate all their work.
Results from Class 12 Landrace Gilts. First and champion, Brady Miller. Second and reserve, Leah Emmenizer. Third, Ainsley Stonecipher. Fourth, Grace Mosley. Fifth, Adeline Payne. Sixth, Brianne Miller. Seventh, Alton Hedrick. In the ring is Class 13, Poland China Gilts. Gilts Pharaoh January 1st through February 1st. This will be our only class of Poland China Gilts, so this is our champion and reserve champion drive. Champion Poland China Gilt banner, sponsored by the Darren Chase family. Reserve champion Poland China Gilt banner, sponsored by Series Solutions.
we said that in one of the Hampshire classes that at any show or any class that you're able to evaluate, it's always nice to have an anchor. And the young man's there in the black shirt there has the anchor of this particular class and needs to win pretty handily. A good kind of a pole and gilt from a width and stoutness perspective. And then once she kind of got comfortable, she's the best in terms of her top line and levelness of design. She's the best in terms of her hip and hind leg movement. She's got some bend to her hock, some strength there. She goes away from you, and still a gilt there that has an attractive look about her. You know, she gets a little bit, maybe a little bit chubbier than some, but at the same time, a very, very good kind of a gilt. Hip and hind legs awesome, body's very good, design's good. Again, the anchor of this particular class and needs to win pretty handily. Young lady comes in second, and that's a gilt there that everybody from the side would say, well, she needs to be stronger in her top line and just better in terms of her spine. And honestly, obviously she does, but honestly, past that, she's as good as we have in class. I like her extension up front extremely good. I like her maturity pattern. She's very sound and very correct right at the surface there. Is what our winner is, and mainly we just want to give her a notch more top line integrity and collector spine in her just a bit better from a design perspective. But those two gilts need to rise up there to the surface. Young lady's gilt that comes in 3 is a fresh, smooth pattern kind of a gilt, if you will, tall about the point of her shoulder there, and she did a nice job in terms of skin and hair. That gilt's a little straighter up through her blade, a little more rigid through the front portion of her body, and consequently she also wants to close up underneath just a nickel as well. We've got a gilt there that comes in 4. Maybe didn't get the drive that a couple of the other ones did, but that's a good young kind of a gilt there that just needs to soften up about her body, but she was sound and correct, and again was just a bit better in terms of her transitional points than the real powerful gilt that comes next. This one's got worlds of muscle, maybe the most powerful gilt that we had in here. It gets a little piece here, maybe just doesn't blend quite as correctly from her shoulder to her forehead, and mainly her hip point junction needs to be ironed out just a nickel. Round out the class there, good in terms of depth of body from the side. I like this gilt coming and going. She needs to be opened up just a bit. Congratulations to those Poland exhibitors. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos once again.
Results from Class 13, Poland China gilts. First and champion, Clayton Moore. Second and reserve, Rebecca Hoy. Third, Bristol Snowart. Fourth, Ethan Knoll. Fifth, Grace Mosley. Sixth, Aubrey Reed. We are now showing Class 14, spot gilts. Gilts Pharaoh January 1st through January 15th.
We've got two spot classes here, and I think we've got a really good way to kick off this breed. We've got a top pair that surfaces to the forefront very easily for me, and again, there's some trade-off, but what's similar, young people did a great job of getting this pair presented from a skin and hair perspective, fresh in the way that they're presented. I like their condition extremely well. We've talked about that a lot today, and we can kind of go in different extremes in terms of having them just a little leaner, or having those that maybe just pushed a little bit too far, and I think these are right on the mark from a condition standpoint. They're good design kind of the gilts there. They look like attractive show gilts. They also look like females that they come in here that has some substance and some stoutness about them. Of the pair, and the one that ends up getting the nod is the young man's gilt here. That's not just because she's a heavier or bigger scale gilt. She's a taller shoulder gilt there. The point of her blade there is higher. I think she's got the ability to get her head and neck out of her body just a bit more comfortably. And even though she's maybe not quite as stout about her rear foot to size there, the gilt still reads Bully's pretty stout, and I think she's even that much more comfortable in her rear leg step. Now, there's no doubt the young lady enters the ring there before the young man, and I thought, well, here's going to be an easy place to start because this one's bold and wide and stout, a big, rugged make kind of a gilt there that's so heavy about her bone work and does read stouter than our class winner. I like the turn to her rib. I like her muscularity that she offers there. I think she's very square whenever she leaves you. I think a good design kind of a gilt there that at the same time, compared to our class winner, wants to run downhill from the profile just a bit. Ideally, we could pick her off the surface and maybe extend her just a nickel. And the longer we drove, she did want to hit her rear leg just a little bit tighter, a little more rigid there. But we're being critical. That was a good top pair. Congratulations to those two young people. From there down, it got a little bit more challenging and honestly just kind of broke structure down and allowed the young man's gilt to come in three. That one has a bit more bend to her hog. She's more comfortable on the go, and even though she's not quite as fresh about her skin and hair and presentation from a design standpoint, maybe a longevity aspect, I thought she read the very best of the ones remaining of this particular class. The gilt in fourth is really tall fronted, a late maturing, extended kind of a gilt there. The setup straighter there through the blade and maybe a little more rigid about her hog compared to the one right ahead of her. I liked her design and maturity pattern a bit better than the really stout made gilt that comes in fifth. This one just reads a little bit more, a little coarser about her crest and her neck and her joint work there. Just wanted to make her go just a bit more comfortably. Round out in 6 and 7 with two smaller kind of the gilts there. From a performance aspect, they maybe fall short, and I think that might be just because naturally they're a little tighter bodied. Still got a good look and attractive design about them. Young people did a good job showing them. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos once again. That was a nice class of spot gilts.
Results from Class 14 spot gilts. First, Parker Johnson. Second, Sophie Royer. Third, Case Webster. Fourth, Brylan Hedden. Fifth, Dylan Bryan. Sixth, Elizabeth Knoll. Seventh, Addison Garrett. We are now showing Class 15 spot gilts. Gilts farrowed January 20th through January 30th. The 2023 Tippecanoe County 4-H Swine Show is sponsored by Co-Alliance. Co-Alliance, your local farmer-owned cooperative, congratulates each swine exhibitor on a job well done. Co-Alliance believes in the power of 4-H and the youth involved. Co-Alliance, we deliver. We'd also like to remind everyone that you can watch today's swine show on showbarnflix.com. There is a stream on YouTube. Thank you again to Tipmont as our platinum sponsor for making the streaming possible all week.
Maybe a little more challenging class of spot gilts here to put together. Young lady brings another really nice, a nice gilt here, and in this particular class, very similar to the last one actually, that she exhibited in a different breed. She's got a good look about her. She's attractive ahead of her shoulder, a feminine kind of a gilt there that you come there behind her blade, and she opens up with a really good shape and dimension to her forerib and mid body. I like her proportionality. I like her balance and the way everything fits together extremely well. And then she has the decided advantage in just being that much sounder than the rest of the field. So in this particular class, I thought she was a logical place to start. The young man's flighty ear gilt here hit me pretty hard when she came in class of being one that was going to be good about her design and stout about her features. She's really, really level about her hip and cranked up high there in terms of her tail set. She's a square built kind of a gilt there that honestly, the longer that we drove, just kind of fell apart. In her top line, we'd like her to have more integrity and just stay more collected in her spine, but still a deep-bodied, stout-made kind of a gilt there, freshly presented, and one there that hit you hard on the onset of class. I thought 3 and 4 was a close pair. I like the height, the shoulder, skeletal extension, maturity pattern just a bit better than the young lady's gilt that comes in 3 compared to the 2 right ahead of her though. She wanted to narrow up and maybe just didn't have as much to her. Young man's gilt that ends up in 4th is maybe truly the absolute stoutest one in this particular class. No doubt she's the biggest in terms of her column of bone behind. She's big about her chest there, but sometimes we maybe see it more often in this particular breed. We get them so big and wide out front, they want to roll out their elbow and maybe just need to be altered from a front skeleton standpoint just a bit. Boy, that is one big, stout, rugged made kind of a gilt to be in 4. I thought 5, 6, and 7 were all fairly close as well. The gilt that comes in 5th is just a little bit smoother at the transition points and from the profile, maybe just designed up just a bit better. Wide made gilt here that needs to be picked up off the surface just a bit. Very, very stout, and at the same time a gilt there that rounds out the set. She's got a good look ahead of her shoulder, tall fronted and level design. Again, need to track just a bit wider when she left you. I thought she just maybe got a little more rigid in her hock and rear foot placement as well. But it was a good class, real challenging set of spots. So have a good champion job. Put your hands together for them real big as they head back there to the barn.
Results from Class 15 spot gilts. First, Kaylin Dimmick. Second, Keegan Spray. Third, Carly Woods. Fourth, Clayton Moore. Fifth, Madeline Cheeseman. Sixth, Blake Miller. Seventh, Carly Woods. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion spot gilt. Out of Class 14, Parker Johnson and Sophie Royer. Out of Class 15, Kaylin Demick and Keegan Spray. Your champion spot gilt banner, sponsored by Chuck Dill family. Your reserve champion spot gilt banner is sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
You know, this breed was very similar to the other ones that we saw. Some of the class decisions were close and maybe offered some debate. And then we get the champions out here, all the class winners and seconds out here, and it's a very competitive set of gilts. Let's put our hands together with these spotted gilts exhibitors one more time. Great job out here. And again, I can't say enough about particularly these kids there that have surfaced. Boy, they're doing a good job on the stick, and you can tell they worked hard to get their skin and hair right, get them appropriate in terms of the condition. They fit the particular class as well. I think their physical feel and just the way they're presented is extremely good. And then we kind of have to sort them down, and that's my job to sort them in terms of just skeletal build and design and makeup. And there was a lot of variation in this spotted breed. We started with those that first class. We've got the first and second out here, and I thought that was a pair. I think they're very high quality. I think very good design and attractive show gilts that offer some width and dimension. There's a height of shoulder and maybe just a comfort level advantage in our class winner. There's truly a skeletal stoutness advantage in that gilt that was second comparatively in class and then also in breed. Then we rounded out this breed with the top two out here. The young lady won that particular class just with strong top level design, very practical. I guess no excuses kind of a spot gilt here that's sound and comfortable. I could stouten her feature and her bone work up in her just a bit. And then the young man's second place gilt is a nickel stouter. Like we said, just maybe fell apart in her top line just a bit as we drove them there, but high quality and well presented nonetheless. It was a good spotted breed. I had a lot of fun out here sorting them. We're going to keep those winners of Class 1, first and second together. They're going to be champion reserve. Let's give them a big hand.
Champion spot gilt exhibited by Parker Johnson. Reserve champion exhibited by Sophie Royer. In the ring is Class 16, Tamworth Gilts, Gilts Pharaoh, January 1st through January 13th.
We end up with 2 classes of Tims, maybe 13 of them total, and I'd say that's probably as big of a Tam breed as you'd ever get at a county level, and definitely a commander coming out here. Good challenging class to put things together. I've said it a couple times, and sometimes it comes across maybe just a little bit too critical of the ones behind, but I say it to compliment the kid up top. But young lady, you've got a daylighter out here to win this particular class, and definitely the anchor of this particular set for sure. Square in her build, big about her body. She's a very stout made kind of a gilt. She not only has look and design and substance, she's the soundest one of this particular set as well. Congratulations to her. Nice place to start. From there down, it gets a little tougher, and then we end up landing on the young man's gilt from the height of shoulder, and then just look and design definitely surfaces up toward the top end of the class. She's probably as good about her loin edge and genuine about her muscle shape as any. We need to reset her shoulder and then redesign her front structure in her just a bit. It gets close because the gilt in 3 is a little bit more conventional from a frame size perspective, but because of that, I think she's got more depth to her chest, heart, and midrib. She reads just a little bit stouter there all the way through, but coming right at you, she could be opened up, and she too could be redesigned about her shoulder ever so slightly. The dark pigmented gilt comes in next, and I thought about switching this pair because I like her length of body, extension just a nickel better. I thought she's a little plainer about her design and plainer in her hip structure there. The gilt there that still offers some frame sizes, some depth of body. She was more comfortable in her rear step than the pale skin gilt that rounds out or is leaving the ring there, but I like that gilt's body just a bit better than the long body, big outline gilt that rounds out this competitive class there. Sound made gilt though to round out. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos once again. Really nice one to start the competitive set of Tams.
Results from Class 16 Tamworth Gilts. First, Brenna Snauer. Second, Corbin Bullhofer. Third, Carson Kitchell. Fourth, Liam Reed. Fifth, Jackson Burton. Sixth, Alton Hedrick. We are now showing Class 17 Tamworth Gilts. Gilts Barrow January 14th through January 20th.
I think we've got a nice place to start here. The young lady in the center of the ring brings a gilt there that's tall-fronted and still very stout about her features. She's easily the stoutest skulled, the stoutest jawed one that we had presented in the Tam breed here, and still offers some dimension to her forerib and body. A square built kind of a gilt there that again wins this particular class extremely easily. The gilt that comes in second, I thought 2 and 3 might be the debatable pair, but there's just more to this gilt in second. Deep bodied and opened up their chest extremely well. Compared to our class winner, she's not as attractive ahead of her shoulder. Maybe just doesn't give you that look as she enters the ring quite like the gilt that won. But she did have just a bit more to her than the next gilt here. The one thing this young lady does is always have them presented extremely well. The ones that she's brought today are very good in terms of skin and hair. She's great on the stick. This gilt here from the side could end up being in second. From the profile, she's tall fronted and level design and very attractive ahead of her shoulder. Coming and going though, we've just got to prioritize open and give her a notch more width and just a dimension there. She's just a bit fresher than the next gilt here. Young man's gilt in 4 is maybe a little deeper about her forerib and heart. A soft pliable made kind of a gilt there that needs to be fresh into the top portion of her body, and again just maybe make her a bit wider whenever she leaves you. But maybe the most powerful and truly the thickest ended, most muscular gilt rounds out the top 5 here. She's still bold about her center. I just didn't think she was designed good enough from a structural aspect to move up, but still that was a good class. Congratulations, we'll have a nice champion job. Let's show them a big round of applause there.
Results from Class 17 Tamworth Gilts. First, Rebecca Hoy. Second, Avery Moore. Third, Sarah Hoy. Fourth, Kale Slavin. Fifth, Grace Mosley. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Tamworth Gilt. From Class 16, Brenna Snowert and Corbin Bolhofer. From Class 17, Rebecca Hoy and Avery Moore. Our champion Tamworth Gilt banner, sponsored by Hedden Family Farms. Reserve champion Tamworth Gilt banner is sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
Well, we had 2 classes of TAMs there, and like we said in that first class, I would say with the numbers that we've had, as many county shows as I've judged, that's probably the largest TAM breed that we've had. So I appreciate the popularity that the breed has gained and the enthusiasm that the kids have to show them, and always with numbers and emphasis and those things together, quality gets even that much better. I thought we had a good, consistent set of TAMs all the way through. There was a lot of decisions to be made, yet in each one of those classes, I thought that we had an easy place to start, and it does come down between those 2 class winners. The winner of the first class is one that we said in class. She just daylighted that particular set, and she comes in here and is so good about her body dimension. She's got shape and a lot of body cavity and body shape about her that's consistent there. But then you translate that up, and she's got as much spread and as much dimension up top. Very unique in terms of her levelness of hip, squareness of pin set, and still being able to go extremely well. A nice kind of a gilt that won that class, and very competitive. The gilt, young lady should be proud of her. The gilt that won that second class is even that much stouter. She's wider between her eyes and stouter about her jaw. I love her skull shape and just feature that she possesses here. She's still got a good attractive look about her because she's tall about her shoulder, and head and neck comes out right. Her ear set's very good there. Pretty neat about her proportionality as well. Comparatively though, she's a little steeper about her rump, so maybe not quite as wide there underneath compared to our winner of our Class 1, but still that was a very, very good design gilt there as well. Congratulations to all the TAM exhibitors. I like the one that won that first class to be our champion. Let's give her a big round of applause. Winner of Class 2 will be reserved.
Champion Tamworth Gilt, exhibited by Brenna Snowert. Reserve champion Tamworth Gilt, exhibited by Rebecca Hoey. In the ring is Class 18 Yorkshire Gilts. Gilts Pharaoh January 2nd through January 8th.
think we've got a nice short class here, and I think it's very indicative of what the breed has looked like the last couple of years there. The shows that I've sorted that they come in different shapes and sizes and structural builds is kind of a breed that we're trying to figure out what direction we're headed, and we've been searching some, and I think we're starting to pull things together and get them in the right mold there in the show ring just a bit more than what we had there. And still there's things to consider, as we said, and that's what this top trio looks like. Again, it's not necessarily a line of priority or a mark of priority. It's where you set that line of acceptability or where you see they fall on the spectrum of things there. And I say all that in a critical manner, but at the same time, the top end of this Yorkshire gilt deal was very, very good. We start with the young lady's gilt, and that's the gilt that hit me easily the hardest when she first came in. That one's just ability to get her head and neck above her shoulder is easily the very best that we see in this class, and probably we've seen in the breeding gilt show today. She's so attractive and so good in terms of her ring presence there. Her shoulders laid back on her body the most comfortably, and I think that allows her to do that. You come there behind, she's dropped down good in terms of her shape to her forehead, her heart, her mid-body reads very, very soft and pliable and maternal, and still at the same time, she's genuine in her composition. She's stout about her bone work, and even though she needs to be squared up in her hog design as she leaves you, she's the longest in her movement. She's got the best comfort and flex and just range of motion there that we had in this particular class. No doubt we need a square hawk whenever she leaves you. I don't think we found a real big improvement in this particular set in that regard, and she offers just so much quality to win this class. The gilt that comes in too is extremely dimensional. That's a stout made gilt that's wide constructed and bold when she comes at you. I think she's very consistent in her body shape, and she's as broad at the upper portion of her body as any in this class there. She's a gilt too that could be altered just a bit as she leaves you. She gets a little bit more bold, or maybe just could be squared up about her hock joints. She's got a little bit more puffiness to her hock, and the longer we drove them, I thought she just wanted to shorten her stride compared to our class winner. I love her width, her dimension, her stoutness there. That's a good Yorkshire female to be in second in the county fair for sure. They just offered more to them than the next gilt here, and I had this gilt as high as winning the class there. Front 2/3 of that gilt I probably like as good as any of them. She matches our class winner in terms of attractiveness. She looks like our second place gilt in terms of body shape and dimension there. Very, very proportional, very good balance from the profile. Coming at you, she could be pried open wider about her chest and her knee. When she goes away from her, she'll have the biggest concern. She actually wants to draw in at her hawk and just narrow her base a bit more than ideal. Young man does a great job on the stick. That was a good trio. Congratulations to those three Yorkshire exhibitors for sure. They did a nice job. Young lady gilt in fourth has got a big back, a big end. She's the shortest in the upper portion of her hip. She's the crustiest at the top of her neck. So from a design standpoint, we could change her. We can see she's wanting to tighten up a bit more than we went. She is a deep-bodied, bold-centered, heavy muscle kind of a gilt there that definitely offered a lot of quality. Well-presented gilt here that's in 5, extra stout featured, gets a little bit deeper about her throat latch, a little deeper about her neck, and where that ties into her body. Just a little plainer design. Those are the tough pairs that rounded out because I do like the look of the gilt there that comes out. The small gilt just needs a notch more body, notch more performance, and just a softer rib cage in her. We rounded out with a big, deep-bodied, productive, centered kind of a gilt there. Gets too plain about her muscle and her design there from the side, but still, good class. Congratulations to those kills. It was a nice set of Yorkshires for sure.
Results from Class 18 Yorkshire Gilts. First, Milena Emmenizer. Second, Keegan Spray. Third, Brecken Good. Fourth, Ainsley Stonecipher. Fifth, Kenneth Rose. Sixth, Colin Miller. Seventh, Alton Hedrick. In the ring is Class 19 Yorkshire Gilts. These are gilts farrowed January 12th through February 7th. In the ring taking photos today is Lindsay Hanowich from Lindsay Hanowich Photography. We would also like to announce that thanks to a generous donation from Farmers National Company, all 4-H'ers can download today's photos for free from her website. Assisting us in the ring today has been our queen and her court. We'd like to recognize the 2023 Miss Tippecanoe County Fair, Lily Larson. First runner-up, Josie Castor. Second runner-up, Hunter Royer. Third runner-up, Emma Townsend. And Miss Congeniality, Abby Fitzmaurice.
Well, I think we have another nice class, and that's probably too critical to the onset of the first class, because Yorkshire females have been awesome base of all the show pig world, and I think again as we kind of work through transition and find different directions that we go. The top end's just been phenomenally good there, and what's neat when you come into Yorkshire gilt classes, particularly in this part of the world, is they look like females, they look like breeding individuals, and still they've got a good look and design about them, and that all describes our class winner. That girl needs to win pretty easily. She's the first one in. I knew she's going to be competitive, and as they continually pile through there, again, we've said it a couple of times, that's the anchor of the set. Look, design, proportionality, balance, squareness of build, the right kind of muscle texture, the right kind of footwork, and then presented extremely well. Congratulations to that young lady for having commanding class winner of this particular set. I like the young lady's gilt in second as well. She's probably even more dimensional about her back, or more aggressive about her edge comparatively. That young lady always does a good job on the stick. I think this gilt is very genuine in terms of her composition. She's attractive and still square and stout about her skull and her jaw. She's a big arm kind of a gilt there as well. She's a little bit more rigid about her hock, or maybe mainly it's particularly in her pastern placement. Maybe wants to draw in and just come to the surface just a little bit harder than our class winner, and still at the same time a gilt there that offers a lot of look, a lot of quality, a lot of shape up top there for sure. From 3 down, there's probably a little more challenges and a little more give and take. 3 and 4 were a close pair, but I like the gilt in third in terms of just maturity pattern and youthful look she has ahead of her shoulder. She's deep and soft about her body as well. A little bit shorter and different out of her hip design there, and that's what got close, because the gilt that comes in 4 has a great big upper hip and center stifle, big back and big legged there as well. I just read a little coarser about her skull and her crest and her neck. Again, we're not calling ages by any means. We broke them down as you come in here. She's just a little more mature there about her skull. Maybe could pick her up at the point of her shoulder just a bit. Stout bone, deep-sided gilt here. Gets a little bit different in her top line, and just from a design standpoint, could be changed from the profile ever so slightly. Young lady has another really good gilt here from the side. Needs to come and go just a little bit wider and more dimensional. Then we round out the class there with another really, really stout constructed gilt. She just wants a little bit different about her knee and her forearm. We'd like to lay that on her body just a bit differently, but still she's got a big center cavity, big bone work there and as well. That was a good deep class of Yorkshire gilts for sure. Let's show them how much we appreciate all their hard work this year for the fair. Big round of applause.
Results from Class 19 Yorkshire Gilts. First, Kaylin Martin. Second, Caden Simonizer. Third, Cooper Bymaster. Fourth, Brady DeFries. Fifth, Isabel Tyson. Sixth, Harley Bowerman. Seventh, Brooklyn Spray. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt. From Class 18, we have Milena Emmenizer and Keegan Spray. From Class 19, Kaylin Martin and Caden Simonizer. Your champion Yorkshire Gilt banner, sponsored by Andy and Chrissy Wise. Reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt banner is sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
As we've done with the other breeds that only have 2 classes, we go ahead and ask the first and seconds to rejoin us out here for our championship honors, and I think they deserve to. I think they obviously worked extremely hard to get this particular point in a competitive class or competitive show, and they definitely need to be recognized. Let's give them a big round of applause there. This is a good set of Yorkshire Gilts, and I think these 4 represent the breed and represent the show extremely well. And again, I don't ever want to come across critical at all. I thought the top end quality was exceptionally well. That was a good class that we started off there. We had 2 extremely high quality, attractive kind of a gilts there. They were presented extremely good. Our classroom is one of those that just gives you such a phenomenal look as she enters the ring. Her presence and just design is incredibly good. She's very, very good about her body depth and dimension there. A stout featured gilt there as well. We comment in class, we'd like to square up about her hawk as she leaves you. I don't know if it hurts her function, but she sure enough could be square in that design for sure. We rounded out the Yorkshire Drive there with a gilt there that won pretty commandingly, big bodied and dimensional and wide and square. Very correct kind of a Yorkshire gilt that looks like a female should whenever she comes out here. Very fresh and very genuine. The second place gilts there actually resemble each other from just a stoutness of feature, genuineness of shape, and aggressiveness of just muscle shape that they have there. They're both heavy-legged kind of a gilts there. Could change them maybe in their rear structure ever so slightly, but still extremely competitive. As we always see in the Yorkshire Gilts, I think the top end is exceptionally good. So congratulations to each one of the kids out here for the fair this year. We're going to use the winner of Class 2 to be our champion. Winner of Class 1 is going to be our reserve.
Champion Yorkshire Gilt exhibited by Kaylin Martin. Reserve champion exhibited by Milena Emmenizer. That concludes our purebred gilt divisions. We will be heading into the crossbred gilt classes shortly. We begin the Crossbred Gilt Show with Class 20. These are gilts weighing between 220 and 222 pounds.
we transition into the Crossbred gilt show, and I think we've got a nice class to start with. Maybe comes together even a little bit quicker and more logically than cover the purebred gilt classes we had there. We start with the blue gilt, and I think she needs a win pretty easily. That's a wide constructed dimensional kind of a gilt there that's very good in her body shape, and she sets the bar in this particular class in terms of hip and rear leg design. Absolutely love her skin and hair and how freshly she is presented out here. I'm not saying I couldn't pick her up off the show ring surface and maybe make her just a little bit later in her maturity pattern, but her design is so good. Hip and hind legs phenomenally good, awesome bodied, and just blends better at all of her transitional points than the gilt that comes in second. Now this second place individual is one stout-headed, stout-skulled, and jawed kind of a gilt there that's very aggressive about her back shape and big about her rear leg there as well. I like her height to shoulder compared to our class winner just a bit better. At the same time, she's a little bit harder there, a little bit different in where her crest meets her shoulder. She's harder there at her hip loin junction. She's got that little bit of a lymph node swelling. I'm not going to hold that against her there, but from the side, she could just blend just a bit more smoothly. The gilt here looks like she might have skinned her pads or just a little bit too hesitant on the drive, if you will, and maybe that comes from the fact that she's a little flatter about her foot design. On the standstill, she's probably as good as we have in class. She's round about her body, very, very consistent about her body shape as she comes to the midrib and the back portion of her cavity there. She's wide and dimensional. She, too, like our class winner, could be picked up off the show ring surface just a bit from a frame size perspective. Primarily want to strengthen her posture and just make her more comfortable as she crosses the ring there. Skin and hair is maybe not quite as fresh in the next gilt, but fundamentally that gilt needed to be up towards the top end of the class there. She's still stout, she's tall fronted, she's good about her shape. Her hip reads long there as well. It's a little bit more labored there in her movement, but I think she had that much more to her than the next gilt. Very level design and tall fronted. The predominantly black gilt here is very well driven. Nice design kind of a gilt there that just needs more to her. This gilt here looks like she's a little bit younger and a little bit further behind from just a growth standpoint. Need to soften her body up and give her much more time on feed to offer a little bit more dimension. Big scaled, long body, late maturing blue belted gilt here. It just simply needs to be stouter and wider to move up. That was a good way to kick off the Crossbred gilts. Let's put our hands together for those kids one more time.
Results from Class 20 Crossbred Gilts. First, Reese Arnold. Second, Brenna Snowart. Third, Clayton Moore. Fourth, Kane Storms. Fifth, Sarah Hoey. Sixth, Claire DeFries. Seventh, Lane Shepard. In the ring is Class 21 Crossbred Gilts. Gilts weighing 226 to 232.
Second class, I think, is even deeper than the first one that we've had, and again, some more things that we could discuss. I think it's a top pair for sure. I think we've got some trade-offs, and then in any scenario, whenever push comes to shove, we're going to use the sounder one, and just the more comfortable individual, and that definitely goes to the young man's gilt out here. When that gilt gets her head up and crosses the show ring surface, you can tell that she's just laid back at her shoulder and her blade just a bit more comfortably. I think that's a gilt there that handles her hip and rear leg just a bit more functionally as well. She's big about her body. She's fresh about her back shape, and again, skin and hair is awesome. He's had a good crossbred show, and that's another good class winner for him for sure. Now, the gilt that comes in second is stouter about her bone work. She's stouter about her skull and her forearm. There's just a bit more to this particular gilt there, and I like that about her for sure. She's a gilt there that you start studying her, and she's a little shorter at the top of her hip and out of her rump, a little straighter in her hock and her shoulder, and you could say, well, she's comfortable enough, but the longer we drive, she starts shortening her step a bit more than ideal. I just need to be more functional in her step to be up in our class winning spot. But boy, she is heavy-legged. She's got a good look. Young lady always does a nice job on this stick for sure. Solid black gilt needs to come up here in the top trio. And again, we've talked about it. These are lightweight crossbred gilts. I think that gilt will continually get better. She's extremely level designed and maybe the very best in terms of her spine, where her tail sets on her body as well. She's good in her underline levelness as well. I think a gilt there, then she comes in behind her. She maybe wants to rotate over her hock just a bit, and she didn't have as much to her as what the top pair did there as well. I liked her maturity pattern and then just length of motion just a bit better than the extra big-legged gilt here that comes in 4. This one is very, very big about her arm and her skull. She's a gilt there that just reads a bit more mature and coarse about her front end. I like to give her a notch more bend and angle to both ends of her body there as well. Big-bodied, aggressive shape gilt here that gets a little bit tighter about her hip loin. And then we round out the class with another extremely wide constructed gilt. She just wants to run downhill a bit too much when you view her from the profile. That was a good class again. Congratulations to those kiddos. Let's give them a big hand as they head back there to their pen.
Results from Class 21, Crossbreds. First, Reese Arnold. Second, Kaylin Demick. Third, Jalen McGill. Fourth, Emily Kendall. Fifth, Brock Winger. Sixth, Jack Gilbert. In the ring is Class 22 Crossbred gilts. Gilts weighing 233 to 237.
Well, I think this class fell together fairly logically, and as I said, if you weren't here earlier in one of the gilt classes, I hope the speed that I come to the microphone or the fact that I place them fast is never interpreted that that the quality isn't good or it's not that I'm just trying to rush through things. But usually it's quite the opposite. Whenever the quality gets good and they're presented extremely well, it's easier to see them and it's easier to kind of come together with the way that you like them. We've got a lot of stock to work through, and we're trying to go through them efficiently and give everybody a fair shot as well. The young man brings another class winner, and I think this one wins probably as easy as the other ones have there for sure. Great big bodied and maybe the biggest backed one that we've had out here in the lightweight division, and she couples that with being the soundest and the most correct, and that's what allows her to be in the top end of the group. Maybe again not the heaviest legged one that we've had or just the most tricked out and most attractive ahead of her blade, but still she's a very, very good functional big back kind of a gilt there that's just softer body than the next individual that comes in second. I actually like this one's look ahead of her shoulder a bit better than our class winner. She's very scripted and good about her jawline, a tall front, a great big back kind of a gilt there that needs to be pulled down deeper in terms of her flank and her midrib, just soften her body up in her just a bit to be our class winner. Another well presented one there. She goes away from you square. Then the next gilt, the blue gilt here that comes in is a great big bodied, a dimensional kind of a gilt there that's got a lot of width of construction for sure. When you get in behind her though, she wants to bow at her hock just ever so slightly, and I'd like to stouten her bone in her just a bit to match that mass up top. Her angle's read a bit more appropriately than the belted gilt here that comes next. This one may be truly the biggest in terms of her feature and bone work that we had to work with. She's just set up straighter up through her shoulder and her hock. But boy, she is heavy-legged, big-armed, and great big back. The young man did a nice job with her. She comes at you wider than the black gilt that comes in 5. Big outline, big scaled kind of a gilt here for sure. At the same time, she just wants to close up underneath a bit more. This gilt is a little wider constructed and a little stouter right at the surface. At the same time, just need to freshen her skin and hair, maybe give her a notch more look ahead of her blade. That was a good class, good way to end our first division. Let's give them a big round of applause. They head back. We'll move into the division championship.
Results from Class 22, Crossbred Gilts. First, Reese Arnold. Second, Ava Carlson. Third, Briella Rainey. Fourth, Will Larman. Fifth, Kaylin Tilley. Sixth, Madeline Knoll. We'll now be showing for Champion Division I Crossbred Gilt. Our Division I Crossbred Gilt banners are sponsored by Champion Garrett Swine Farm and Reserve Champion Beck's Hybrids Ben DeFries. In the ring from Class 20, Reese Arnold. From Class 21, Reese Arnold. And from Class 22, Reese Arnold.
Well, I think we have 3 divisions of crossbred gilts there. This is a nice way to kick off the lightweight division for sure, and things that came together just a little bit more logically, a little bit quicker fashion than the breeding gilts or the purebred gilts did just a bit ago. And I think sometimes we get into the crossbred category, and there's even more differences. They fall into different to set, and I guess just more things to sort them, and so it does down to personal preference. And then again, like we said, how we draw those lines of acceptability. I'm very happy with the three gilts out here. Probably the only person happier is this young man right here. Pretty easy place to go. I'm not wrong at all. He's going to end up with our champion, and I've just got to tell you which one I like the most out here. The lightweight gilt or the blue gilt came and set the tone extremely well. I absolutely love that gilt's body dimension and spread that she has up top. She's the very best in terms of hip and rear leg design, I think. I think she's the very best in terms of the bend that she has to her hock, and still she designs up extremely good. I like the amount of bone that she has. I think it fits and matches her body, and still she's got a feminine look about her. We could strengthen her front foot and just make her a little bit more sure and comfortable in that step, but that's a very, very good gilt. One that won the Class 2's got a good back. I love her skin and hair. It's a freshly presented gilt there. She reached out about her skull and her jaw for sure. She won that class because she was the soundest and most comfortable. She comes out here and she still maintains maintains that comfort level. I read her a little bit rounder in the way that she's put together. I'd like to stouten her bone work in her just ever so slightly. But well, she's big-bodied, and like I said, she's always going to be up towards the top because I think she functions extremely well. One that won the last class is maybe the very biggest backed and the most aggressive in the top side of her body. She matches that with pin width and dimension there. She's wide coming, she's wide going. She's still a stout made kind of a gilt there as well. Maybe comparatively the other two, she wants to swivel and get a little bit tighter from behind, but obviously she is functional enough to win that particular class. So again, congratulations to this young man. I just have to tell him which ones I like the most. The blue gilt is my favorite one. The winner of class 1 is actually going to end up being the champion. We'll bring in that second place for reserve.
Champion Division 1 Crossbred Gilt, exhibited by Reese Arnold. That brings out Brenna Snauert's second place.
Belted gilt comes out, and she was one of the more extreme ones that we had presented in the crossbred deal. Stoutness of skull and turn to her edge is extremely good. I liked her height the shoulder even better than our class winner in that particular set, but we commented she's a little bit different in the way her neck ties to her shoulder, her hip loin there, and just needed to blend a bit better at her transition points, but still awfully good and offers some far-reaching pieces. I think there's a lot of different ways that you could go. Like I said there in class, when push comes to shove, I'm always going to use the soundest one when we've got so much quality presented. Winner of class 2, young man there in the blue shirt, he has reserved there as well. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Reserve champion Division 1 Crossbred Gilt, also exhibited by Reese Arnold. In the ring is class 23 Crossbred Gilts, weighing 242 to 252. The 2023 Tippecanoe County 4-H Swine Show is sponsored by Co-Alliance. Co-Alliance is your local farmer-owned cooperative that delivers innovative solutions in energy, agronomy, grain marketing, and animal nutrition to farmer owners in Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan. Co-Alliance, we deliver. Also a reminder, again, we are streaming today's show on showbarnflix.com. The YouTube stream can be accessed. Thank you to Tipmont for being the platinum sponsor of our live streams all week here at the fair. Following the selection of our overall crossbred gilt, we will show our bred and owned class. Following that, we will take a 15-minute break between gilts and barrows. A 15-minute break between gilts and barrows.
Move into this second division with another nice class, and I think a pretty easy winner. In the black-headed gilt here, we've talked about keeping them as sound and comfortable and keeping the right angle to their joints, and she definitely has that. She couples that with as much dimension to her mid-body and rib shape as any of them. Extremely well presented, extremely good kind of a gilt there that, again, we talked about. Nice place to anchor, nice place to start. Young man did a great job on the stick for sure. Young lady continually does good there. The young lady in the red has a very highly presented gilt there, fresh about her skin and hair. I like her maturity pattern, height of shoulder, and extension as good as any of them in this class here. She's got a big upper hip there as well. She gets a little easier in her top line, a little bit harder in her center when we compare to our class winner, and ideally we could change her rear leg in her ever so slightly, but she's got a good look. Again, a fresh mate kind of a gilt there to be in second. Young man ends up in 3, and I think just from a pattern perspective, she follows that gilt in second pretty easily. Very, very tall about the point of her shoulders. She's extended ahead of her blade. She's also long out of her hip there, and that allows her to be up there in the top end of this class. At the same time, she's a little bit staler about her body, her skin and hair. Just wanted to soften her up and her look just a nickel, and that's where this gilt's advantage. The red listed gilt is an ultra big bodied, a very, very wide made kind of a gilt there. Gets a little chubbier for me. I'd like to peel her back from a condition standpoint, and she gets a little bit lower down to the surface. Just want to pick her up from a frame size perspective as well. We kind of round out the set again. It comes down to just a structural aspect, and maybe want to alter them from a skeletal build perspective just a nickel. There's another good class of crossbreds for sure. Let's show them how much we appreciate their hard work. Great big round of applause. They head back to the barn. Good job.
Results from Class 23, Crossbred Gilts. First, Keegan Spray. Second, Harley Bowerman. Third, Alton Hedrick. Fourth, Ella Lindenman. Fifth, Dwight Peters. Sixth, Ella Lindenman. Seventh, Kane Storms. In the ring is Class 24, Crossbred Gilts. Gilts weighing 257 to 268. We'd like to thank Tractor Supply Company for donating the bedding that's being used in the stalling pens and the makeup ring. Thank you to them for that donation.
Awfully good class here, and as they kind of peeled in, I knew the quality was even going to jump to a little bit higher level in this particular set, and it does become a top pair. And I think there's a little bit of trade-off. I'm sure there's going to be differences of opinion there, but anytime it gets close, I usually always, when I was training judging teams or whenever I'm judging shows, I try to just evaluate them on an individual merit, and the one that's the toughest to pick a hole in needs to end up being our class winner, and that's the black-headed gilt there. Again, compared to ideal, and again, just on an individual merit, that is an awfully good design gilt. It's got a great look ahead of her shoulder. She's level in her top line. Incredible about her body dimension. I like her muscle texture. I like her muscle shape. And then she's one of those that even though I'd like her to cross the ring at just a little bit faster and more athletic clip, she's extremely deliberate in her step and very functional at the surface. She's got a great bend to her rear leg, a good rear toe design in her as well. That's just a very, very good kind of a gilt. Ideally, we could stouten her bone work in her just a bit, and that's what makes it tough, because then we start comparing them, and there's an extremely heavy-legged, heavy-duty kind of a gilt to be into. She's stouter about her jaw and her arm and her rear leg. She's just a stouter constructed gilt, and she's one of those gilts. If we put sole emphasis on bone and single trait that, then she needs to end up being our class winner. And yet still at the same time, that's a good attractive gilt there about her head and her ear set. She's got a big back and a big end, and so she offers a lot of things there that you could latch onto and say there needs to be her winner. Individually, though, that's a gilt there that gets a little easier in her top line. I thought she wanted to search and get a little bit wide whenever she left you, just not quite as comfortable in her rear step compared to ideal. And then we had a structural improvement in the young man's black-headed gilt. So a lot of talk between two very, very high-quality gilts there, the closest pair that we've had in the highest quality class that we've had so far. The gilt that comes in three just kind of need to land in this particular spot there, a dimensional gilt there that I think offers some frame size. I think she offers some growth, very consistent about her body shape there as well. As we've said, she wants to come at you a little bit narrower there through her chest, goes away from you and wants to draw in her hock ever so slightly. She's stouter at the surface and just has more center cavity to her than the next gilt here. Young man did a nice job with the extra tall fronted, big outline, level design gilt there. She gets more closed about her hoof design and smaller right there at the surface, just a little more fragile in the way that she's put together. The next young man's gilt here is heavier muscled. I still think she's got a really good stout skull and ear set. She's big in the center portion of her stifle, but there's that view that ends up sliding her where she does, because she wants to get a little out at her hock, just wants to get a little bit different in her rear structure, make her more comfortable, and then she ends up being higher in the class. White gilt ends up rounding out a high quality class, extra tall fronted, good looking kind of a gilt there, just closes up underneath a bit too much. Good class. Congratulations to those kiddos once again.
Results from Class 24 Crossbred Gilts. First, Brecken Good. Second, Leah Emmenizer. Third, Brody Martin. Fourth, Finley Rice. Fifth, Evan Purcell. Sixth, Kenneth Rose. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Division II Crossbred Gilt. In the ring from Class 23, Keegan Spray and Harley Bowerman. From Class 24, Brecken Good and Leah Emmenizer. Our champion Division II Crossbred Gilt banner is sponsored by Acre Pro Kyle Spray, and our reserve champion D2 Cross Gilt banner sponsored by Beck's Hybrids Ben DeFries.
Well, there's only two classes in this division, but definitely doesn't say that the quality isn't going to be just as good as any of them, because the top end was exceptionally good. That first class there, the young man won here closest to me. That gilt won pretty handily. I loved her body shape. I think she's very good in her hip and rear leg design. She reached out about a bone worker where I like them to be from a bone perspective, because she's still good and clean about her joints and square and good in her hoof design there as well. Compared to the two that we just visited about there in that last class, she's a little bit plainer about her neck and her design up front, just a little bit plainer in her shape, and maybe doesn't hit you just from a look and presence standpoint quite as much as those. But boy, her function's good, body shape's awesome. The young man did a great job driving her for sure. The one that's second that class is maybe the tallest fronted, the most extended, the latest maturing. Gets a little snakier about her body, if you will, and maybe just needs to be more coordinated as she leaves you. Young lady did a great job, skin and hair there, and presentation is awesome. We just talked about those two that just came out of the last class, and the black-headed gilt is so attractive and so elegant about her front end. Her ear set just adds to that there. When she comes in, she's so freshly presented. She's about as dead level and perfect in her top line as you could ever make one. And a lot of times when they flex and go as good as she does, they'll get a little bit easier, and I guess some would say more flexible in their top line. But she stays so collected in her spine, her underline's level, that just gives her a balanced look here from the side. And even though we talked about in class there, I'd like her to just go at a faster clip. Her bend and give to her hawk is awesome. I think she's very deliberate in her step there. She's not the stouter boned one of the two, as we just talked about, because boy, this gilt that goes second in that class is so stout featured, so thick about her arm. Her rear leg is great big and dimensional there. She's good about her body and aggressive about her shape. I wanted to strengthen her top line in her just a bit there, and even though I call her functional, in that class she wanted to search a little bit behind. So again, we re-talked all these four. I thought the kids deserved a little bit longer drive. I like the first and second out of the class to be our champion and reserve. Let's give the young man a big round of applause. Young lady will be reserved there in the blue.
Champion Division II Crossbred Gilt, exhibited by Brecken Good. Reserve Champion Division II Crossbred Gilt, exhibited by Leah Emmenizer. In the ring is class 25, crossbred gilts, gilts weighing 277 to 284.
Another nice class here. The chromed up gilt, I think, needs to win this particular set, and I really like her from a design perspective. From the profile, that one's probably as balanced and attractive as that we've had. She's tall about the point of her shoulder, and you know, there's so many times there we talk about ones that run uphill, and really they're usually just kind of level. This one actually runs uphill just a bit. I really like that about her. She's got an attractive look about her. I'm not saying she's the softest and biggest middled, but she's consistent about her rib design. She's level out of her rump and square in her build there. Again, on the individual merit, that was the hardest to pick a hole in for sure. The young man did a great job driving that gilt, presented her extremely well. Young lady in two with the red belted gilt there always does a good job on the stick and has brought a competitive set of pigs there to the fair for sure. This gilt is equally
physically as stout and wide and powerful as she leaves you. I like her extra length of body and extension. She looks like she can make a great big gilt, maintain her composition there. Comparatively to our winner, though, she's not as square coming at you. She's not as square leaving you as well. I thought that even though she was a deep body gilt there, she wasn't as round about her rib as our winner, but still a very, very good gilt to be in too. Young lady did a nice job with another chromed up gilt in third. Sound and comfortable, a very feminine gilt there, ahead of her shoulder, long out of her hump there as well. When she came right at you though, and you had her drive to you, she just got too flat about her blade, and her forearm just had to open her up and give her a notch more dimension all the way through. The thin belted gilt here is level design and deep bodied. She's bigger in her arm. She's bigger in her footwork. I just need to freshen her look up in her just a bit. Young lady in 5 has a big old stout wide body gilt here. Looks like she may be just favoring her front end just a bit more. She just need to be more comfortable on the go to move her up any higher. Then we round out the class here with a very sound, very comfortable gilt there. Again, just not enough to her to move her up in this this competitive class. Let's put our hands together again for another good set of Crossbred exhibitors. Did a great job.
Results from Class 25 Crossbred Gilts. First, Brody Martin. Second, Ainsley Stonecipher. Third, Carly Bymaster. Fourth, Josie Kendall. Fifth, Avery Moore. Sixth, Tessa Rice. In the ring is Class 26 Crossbred Gilts. Gilts weighing 285 to 287.
kind of interesting class as we move here in the heavyweight division. We start with the red marked or tricolor gilt here. She needs to win pretty easily, and a gilt there that's got a great look about her, huge about her back shape, and aggressive about her loin edge, and still at the same time she's got some dimension to her blade and her chest. I'm not going to call her the softest middled one, as we said sometimes, but more importantly, she's round about her forerib and consistent about her body design there. I'd like her to get and go just a little bit more comfortably or a little more flexibly off of either end, but still a good design, attractive kind of a gilt there that's got a great amount of shape to her. I guess the decision would be between 2 and 3, and the young lady's blue belted gilt ends up being in second just because she designs up so much better there from the profile. She's stronger in her top line and better at her hip loin junction on an individual merit. That's still a big outline gilt there that's got some power about her. She's not nearly as fresh as the gilts on either end of her or either side of her in this particular class. We could stouten her up about her bone just a nickel as well, but still a good kind of a gilt there. She's just so much better there again in her top line. Young man did a great job of getting everything he could out of this belted gilt here that comes in 3. Absolutely monstrous in terms of the depth of her body and dimension there. She's soft, she's sound enough at the ground for sure. He was able to get her go across the ring in an athletic clip. I just couldn't get past her top line and the way she hooked there at her hip loin to move her up in the top pair, but he did a very good job driving a gilt there that just needed to be designed from the side a bit better. Big, powerful, high-performing kind of a gilt here comes next. She's got as much dimension and width as any of them, just kind of hesitant on the drive. I don't know if she's skinned a pad or a little injured there behind. She just has to come to ground just a little bit more securely there from behind. Blue gilt and the belted one that rounds out are very similar. I think they match each other from a frame size and extension standpoint. Look like good doing kind of females there in terms of depth of body. They both need to be just a little bit wider and just a bit bolder coming at you, but still a good class. Congratulations to those kiddos. Let's give them another big round of applause.
Results from Class 26 Crossbred Gilts. First, Milena Emmenizer. Second, Avery Moore. Third, Devin Kennedy. Fourth, Ella Carlson. Fifth, Jack Gilbert. Sixth, Ryder Herman. In the ring is Class 27 Crossbred Gilts. Gilts weighing 295 to 344. A reminder, after we select our overall champion and reserve Crossbred Gilts, we will have our bred and owned class. If you received an orange card from Kayla earlier, you will come back for that bred and owned class, and then we will take a 15-minute break before beginning the barrows.
think we got another nice class to round out things. You know, we get these upper weights, and even though that we're in that 3 1/4 mark on average there, we've been to a lot of shows here lately that get even bigger. But whenever we get them big like this, they start showing their structural deficits just a bit more, or maybe things just start coming out a bit more, and that's probably what we see in here. But there's quality all the way through. So for 5 individuals, we probably took more time on this particular class there. But I think we got a real high quality one to win. The black-headed gilt there has got a great look about her. I like her design from this side. I think she balances very well. Everything fits and matches extremely good. She's big and square up top. I think she's genuine in her width when she comes at you. She's big in her pin set. And even though I called her sound enough to win this particular class, we'd like to collect her, maybe make her just a little bit more comfortable as she leaves you. I don't know if we found a structural improvement to this particular set that definitely offered that much quality, that much look and design. Young lady's brought a nice set of projects to the fair for sure. Congratulations to her. The fresher one of the pair is the young lady's black gilt. I think she did an awesome job in terms of, again, skin and hair presentation. I love her forerib dimension. She's got a big wide blade, and yet still she's just seamless in the way that she transitioned in her forerib, and that's because she's got a lot of center body cavity working in her. Translate that up, and there's a bunch of spread, and she's big and broad back there as well. With all that extra width, though, you get in behind her, and she wanted to get a little wider at her hock. I wanted to change and alter her foot design just a bit as she came down to the turf. She maybe wanted to get a little bit funny there behind, but still very good kind of a gilt there. Her width and power up top particularly is what placed her over the blue gilt here. Young lady's done a nice job all day again. This one's maybe the biggest footed and the squarest toed that we had out here in the top trio. That's why I got close, because right at the surface I preferred her as much as any of them, but then you start coming up, and compared to the other gilts in this heavyweight class, she's a little flatter ribbed, a little plainer back, just wasn't gauged as wide all the way through. Again, I thought she was more comfortable than the next gilt here. This one may be truly as stout as any of them, both in terms of features, stoutness of jaw and skull and back. She's the steepest out of her rump and the straightest in her hock, and from a mobility standpoint, I wanted to alter her just a bit. Deep-bodied, soft, pliable gilt rounds out the top 5. She's got to a heavyweight status and maintains some width there as well. She's a gilt there a little bit plainer about her muscle shape and design, a little frailer in her bone work as well. But that was a nice way to end the crossbred class, probably the most challenging one that we've had to put together. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. Good set of heavyweight crossbred gilts.
Results from Class 27 crossbred gilts. First, Brenna Snowert. Second, Kinsley Beck. Third, Isabel Tyson. Fourth, Brock DeFries. Fifth, Emma Clarkson. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Division III crossbred gilt. Coming out of Class 25, Brody Martin. Out of Class 26, Milena Emmenizer. And out of Class 27, Brenna Snowert. Your champion Division III crossbred gilt banner is sponsored by Melody Klauser, crop insurance specialist. And your reserve champion D3 cross gilt banner is sponsored by Neil Mosley family.
I've enjoyed working through the crossbred gilt division here, and honestly, with the exception of maybe one class, they all fallen together fairly logically. And as I said in a couple of the other classes there, when the pigs are presented correctly, skin and hair's right, feel is right, showmanship is right, and that they've worked as hard as they have to get to the fair like these kids have, it makes it easier for me. It's easier to see them. You can kind of evaluate them just a bit more, and that's why the classes get fairly logical there for me. It's just my matter of opinion, or it's just a matter of opinion and my personal preference when you come out here, because the quality has been very, very good. Let's give these kiddos that won their class in this heavyweight division a big hand, and we've got a good set of them to work with for sure. What I like about it is there's so much variation in each one of those classes, and then when we pull those class winners together, as I said before, I'm not a judge that believes that every class winner has to be a cookie cutter mold of each one of them. You play the hand that you're dealt, and you try to get the one that's the very best together. But it's been nice because we've been able to have class winners that do resemble each other. I think these three do. From a design perspective, you can tell that I'm always drawn to hogs that have a good look about them. They're tall fronted. Their design is extremely good from a presence perspective, but then everything fits and everything matches. They look like they were fed into that particular weight class. However they were managed at home, they fit, they were fresh, and they weren't overdone in one particular fashion, one direction or not. And so again, good heavyweight division for sure. I think all three of them have their cases that you could be made to be our champion. I'm a big first impression guy, and the one that ended up winning is the one that hit me the hardest. Look, design, balance, proportionality, squareness of build. Again, on individual merit, the hardest to pick a hole in. Winner of Class 1 is going to be our champion. Let's give that young man a big hand.
Champion Division 3 Crossbred gilt, shown by Brody Martin. That brings out Ainsley Stonecipher's second place gilt.
For me, it's probably just a little bit closer for champion. We brought in that second place gilt, and that was a nice class. And I like this gilt's extra length of body and length of front end. I know that's something that these days we don't talk about much, but if we can get them longer body, we can get them more extended, obviously we're going to grow a little bit faster, and maybe we're going to be able to perform just a bit better. And when we can do that and still have body depth, still have dimension, and with the skeleton there, then I think that we should do so. This gilt comes in, is right in the mix. I don't know if from behind she's maybe as correct as she goes away from you compared to that winner or ideal, but still she's a mobile kind of a gilt there that fits right in the mix there. The big heavyweight gilt there is kind of wanting to give up on us just a little bit, and a lot of times those big girls do. She's probably the biggest ribbed and the biggest centered. She's a gilt there that reads a little shorter out of her rump, a little bit straighter out of her hock there, but still very, very good. You did a nice job. Let's keep on driving, but did a good job. The one that won that second class is great big back, tall fronted, and very, very attractive. As we talked about in class, I'd like her to go just a little bit more athletically, but she's maintained a long drive or maintained that comfort level during a long drive, and so she's got a lot of quality about her for sure. Again, three young ladies did a great job with them. I like the winner of Class 2 to be our reserve champion. Let's give her a big hand.
Reserve Champion Division 3 Crossbred gilt, exhibited by Milena Immenizer. Reminder, we will be showing for an overall champion and reserve crossbred gilt. We will then move into our bred and owned class, and then we will take a 15-minute break before starting with the barrows. We are now showing for our champion and reserve champion overall crossbred gilt. Out of Division 1, Reese Arnold. Your champion from Division 2, Brecken Good. And your Division 3 champion, Brody Martin. Your overall champion crossbred gilt banner is sponsored by Evan and Kayla Martin, and your reserve champion overall crossbred gilt banner sponsored by the Grogan and Martin families.
As I just stated there, I had a lot of fun working through the Crossbred Gilt Show, and it's nice when things kind of come at a fast clip and things that come together fairly logically. And honestly, as I said there before, we've got a lot of livestock to work through today, and I'm kind of the guy there that once I know what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull the trigger and go ahead and name a placing. I hope that we didn't that it didn't feel rushed, because we got kind of in a groove and things went, and try to give everybody a equal look. Or I think we did that today. The kids did a great job, and it's it's just one of those things that you get in a rhythm and have a lot of fun. And again, I've got my opinion. It's just that, but I'm very, very happy with the 3 division winners that we come out here. Young man on the far side shows that lightweight division, and he had a good day today at the fair and won all 3 of those lightweight classes. And that gilt got to be champion because of her hip and rear leg design. Absolutely loved her body dimension, and she is a dimensional gilt there that's got a lot of substance, spread, a wide constructed gilt that's still square in her build. You know, ideally we could fix her front feet and just prop her up on her pastern a bit more strongly and comfortably there, but she's right in the mix because she offers a lot of good for sure. The middleweight division was the toughest division, even though there was only 2 classes. We probably stacked the quality in as deep as any of them there. That gilt comes in and is so attractive about her head and neck and ear set. She looks like a show gilt as she enters the ring there, and above just her presence and attractiveness, skin, hair, clip job is incredibly good there, and that always aids to the competitiveness of them. Absolutely impressed with how level and good and collected she is in her top line. She's cranked real high about her pin set and her tail set, and we commented in class, even though she's not the fastest moving, I'm sure you'd like her to go across the ring just faster. She's deliberate in her step, and she's still got bend to her hock, and she's corrected the surface. She's ideal in terms of body shape and consistency of rib. That's just a very, very good individual. Critics will say she needs to be a little stouter legged. She fits for me, and I think won that division. Won a tough division and definitely represents the Crossbred deal extremely good. Winner of the last division is one that I talked about individually. It's hard to pick a hole in. Extremely square in her design and her build. I think she's the most elevated in terms of her height, the shoulder. She's the biggest outline, and I like that about her. Heavyweight gilt should be that, and still at the same time she's got some dimension to her. She's a little plainer about her shape and design and look as she comes in here compared to the other 2, but again, she fits right in the mix for sure. So congratulations to these 3 guys. We had a really good Crossbred division. Winner of the 2nd division needs to be our champion, though. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Champion overall Crossbred gilt is the Division 2 champion exhibited by Brecken Good. That brings out Leah Immunizer's reserve champion.
We talked about how good that division was there just briefly, but we drop in this second place, our reserve champion, Division 2, and you can tell how good that division was. This one has some extras and some far-reaching pieces there that we gravitate to, particularly in terms of just stoutness of feature and arm and bone work. Beautiful skin and hair coat, great about her back shape. Again, awesome about her rib. We wanted to collect her from behind just a bit and maybe just strengthen her top line ever so slightly, but we load that one up for the fair. You're excited and we plan to get along. She's the second best one. Let's put our hands together for her.
Reserve champion overall Crossbred is also out of Division 2, exhibited by Leah Immunizer. As we conclude our gilt show this morning, we have one final class. You will not find this class in your show program. This class always gets cobbled together as we go through the gilt show, but this is our Bred known division. All of these gilts were not only shown by the 4-H'ers, but were also raised by them last winter. And so what you have here is a project where the 4-H'ers have raised these animals from the time they were born until county fair. And so this is a project where we've got a lot of hard work beyond even what some of the others have. So let's give these folks a nice round of applause for this Bred known division. One more chance to show these gilts that have had a good show already this morning. Our champion bred and owned gilt will receive a banner sponsored by Patrick and Melinda O'Neill. And the reserve champion bred and owned gilt banner will be sponsored by Dave and Linda Swank.
Well, I think a really good division here. You know, we started out the day, we had that, I don't know what we even called it, before market, aftermarket, whatever we called the first division, out of market, but we had a class for pigs that didn't weigh in for the kids to go ahead and exhibit, and I think that's awesome. We've started some over and under classes there in Texas, and you know, a lot of times we just run into a hiccup along the way in the feeding period, and those kids work just as hard. They should be able to exhibit their pigs, maybe not be able for the top prizes, but still be out here and exhibit them, and so I think that's awesome. And like we said so many times, as many times as we can get the kids and get the opportunity to get out here and show, we should, particularly at the county level. But I think this one particular division is absolutely awesome to have, and you know, we get 6 individuals out here. The kids are working hard. I can tell you, as a breeder and have a kids show and try to help other kids, if you raise them, it means even that much more to you. And I'd say it doesn't belittle the kids that don't raise them, but it means a lot whenever you've ferreted them out and grown them up to this point. Get out here and show and get them rewarded. It does mean a lot to these kids. I think it's awesome that we have this division, and I'd challenge everybody ringside, if you think raising pigs is easy, just jump in there and get it. You're going to learn a lot really fast. So I commend these exhibitors and families for having them. What's really neat out here too is we've got 6 individuals. All of these were competitive. I think we've got several breed and reserve breed champions represented out here. So if you would, put your hands together for all 6 of these kiddos. They did an awesome job. We just pick a champion and reserve, but really neat division out here. So for me, the champion's pretty easy. I like this gilt a lot from a look and design perspective. She offers width, she offers mobility, she offers rib, and a well-presented one. The Spot's going to end up being our champion. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations on a very good day. I think reserve gets a little bit closer. I think you've got differences that you can go. The one that ends up being our reserve champion for me, when you get a real good look at her, she's easily the best in terms of her skeletal build, range of motion from behind, leg design's the very best. Young man on the far side with that Duroc gilt has a reserve champion bred and owned. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Champion bred and owned gilt exhibited by Parker Johnson. Reserve champion bred and owned gilt exhibited by Reese Arnold. We will now take a 15-minute break before we begin with Berkshire barrows. 15-minute break. Good morning. We are going to resume our swine show with our barrow show. Just an announcement that we will take a 45-minute lunch break after the Durocs. After the Durocs, we will take a 45-minute lunch break. We resume our swine show with Class 28 Berkshire barrows, barrows weighing 222 to 235.
We move into our market hog show here, and I think we got a really good class of Berkshires to kick off things, and I think we'll have a competitive show for sure on the barrow side. I think it was a really competitive top pair. There's some give and take, and really there's 1 and 3 that even offers some class advantages. We all opted to use the young lady there in the lighter blue shirt there to win this particular class, and I think if we step off to the side and just study him from a profile, that one stays leveler and better in his top line. I think he's a bit more flexible out of his hip and his rear leg than the barrow comes in second, and he couples that with a little bit stouter feature and forearm and rear leg size there. You know, we could maybe free him in just a little crest at the top of his neck, iron him out of those wrinkles there at his hip loin just ever so slightly, but that's a good high quality Berkshire barrow to win this particular set. The one that comes in second is awfully good, and like I said, I called it a top pair. This one blends a bit better at his hip loin junction. I think a real stout made kind of a barrow from a muscle standpoint. He's still square about his edge and hooks up good there as he leads into his rump. At the same time, he's a little bit further about his bone work in comparison to our winner, and then you start studying from the side. He gets a little higher in his spine, maybe wants to round out of his hip just a bit, just want to level him in his top line ever so slightly. Still a very, very good kind of a barrow. And as we said, there are some even class advantages in the one that comes in 3. That one's probably really the boldest through his chest and his blade. He matches that power as he leaves you the width between his stifle and the center portion of his ham. Ironically, though, he's actually the plainest up top. He's the flattest about his loin edge and the most nondescript out of his hip. He's a longer bodied barrow, and I don't mind that, but it kind of takes away from his proportionality when you start studying him there from the side. He still had more to him than the barrow that comes in next. Obviously, this one has that sheath swelling that you'd like to change that just a bit, but more importantly, he wanted to narrow up underneath just a bit more. Still stout about his bone and good about his design there. The next barrow here is extra long bodied. Still has some muscle whenever he leaves you. Gets a little flatter about his rib, but I think he's a little sounder than the next pair that rounds out the class. Again, a good way to kick off the Market Hog show. Let's show him our appreciation with a big round of applause once again.
Results from Class 28 Berkshire Barrows. First, Leah Emmenizer. Second, Peyton Klauser. Third, Ava Carlson. Fourth, Kaylin Cheeseman. Fifth, Corbin Bolhofer. Sixth, Kerrigan Kitchell. Seventh, Carson Brook. Now showing Class 29 Berkshire Barrows. Barrows weighing 249 to 278. We'd like to again thank Tractor Supply Company for donating the bedding that's being used in the placing pins and the makeup ring. Thank you for that donation.
I think a little more interesting class here in Class 2. We ended up starting with a little barrow there to win the class the young man drives, and he's a little smaller framed, and for me, he just looks like one of those that might have caught the wrong end of a weight break, but that's in regardless. For me, size and kind of as they come in here, we'll sort of evaluate them on individual merit as we've talked about, and that's a sound structured Berkshire barrow that's huge about his body, and he's got the advantage of that particular pair in terms of squareness of loin edge and just shape to his upper skeleton. He's a barrow there that offers enough width the chest. He's wide and true whenever he leaves you. A good design kind of a barrow. You know, ideally we could pick him up off the surface and just make him a little bit bigger about his outline, and that's where he gets close, because I do think we've got a longer bodied option that comes in too. That's still got some height to shoulder and some product about him. At the same time, he's a little bit higher in his chine, a little plainer about his loin edge. I didn't read him as fresh as our class winner it is, but still muscular barrow there that can go across the ring comfortably and needs to be up there in the top pair. I like his composition maybe just a bit better than the next barrow in 3. This one's heavy-legged and got a big end on him. At the same time, he's shorter about his neck and maybe a little steeper out of his rump. You can maybe peel him back in terms of his condition up front there just a bit. He came at you wider than the next barrow here, really deep-sided, and again, there's a lot of muscle and power in all of these Berkshire barrows here. This one from the side didn't design up quite as well. It maybe got a little bit narrow in his chest floor. I thought about switching this pair because I like this guy spread up top. He's maybe one of the heavier muscled ones in terms of just dimension of ham of any of them, but he is also a little bit coarser about his front end, a little rounder in his makeup. And we rounded out the class with one of the bigger, later maturing ones there. That's probably the one that just falls out of market hog shape and muscularity to move up any higher.
Results from Class 29 Berkshire Barrows. First, Blake Smith. Second, Ava Leader. Third, Avery Moore. Fourth, Suzanne Roberts. Fifth, Mark Inskeep. Sixth, Aubrey Reed. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Berkshire Barrow. Out of Class 28, Leah Emmenizer and Peyton Klauser. Out of Class 29, Blake Smith and Ava Leader. Your champion Berkshire Barrow banner is sponsored by Owl Creek Farm. Your reserve champion Berkshire Barrow banner sponsored by Neil Mosley family.
Again, a good way to kick off the Market Hog Show, and we've got 4 really nice individuals here. We've got a pair of lightweights. I called that a pair. I still think they resemble each other in terms of being fresh, lightweight hogs there that still has some reach about them, but they definitely are on target today. They offered width and muscularity. I think there's definitely show bears out there. There's differences in terms of levelness, or maybe differences in terms of bone work, but a nice pair of pigs for sure. There's more contrast in the heavyweights. The one that just won that last class is sound and good and correct about his skeleton, good about his body, a dimensional kind of a barrow there. Ideally, I just like to make him a little bit bigger framed. Probably the one that has the most stretch, was second in that class, but he wasn't quite as fresh as the other 3 that are out here in the champion drive. But a good set of Berkshires. Again, a great way to kick off our Market Hog Show. We're going to keep those lightweights together. The 2 young ladies here closest to me have champion reserve. Let's give them a hand.
Champion Berkshire Barrow exhibited by Leah Emmenizer. Reserve champion Berkshire Barrow exhibited by Peyton Klauser. In the ring is Class 30 Chester White Barrows, barrows weighing 221 to 245. Reminder again, we will be taking a 45-minute lunch break after the Durocs.
we're going to end up with two classes of Chesters, and as good as this top pair is, as close as I'm going to say the placing is, you probably couldn't get two that looked a whole lot more different, and that's perfectly okay in a market hog setting and the endpoint destination here. The young man closest needs to win this particular class there. In my mind, he's so big about his chest and his blade. He's got more to him from a skeletal stoutness standpoint. He's dimensional when he leaves you, and still a very sound, comfortable Chester barrow there for sure. He's a little more breed character, I guess, in terms of his crest and his front end. We could slick him up front just a nickel better. From there back, he's the clear-cut winner in my mind. That's kind of a Chester barrow to win. Now, there's no doubt we can all see that this one that ends up in second is so much cleaner about his jaw, so neat about his head, neck, a look and presence there. And honestly, that's the kind that I'm always drawn to when they've got that kind of attractive look with still some height to shoulder. He's still a big back kind of a barrow there. But if you start studying his footwork and bone work, he is obviously just a bit more frail, a little bit more fragile in that regard. I could probably give him a wash there if he was just a bit sounder off of his rear tube. But that's being pretty critical. Close to top pair, very big contrasting. There's just more to that one that won. The one that comes in 3 is a stout made barrow from a width of body standpoint. He probably matches our class winner as good as any of them. We can all see he's hurting on those front feet as much as we say we could tolerate there. He just needs to be propped up and be more secure on his front feet there to move him up any higher. I thought the ones from there down were maybe fairly close placings. This barrow here is a deep-bodied, soft, pliable one. Needs to be stronger in his top line, and we round out the class with a big-framed one. They just need more muscle there as he left you. Good class, interesting top pair for sure. Let's give them all a big hand.
Results from Class 30, Chester White Barrows. First, Keegan Spray. Second, Parker Johnson. Third, Brooklyn Spray. Fourth, Ethan Knoll. Fifth, Abby Griffith. In the ring is Class 31, Chester White Barrows, weighing 254 to 275.
We start with the young lady's big barrow here. Not only is the big heavyweight barrow of this particular set, he's also the most powerful one. And when he comes right at you in this top pair, he's got the distinct advantage in terms of having a big flat sternum working in him, big dimensional blade. And we've talked about this several times. We get them that blown open and that wide coming at you. A lot of times they'll want to roll out at their elbow, and yet at the same time, this one keeps it tucked into his body functionally. He's got a big back, a round rib cage, tons of muscle when he leaves you. You know, he's got a little crest. Usually comes along with the Chester deal there. Maybe every once in a while they want to swing just a nickel behind, but that's a freshly presented, powerful, good kind of a heavyweight kind of a Chester barrow. Congratulations to that young lady. I like the barrow that comes in two from the side. I like him as good as the winner. He pulls down deep in terms of his rib and flank, and yet still level about his underline. Very, very level out of his rump there as well, and he probably functions just as comfortably from behind, but coming right at you. He tends to narrow up through his chest and flatten through his blade when you compare him to that real powerful winner. He still had more to him than the next trio that come down. We've kind of got to lump these three together. They're all three designed to very, very similarly. Long body kind of a barrows there that have some bone work in them. Of that trio, the young man there in the lighter colored shirt had a wider based, square hawked one. All of those barrows, I just want to open them up through their chest, maybe moderate them from a length of body's perspective, just freshen them just a nickel, but they're soft and pliable, good functional kind of a pigs there. Congratulations to each one of those Chester exhibitors. Let's give them a big hand.
Results from Class 31, Chester White Barrows. First, Caden Semenizer. Second, Blake Miller. Third, Marcus Kane. Fourth, Marcinda Kane. Fifth, Marshall Kane. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Chester Barrow. From Class 30, Keegan Spray and Parker Johnson. From Class 31, Caden Semenizer, Blake Miller. Your champion Chester White Barrow banner is sponsored by the Donald W. Brown Memorial, and your reserve champion Chester White Barrow banner is sponsored by Dr. Jerry Preuss.
Well, I think we had a really good Chester drive here, and I think get those top pair of each class. I think they really represent the breed well. I think there could be a lot of differences, particularly on each one of those pairs there, as we talked about in that lightweight group. Young man's closest to me is just was so much more powerful, and particularly when he goes away from you, he had the distinct advantage, not in terms of just spread through his upper hip and center stifle, but he was square at his hock, and particularly just better in his rear foot placement. That's the soundest Chester that we were presented today that has that much power and width, and still, even though he's got a bit more front end than I'd say ideal, everything fits and kind of matches together. The wild looking one was definitely the second place one in there. Like we said in class, I'm always drawn to those attractive bears there that have a good look about them. I like that jawline, I like that presence that he has, and he still has a big back. I don't know if he's just correct enough out of his rear leg. We'd like to just stouten him up as he leaves you just a nickel, and that's why he placed where he did, but that's one you could be very excited about. I'm going to say 2 or 3 weeks down, that one's even better for sure. We got our heavyweight barrows that are obviously at that status and maintain their composition well. That class winner is so powerful. That's the most powerful ended one that we had in the top end of the group there. He's big backed. He's still very, very fresh, very good and true and lean about his makeup, but still offers a big rib cage and a big chest for him. We talked about his crest. Maybe he gets a little bit harder out of his rear leg every once in a while. Nice, functional, practical one that was second right behind him. And so we've got a good set of Chesters. Again, a lot of differences. Usually that breed offers that. The one that combines power and correctness is the lightweight. He's going to be our champion. It's hard to deny the power of the heavyweight. He's going to end up being our reserve.
Champion Chester White Barrow, exhibited by Caden Semenizer. Reserve champion, exhibited by Keegan Spray. Correction in the Chester division. Champion was exhibited by Keegan Spray. Reserve, Caden Semenizer. In the ring is Class 32 Duroc barrows, weighing 230 to 243. Again, a reminder, we will take a 45-minute lunch break after selecting reserve champion Duroc barrow.
We've got a big Duroc division here, and we start with a very interesting class. To start with the young man there on the far side, that is a very good kind of a barrow there that maybe didn't get quite the drive that the other ones did. I think he's kind of a knucklehead to deal with, and didn't want to overwork him there. But if you get that barrow off and study him for what he is, he's very good about his chest and his rib. He's more genuine in terms of his base width, and he leaves you in square. And his hog design there, a barrow there that maybe gets a little bit more forward in terms of his forearm, and maybe compensates in terms of his front foot placement. But I had a pretty good idea that one just was better in terms of his skeletal dimension, constructed just a bit wider than the other pair. When we finally got him off the fence and kind of were able to study him, he definitely proved that there. Again, reset his shoulder and forearm just a bit. I don't know that we have a structural improvement that offers that amount of width and dimension, that amount of power, and still a very good design barrow from the profile as well. The one that comes in second, I like from a height to shoulder perspective, maybe the levelest rumped one of those top three. Along with that, he's tighter out of his upper hip than our class winner. He's a barrow that doesn't offer quite as much chest and blade as our winner did as well. But that one is very, very good from the profile. Man, a very good job driving him as well. I thought his head and neck came out of his body at a better angle, and his letter, his rump than the next barrow here. This one has some class advantages because he's a shorter backed kind of a barrow that drops down deeper in his rib. He's still a barrow there that's got some dimension to his upper body. You get him behind him, though, he tends to draw in at his hock just a bit. You'd like to square him and open him up about his foot design right at the surface. And maybe, again, he comes at you just a little bit narrower than that top pair. Redesign his front end ever so slightly. But a good barrow. Compositionally, I thought he was just a bit better than the ones below him. This barrow here has got a big upper hip and pin set working in him. A little lower front end, wants to run downhill just a bit. Maybe not quite as fresh in his look there as well. I thought he was a bit trimmer than the next real powerful barrow here. Muscle's really not an issue in any of these red barrows in this first class there. Maybe it just comes to a matter of that one's just pushed just a little bit harder. I'd like to trim him back from a fat standpoint, if you will, just ever so slightly. Then we go on the other end of the spectrum. Really tall fronted, extended, lean made, high cut ability one here. He's got to be stouter about his bone work and just a notch wider base as he leaves you. Interesting class. Good way to kick off the Durocs. Congratulations to each one of those kiddos.
Results of Class 32 Duroc barrows. First, Corbin Bolhofer. Second, Brady Miller. Third, Sophie Royer. Fourth, Kaylin Tilley. Fifth, Marcinda Kane. Sixth, Brady Miller. In the ring is Class 33 Duroc barrows. Barrows weighing 247 to 250.
I'm sure we're going to have a very good market hog show. We had a good breeding guild show, and it's already kicking off to be very competitive here. And we're only in the second class of red ones, and yet I bet we don't have a lot tougher class than what we have here. These three young ladies brought three very, very high quality, well presented kind of market hogs out here that still have some future, and I think there's a lot of trade-off to work with them. You step back and start studying them, though, and again, we talk about an individual perspective and then start comparing in the three. We need to start with the young lady's barrow here closest to me. That barrow's got a great look about him. He's very good about his center body. I love how deep he comes down to his chest and his heart, and yet still at the same time attractive through the foreportion of his skeleton. His body reads productive, and yet still a barrow there that balances well. Where he's got the distinct advantage on the other pair is right at the surface. Whenever he leaves you, he plants wider and squarer about his toe set. He's got more bend and comfort there to his hock, and I think that benefits him the longer that we drive. He's a soft muscle barrow, but he's still got good muscle shape when you start studying his edge and as he leaves you there for sure. Nice kind of a barrow there. I think he won a very, very tough competitive class here. It's just as close to down. I ended up starting that pair. A young lady there in the green top ends up getting the nod in there because that barrow hit me hard when he first came in from an attractiveness standpoint. I think comparatively the 1 and 3, he's slicker about his jaw and longer from his shoulder forward. He too is actually the very best one in class in terms of the turn to his top line. He's aggressive in his shape up top, and his upper hip and stifles as good as any of them there. I think we start studying his shoulder design though, and it could be laid back on his body just a bit more comfortably compared to our class winner. He's a bit more closed about his hoof design, just a little bit more rigid off of either end of his body. That's being pretty critical. That's an attractive, high quality one. Great shape, very, very well presented. Probably the best third place one, and I hate it when judges say that, but the best third place one we've had so far are the young ladies here in the center of the ring. That one, it patterns up to that second place one extremely closely in terms of level of design and body dimension. Proportionality is very, very similar there as well. I think it just comes a matter of just length of front end, and that one too wanted to shuffle just a bit more out of his front end. But that was a good trio. Congratulations to those three exhibitors. That was a lot of fun to evaluate, and hopefully a lot of fun for y'all to watch the three really capable exhibitors show a good set of Duroc barrows for sure. Wide constructed, bold one here that needs to be a nickel sounder. Same goes with the next one here. There's tons of muscle in this guy. He's just a little bit coarser and rounder the way that he's put together. Again, it just comes to a matter of just structural deficiencies as we kind of run down because there's a world of power in this whole Duroc class here. That was really, really good. Let's show them how much we appreciate it. A great big round of applause as they head back there to the barn.
Results of Class 33 Duroc barrows. First, Milena Emmenizer. Second, Olivia Hedden. Third, Michaela Spray. Fourth, Colin Miller. Fifth, Kane Storms. Sixth, Madeline Cheeseman. Seventh, Carly Woods. In the ring is Class 34 Duroc barrows. Barrows weighing 251 to 263.
This one's just a little bit more challenging to put together. We ended up landing on the young man's barrow there in the center of the ring, and I think from just a cutability and a composition standpoint, he's the best of this particular set. He's very aggressive and good about the turn to his top line and loin edge there, big expressive upper hip and center stifle, and then he's also the one that is a tall shoulder barrow there that in this particular field of red ones, I think he's just that much more comfortable. I could maybe slick his jawline up and maybe stouten him up right at the surface just a bit, and that's why he gets close, because the next two barrows better him in that regard. We end up with a barrow there in two. The young lady closest to me is maybe the biggest centered one in this class here. He's sound and good and correct out of his hip and his rear leg. He's also just a little bit plainer about his muscle shape up top, a little bit plainer in the shape to his blade and forearm there as well. The most powerful one and the most rugged one actually lands in three, and if we just put emphasis in terms of a width of body and one of those powerful kind of a barrows there, he deserves to be our class winner. For me, though, he gets a little bit coarser, a little bit crestier at the top of his neck, just a little coarser in his bone work, if you will. A barrow there that could blend just a bit better at his transitional points, but boy, that is a big chest, big rear leg, and there's a lot of product in that guy for sure. He just outmassed the next one that comes out here. I really thought the young man did a nice job driving this barrow. Skin and hair is awesome, very smooth in his pattern and level in his design. When he came right at you, he wanted to not only come in but over in his knee. When he left you, he wanted to come in at his hock there just a bit as well. The young man in five's got a deep bodied one that ran out of just muscle shape. The same thing that goes around the end up the class, long bodied, big bone kind of a barrow here. He just needs more just a sheer muscle hog shape there, muscle shape and market hog shape there up top to move up any higher.
Placings in Class 34 Duroc barrows. First, Brady Miller. Second, Kaylin Dimmick. Third, Katie Holmes. Fourth, Cooper Bymaster. Fifth, Josiah Mosley. Sixth, Max Burke. In the ring is Class 35 Duroc barrows, barrows weighing 265 to 269.
As this class kind of came in the ring, I didn't know exactly what we were going to do, but you get off to the side, and the young people did a good job presenting them and getting them across the show ring surface here, and they came together fairly logically. We start with the stout, bulky gilt there, or barrow there on the far side, that is so round about his rib and big about his back, very, very burly and stout in his overall look, and still of the ones that we have out here, he's probably maintains his comfort level as good as any of them. Ideally, he needs to be longer fronted. He gets a little more jammed up front than I'd say ideal. But still a good kind of a barrow from there back. The more attractive individual does come in too. He's slicker about his jawline, a longer necked one there that's taller fronted and still has good muscle shape up top. I think it kind of depends on where you see his forearm and knee. For me, he was just on the wrong side of the acceptable in terms of front end structure, so he ends up being in two. We could switch that pair in terms of look and design. Again, I've just got to reset his shoulder and forearm to move him up into that class winning spot. He still had more shape up top than the next barrow here. This one's probably probably as comfortable at the surface as any of them. Very, very good in terms of his footwork. He just gets too still at the top of his shoulder, gets more bland about his loin edge and wants to close up underneath just a bit. But his structural ability to get across the ring and just to be a bit better structured is what places him over the next ones here. These all have muscle. They've all got some product about them. They just need to be a notch sounder to move up in a competitive class. Congratulations again. A nice set of red barrows, a good set of exhibitors for sure.
Placings in Class 35, Duroc barrows. First, Carly Bymaster. Second, Leah Emmenizer. Third, Lydia Biddle. Fourth, Brock Winger. Fifth, Jacob Brand. Sixth, Carson Brook. We will now be showing Class 36 Duroc barrows, barrows weighing 271 to 278.
like I said, all day we kind of scoot through some of the classes in somewhat of a rapid fashion and kind of get in a groove and go. But when we do that, we're able to save some time whenever we need to and drive on just a little bit longer when it's close decisions. And this top pair is that. I think we've got two really good kind of red barrows here, and the one that we end up winning with is just quite simply more my kind and hit me just a bit harder when he first came in. Look and presence and design is in his favor. He's slicker about his jawline. He's actually more descriptive about his back shape, particularly leading out of his shoulder. He's got more turn to his edge. He's still a great big chested kind of a barrow. Fresh about his rib. We're getting to those heavier weight categories, but he still looks like he has some future about him for sure. The reason it's close is we have another high quality thick-ended barrow here that comes in second that's actually bigger about his foot design and probably reads just a nickel bigger about his bone work as well. I think that's a dimensional barrow there for sure. That compared to our class winners, just a bit deeper tying about his neck. He's maybe not quite as fresh, right? The backside of his shoulder, on the top of his blade is our winner, but still a very, very good one to be in too. He's sounder than the really stout one that comes in three. The barrow that's leaving the ring now is so powerful. Whenever he goes away from you, he's truly the very biggest in terms of his feature, the very biggest in terms of his column of bone. He's also a little bit coarser and more restricted on either end of his body there. The next ones will maybe pose a little bit of a challenge as we come out here. Again, it just kind of came to a matter of skeletal build and function that allowed us to sort them. This barrow still got some shape up top, and again, he was just a bit sounder than ones right below him there. But that was a good class. Congratulations to each one of those Duroc exhibitors. It's been a fun show. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. Show them how much we appreciate all their hard work.
Placings class 36. First, Caleb Surveys. Second, Sarah Hoey. Third, Kinsley Beck. Fourth, Brenna Rice. Fifth, Marcus Kane. Sixth, Owen Brenner. Seventh, Brandon Winger. In the ring is our last class of Duroc barrows, class 37. Barrows weighing 280 to 287.
I think this is a really fun class to look through and work through and evaluate here. One of those skills that whenever you peel those 7 out of here, there's no just an exact way that you have to do them, and you've got to step back and kind of evaluate them as a whole, and then it comes together fairly logically once we start kind of sorting problems down and then kind of working on the top end of the quality there. This is a good class, a good way to end the red ones. The show bearer of the set ends up winning this particular class. This one's got a beautiful look there from the side, not just because he's a tall fronted attractive barrow through the front end of his body, but again, he's so level and good down his top line and out of his hip. He's level from his chest to his sheath to his flank, and that allows him to have a very symmetrical, very parallel look there from the side, and allows him to design extremely well. He's fresh. He presented extremely good. He's true in his composition, square and genuine in his shape. He's comfortable in his rear leg design. We've talked about most of these red ones. I'd like to maybe lay their shoulder back on their body just a bit better, maybe just give it a notch more angle to his shoulder, but still he maintains his level of comfort, presented extremely well. Nice place to start. Very good show bearer to win this last class of red ones. I think the one that comes in second needs to do so pretty handily. He's actually got a bolder and rounder shape to his forerib and mid body. He maybe actually spreads wider when you get in behind him from stifle or each side of his stifle there. Very dimensional hand working in that guy there. At the same time, you step off from the side and compare him to the young lady's barrow. He wants to rise up in the mid portion of his back and maybe round out of his rump just ever so slightly. Just maybe doesn't give you that dynamic and level design look there our class winner did. I thought they were just fresher than the next barrow here. This is a barrow here that I think at one point of his life was probably extremely good. Maybe looked like we maybe had to restrict his feed just a little bit to get him to the fair, and that's perfectly fine. We run into that. We want him to be fast growing. We've got weight parameters to hit. This is a big skeleton, tall shouldered, very raw design kind of a barrow that's got a good look and a thick amount of muscle working in him as well. He's also harder about his body, a little bit staler in terms of his shape up top, but still very, very good kind of a barrow there. I like the red depth and flank and the dark pigmented barrow just a bit better, but he too read more mature about his crest and his head. I didn't think he had quite the natural muscle as he left you. The barrow there that leaves the ring now has a big back and a big upper hip in him. He was the deepest in his neck and the deepest fronted one. Just need design from the side just a bit better. Again, we kind of run into a few structural deficiencies as we run down the class, but this has been a good, strong red show for sure. Lots of muscle, lots of power, and a lot of really good exhibitors. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. We're going to move in our championship drive. That was a good set of Duroc barrows.
Placings in Class 37 Duroc barrows. First, Emma Clauser. Second, Brady DeFries. Third, Audrey Spray. Fourth, Emma Clarkson. Fifth, Suzanne Roberts. Sixth, Alexander Buck. Seventh, Sawyer Canoy. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc barrow. Out of Class 32, Corbin Bullhofer. Out of Class 33, Milena Emmenizer. From Class 34, Brady Miller. Class 35, Carly Bymaster. Class 36, Caleb Serves. And Class 37, Emma Clauser. Our champion Duroc barrow banner is sponsored by Don Smith and family. Our reserve champion Duroc barrow banner sponsored by Preston Smith and family. A reminder, we will be taking a break in the swine show following the selection of our champion and reserve champion Duroc barrow. We will be taking an approximately 45-minute lunch break before we start back up with the Hampshires.
So obviously with 6 classes, this is probably going to be our largest purebred barrow division, and maybe as many numbers as any of them. And with that comes some quality. And honestly, as we've evaluated shows, or I've had the opportunity to sort shows the last year or 2 years, there's probably been more red ones get the Grand Reserve banners or those big banners than it has in all the other times I've sorted shows before. The top end of this breed has gotten really, really good, and the kids have done such an awesome job putting them together and getting them shown and presented right here today. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos one more time. That was a good competitive set of Durocs, and this is as close of a decision that we've had in a breed champion set. You know, each one of those other breeds that we've had, even in the gilt show and the barrows show, once we kind of sorted things through, even though I told you I was a judge that doesn't have to have every one of our class winners be cookie cutter molds of each other, they've kind of been pretty similar. Then we get in the Duroc deal, and we kind of have 2 different types that we come out here, but still at the same time I thought it was extremely competitive on the top end. There's a trio that for me kind of sort themselves out from just a look and design perspective. They look like show barrows when they hit the ring in terms of height, the shoulder, and head carriage. They've got the right kind of muscle shape, the right kind of composition, and there's some differences from a skeletal build and makeup standpoint, maybe some differences from a skeletal stoutness perspective as well. I guess if you start evaluating those 3 and kind of comparing them between each other, there's one that combines the look and design of the other and maybe the stoutness of the other one of those trios, and so he's the combination one in this particular set. And still individually, this is a very nice barrow from a width of body perspective, design aspect there that looks like a show barrow, and again on an individual merit is the hardest to pick a hole in, and then becomes the combination of the group right here. Young lady right there, dark paisley shirt, you have our champion. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Champion Duroc barrow exhibited by Milena Immenizer. That brings out Olivia Hedden, 2nd place pig from class 33.
If you can remember back to that class, that was a trio of barrows there the young ladies brought that were awfully good, and this one comes in and fits right in the mix. This barrow fits that same design and look and presence that we have in the other pair that we're vying out here, as well as our champion. Love that one's body shape. I love that one's youthful look and the ability to read some future in that guy as well. His muscle shape up top is extremely good as well. We talked about this several times in many of the barrows here. We'd like to maybe reset their shoulder just a bit and make them a bit more comfortable in the front end of their body, but still a very, very good kind of a barrow there. We're about to break for lunch. We've had a great set of guys running the boards there and get the people here. I feel like we're going through a pretty fast clip. If you would give them a big round of applause, they're going to need a little bit of encouragement there to get the afternoon. We've got the same set, and we had a good time out here. This is a good set of Durocs. I think there's a lot of ways you could go for reserve. There's one that has just a bit more to him. The heavyweight barrow is going to be a reserve champion.
Reserve champion Duroc barrow is exhibited by Emma Klauser. We are now taking a lunch break. We will resume with the Hampshires a little after 1 o'clock. As we resume our swine show again, we are beginning back with more purebred barrows. In the ring is class 38 Hampshire barrows, barrows weighing 220 to 236. As we resume the show, let's take an opportunity to thank a couple of sponsors. We'd like to thank Tractor Supply Company for donating the bedding that's being used in the placing pins as well as the makeup ring. We'd like to thank Co-Alliance for their support. Co-Alliance is your local farmer-owned cooperative that delivers innovative solutions in energy, agronomy, grain marketing, and swine nutrition to farmers across Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan. We'd also like to thank Tippecanoe again for sponsoring our live stream. You can watch this show on showbarnflix.com, as well as all the other shows that are housed here in the Coliseum throughout the week. Thank you again to all those sponsors.
We kick off after lunch, the afternoon session there, and I think we had a great morning. We're going to have a really good afternoon as well. This is an awesome Hampshire class, and there's actually 3 classes of hams, which is uncommonly big whenever we particularly come to a county fair level in this breed. Again, we talked about that in the gilt show. The top end's been really good. We've had a set of breeders and people across the country that really concentrated to get Hampshires better and better, and they're doing an awesome job up top. This is a good pair of barrows right here that I think can be competitive competitive on any level there. The young ladies did an awesome job getting them driven and presented out here. Of the pair, you step off from the side. Again, the barrow that won this particular class has a bit more presence about his front end, particularly his leveler down his top line and cranked higher at the base of his tail. I think he couples that with a little bit more width between his eyes, a stouter jaw, a stouter skull working in him. He's ample in terms of his width of chin, but he's working down him, and at the same time a barrow there that's just so fresh and on the point in terms of condition. A very, very nice place to start. Don't want to take anything away from the one that comes in two. If you just study this one's rib design, he's probably as round and bold about his forerib as any of them. He probably actually has the lower body advantage of that particular pair, and I still see this one as a very sound, comfortable Hampshire barrow that still has some look about him and obviously offers plenty of power and muscularity. Compared to our class winner, he's a bit slicker about his jaw. He's definitely a little higher in his top line, a little steeper out of his rump, and that's what split that particular pair. Two very, very good individuals in their own right. We've got one that comes in three that's extra stout, really wide-chested and bladed. He's probably the biggest armed one of those top trio. He too gets a little easier in his top line and a bit straighter out of his hock. We had a barrow there that comes in fourth that I liked his length of body and extension, but coming right at you, maybe want to come in at his knee a bit, maybe comes apart at his hip loin ever so slightly. Very genuine in his muscle shape up top, big pin, very sound and correct. Again, this is a very good class for one that good to be in four. Wide, bold, stout one comes fifth. I want to extend him from a maturity pattern standpoint, maybe make him a little bit cleaner about his joints. He just had more tune. And then the young ladies barrow that rounds out the class, this is a big high growth kind of a barrow there. Just needs to be stouter all the way through. Good class, great pair up top. Congratulations to each one of those kiddos.
Results from Class 38 Hampshire Barrows. First, Caden Simonizer. Second, Michaela Spray. Third, Cooper Rose. Fourth, Connor Gamble. Fifth, Jackson Wise. Sixth, Charlotte Heerdink. In the ring now is Class 39 Hampshire Barrows, barrows weighing 244 to 265.
Took just a second longer on this set, and I think they definitely merited that. A lot of close decision and close calls all the way through. We ended up starting with a chromed up here, and I think of that top pair, he's just got more to him, particularly from a muscularity standpoint. When you get him behind him, he's built wider at the top of his hip. He's got more spread through the center portion of his stifle, and still at the same time, that one's sound and comfortable in his rear skeleton. I don't know if he's quite as fresh or just as good at the top of his blade as the other barrow there, but he opens up with a big rib cage, and like I say, just has more to him when he goes away from you. I like the barrow in second a lot from a look and design perspective. He's tall fronted, very, very good in the shape to his arm and the backward set to his forearm, and as we just said, he's actually better at the top of his shoulder and leading out of his blade than the barrow that I beat him with, but you get him behind him a little more disappointed with just the amount of muscle and power that he has, maybe pinned just a little narrower, a little flatter about his stifle. I don't think that one's just constructed as wide as the top barrow was. He's still got just a bit more look about him than the barrow that comes in 3. This one's bold-bodied and a thick-ended kind of a barrow there. He wants to run downhill just a bit more. Maybe his head and neck comes out of the middle of his blade instead of rising at the top of his shoulder. We could level him out of his rump ever so slightly, but he's got a great turn to his center body, great amount of muscle from behind, and that product advantage is what allowed him to place over the off-belted one that comes next. This one looks a lot like the second-place individual in terms of height, the shoulder, and look, but he too just needs more muscle from behind, needs to be stoutened up at the surface just a bit. I liked his composition just a bit better than the barrow that comes next. This one is broader backed and thicker going away from you. He's got a little more bark on him, if you will. Just like to trim him up just a nickel. At the same time, he was a bit sounder than the next barrow here, and particularly just fresher on the top side of his skeleton. That was a good class. Congratulations to each one of those exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause as they head back.
Results from Class 39 Hampshire Barrows. First, Connor Gamble. Second, Charlotte Okus. Third, Audrey Spray. Fourth, Ella Carlson. Fifth, Scarlett Kemper. Sixth, Catherine Purcell. In the ring is the last class of Hampshires, Class 40, barrows weighing 270 to 295.
This class probably comes together the easiest of the Hampshire group that we had there, because the difference are vast, and so when you're kind of committed on what you like or wherever you evaluate each one, they come together, but there's quality all the way down. We start with the big barrow the young lady drives there in the center of the ring to be our class winner, and not only is he one of the bigger and heavier barrows of this particular group, he particularly has more muscle from behind than the barrow that comes in second. Really a product-driven barrow that's square and good about his sternum and chest floor. I like his blade angle and where his elbow sits in his body. A very proportional kind of a barrow there. Obviously, he has that gland swelling there behind his sheath, and from an aesthetic standpoint, that maybe takes away just a little bit there. I think he's a barrow there that's okay from a condition aspect. If you study his loin edge and up top, that just gives him a little chubbier look down low. Maybe ideally he could be stoutened up about his bone work, and that's where the 1 and 2 is so good. He's thick about his arm and got a great big column of bone. A great big footed barrow there. The designs up from the side from a height to shoulder, and particularly cleanliness of jawline standpoint, very good. He's too flat about his feet, and we've just got to make him stronger footed to be our class winner, and he too gets flatter about his hip and ham as well. The next barrow that comes in is a big, bold made kind of a barrow. Again, from just a market hog fundamental aspect, I thought he deserved to be up here in the top trio. At the same time, from a show barrow perspective, he's a little bit waistier up front, got a little rounder out of his rump, and then just didn't design up from the side quite as well as what the top pair did. Next barrow comes in, deep-sided, kind of a practical made kind of a barrow from a frame size perspective. Again, just not as fresh up top, doesn't have as much turn to his edge, maybe gets a little bit blander about his shape as well. We kind of round out the group. Again, sometimes we get to these bigger barrows and they don't go quite as comfortably. They're deep bodied, look like good doing kind of Hampshire barrows that kids worked hard with. Let's put our hands together and show how much we appreciate it. Once again, we have a really good champion Hampshire drive.
Results from Class 40 Hampshire barrows. First, Bristol Snowart. Second, Devin Kennedy. Third, Cooper Kitchell. Fourth, Tate McInnes. Fifth, Coleman McInnes. Sixth, Emma McInnes. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Hampshire barrow. Coming out of Class 38, Cadence Emmenizer. From Class 39, Connor Gamble. And from Class 40, Bristol Snowart. Your champion Hampshire barrow banner is in memory of Dave Buck, and your reserve champion Hampshire barrow is in memory of Henry Booman.
Well, I think a really good Hampshire drive that we have here. And again, we have 3 classes, 18 barrows split between those. And typically at the county fair level, there's just not that many of this breed. So I commend the kids for putting on feet and getting them to this point. And the quality up top was absolutely tremendous. I think we've got 3 really good individuals here. We had that lightweight class that there was a top pair of very good market hogs, but in this particular setting, more important, good show barrows. And this barrow comes out here. He's so square in his design, so good in terms of his top line levelness. His look and presence for a Hampshire barrow up through his skull and his ear set is very, very unique. It's hard to make one that has that much look, that much power, and still be that good jointed, particularly in this breed or any category that we go. He needs to be our champion. Congratulations to that young lady.
Champion Hampshire barrow is exhibited by Cadence Emmenizer. That brings out Michaela Spray's second place pig.
I think a very good barrow that comes in 2. Like I said, there was a pair of show barrows in that set, and this one comes out and enters the ring, and I think comparatively the 2 heavier ones there, he's that much fresher about his mid-body. I love the turn to his forerib. He too has a good look about his front end. It's youthful and still clean about his jawline. Very true as he leaves you. He's a sound-made kind of a barrow. You know, compared to the champion, we could stouten his skull and level his top line as we said in class, but that'd be definitely hypocritical if we split those. She needs to be reserved. Let's give her a hand.
Reserve champion Hampshire barrow is exhibited by Michaela Spray. In the ring is Class 41 Hereford barrows, barrows weighing 220 to 266. Reminder today, we have Lindsay Hanowich as our ring photographer. She's been taking photos all morning and will continue into this afternoon. Thanks to a generous donation from Farmers National Company, all 4-Hers can download the images from today off her website for free.
Young man wins this particular class with the biggest backed Hereford barrow that we had in this set for sure. He's bold about his blade and good about his midrib. You just translate that extra width, the skeleton that he has. He is so broad up top. He's got a great big hip. I still see him relatively comfortable as he comes out here as well. Nice place to start in this particular class. A very level design barrow comes in second. I think he's genuine in his muscle shape. Not only is he square about his edge, it ties down deep on his side, and I think that barrow, relative to his size, has as much about him as any of them. Compared to our class winner, he is a little more jammed up front, maybe a little more conventional about his front end. I thought he got a little bit shorter in his step also, but at the same time, plenty functional and comfortable up in the top pair. Nice kind of a barrow to be in second. I thought he was stronger and better in his top line than one in third. This one mimics our class winner in terms of blade shape and dimension coming right at you, but again, from the profile, he ends up sliding in the 3. That power advantage is what allows you to place over the little barrow that's fourth. Obviously, this one's given up some weight, but naturally, I don't think he's as stout about his arm or as bold about his chest. Just a barrow that gives up a bit of substance to move up there in the competitive group of Hereford barrows. I liked his design from the side just a bit better. This is a good deep rib kind of a barrow there. The young lady did a nice job getting that one growing well, maintaining some compositional correctness there. At the same time, a little plainer fronted. Again, wanted to be a little bit more in at his hawk as he left you. Good class. Congratulations to those kiddos.
Placings in Class 41 Hereford barrows. First, Parker Johnson. Second, Bristol Snowart. Third, Kyra Rainey. Fourth, Lydia Biddle. Fifth, Adeline Payne. In the ring now is Class 42 Hereford barrows. Barrows weighing 267 to 290. I'd like to take a moment to introduce our judge today. Today's judge is Kelton Mason from Montgomery, Texas. Kelton's a graduate of Texas A&M University. He was a member of the '03 National Champion Livestock Judging Team and was also champion team at the National Barrow Show and American Royal, all of which Kelton was champion or reserve high individual. Kelton now works for Lindner Feeds as a sales rep. He's also the owner-operator of the Stud Show Pigs, consisting of about 100 crossbred sows and a boar stud. Over the past 20 years, Kelton has sorted shows in over 30 states, including 26 state fairs, the World Pork Expo, NAILE, and breed-type conferences for both NSR and CPS. Kelton has 2 children, Caden and Camlin, that enjoy showing swine and cattle across the country as well. Let's give a nice warm Tippecanoe County welcome to Kelton Mason, our hog judge today.
Thinking of Hereford's here, and we've got a top pair that is definitely splitting hairs between the two. The differences are not very much, and they're very, very similar. Both are attractive Hereford barrows with rib dimension and some muscularity. I like their composition extremely well. Where we end up splitting the pair, if we start studying on just angles to their joints and skeletal build, the young lady that got the nod and won this particular class says that barrow is laid back at his shoulder, his forearm, and knee just a nickel better than our second place barrow. He takes a little bit longer stride off of his rear too, and I think a barrow there because of that just benefits from just a movement standpoint, a comfort and level standpoint, but still a very, very high quality individual that covers the market hog basis as well. You can argue that there's a trifle bit more to the barrow in second. I think he's a little bit stouter about his arm. I think he's a bit stouter right at the seat of his pants, if you will. I think at the same time, if you start studying his shoulder and particularly his forearm, it's tilted forward just a bit harder and just a little bit more inappropriate and rigid there. He chooses just a little shorter stepping out of his rear too. Again, differences were very, very close and minute, kind of splitting hairs between the two. I thought there was a soundness advantage in the one that won. The next barrow comes in. He's soft and pliable, a real flexible kind of a barrow there. Not nearly as stout as the other two from a muscle shape perspective up top. He doesn't have quite that dynamic look as he entered the ring, but still I like this composition just a bit better than the next barrow here. He's a bit leaner about his throat latch and lower body. Young man did a nice job with a real smooth patterned one, but I think that's also because he's got a little bit more cover on him there. Then the young man that comes out in 5 has a really stout, muscular, wide barrow. Obviously, he's wanting to be a little more hesitant on his front feet and just not comfortable enough to move up. And we round out the class with a big outline, long body kind of a barrow there. Sometimes, again, we get them this big scaled and they just need to be cracked open wider underneath. Good class. Congratulations. Really neat top pair.
Results from Class 42 Hereford Barrows. First, Charlotte Okus. Second, Ava Leader. Third, Grace Cornell. Fourth, Jack Gilbert. Fifth, Clayton Moore. Sixth, Addison Mosley. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Hereford Barrow. Coming out of Class 41, Parker Johnson and Bristol Snowart. Out of Class 42, Charlotte Okus and Ava Leader. Our champion Hereford Barrow banner is sponsored by the Mark Roberts family. Our reserve champion Hereford Barrow banner sponsored by Series Solutions.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think the Hereford division has been really good. We've commented how good the Barrow show has been, and I tell you what, this is a good, stout division for sure. Definitely a breed that's gotten some excitement, some enthusiasm, and gaining some momentum for sure. And I tell you what, this top end is awfully good. We have a pair of lightweights that have a bit more to them relative to their size. Very, very powerful and broad-made kind of a pigs there. We've got a pair of heavyweights that offer a little bit more outline and design and look about them. Maybe not quite as stout right at the surface, and so you've got a lot of different directions that you could go for sure. But the kids did a great job getting them presented. Again, skin and hair is awesome. They've worked hard out here. Showmanship is really good. Let's put our hands together and show them how much we appreciate all their hard work. Congratulate them for having a class winner at this year's fair, being the top in their classes for sure. I really had them kind of mixed up in my head just a little bit. Again, a lot of different directions. I guess I keep coming back to one that impressed me whenever he entered for being that broad back and that powerful. The lightweight's going to end up being our champion. The young man did a nice job today. Good stout made kind of a barrow there. And then we're going to end up following with a really attractive, good-looking heavyweight to be a reserve champion. Let's give her a big round of applause again.
Champion Hereford Barrow exhibited by Parker Johnson. Reserve champion Hereford Barrow exhibited by Charlotte Okus. In the ring is Class 43 Landrace barrows. Barrows weighing 250 to 278. This is our only class of Landrace barrows, so this will also be our champion and reserve champion drive. The champion Landrace barrow receives a banner sponsored by Neil Mosley family. Reserve champion Landrace barrow banner is sponsored by Beck's Hybrids, Ben DeFries.
Well, there's only a trio of land races, as he just said there, but a good class for sure. I think we got three good individuals. They're all at kind of different stages, it looks like, and probably could have been split in different weights there if there's more numbers, but a good set of kiddos for sure. We're going to start with a young lady's barrow right here in the center. That's a very good land race barrow. That's got a great look about him. He's sound, he's comfortable, he's level design, he's awesome bodied. I like his muscle shape and texture, and he's a barrow there that's reached a market hog status, but looks like he still has some future about him. Extremely competitive kind of a barrow, no matter what the numbers are. Congratulations to her. We're going to follow with the other young lady's barrow right here, and I think of the remaining pair, there's just more to this guy, particularly when you get in behind him. He's got a broader pin set. He's wider there between his stifle, and that's just a wider gauge, wider base kind of a barrow there. He gets beat in this particular class there and ends up being reserved to their champion because he's a little chubbier about his front end and maybe a little wastier through the lower third of his body. But again, his product, his advantage is what places him over the young man's barrow there that comes in 3. This one's obviously very comfortable as he crosses the ring. A kind of a short-bodied but still level design, balanced kind of a barrow that's got some depth of body. He just needs more muscle when you get in behind him. Good class there. Congratulations. Let's give these 3 Landrace exhibitors a big hand.
Results from the Landrace division. Champion Leah Emmenizer. Reserve Hadley Stonecipher. In the ring is class 44, Poland China barrows, barrows weighing 223 to 255.
The young man in the pink shirt there has a pretty easy class winner for me in terms of just look, design, and correctness of maturity pattern. He kind of sets the stage or sets the bar in this particular class, and still from a market hog perspective, he's got spread up top and dimension from behind. Again, an easy, a good place for me to start here. We've got a smaller barrow that ends up in second, obviously made weight, and at the same time just gives up a little bit of size to the other ones relative to his size, though he may be as big of a backed of one that we have in this class. He gets a little bit more rigid on either end of his body, and just like to extend him on either end of his skeleton there as well. I like the barrow in 3 in terms of a foot size and stoutness or structure standpoint. He is a little longer bodied, and I like that about him, but he gets a little staler about his top shape, more bland about his loin edge, and dish there at his hip loin. Just need to freshen him up top just a bit, particularly for a lightweight class there for sure. He was a little sounder than the next barrow here that's really deep bodied, a level made kind of a barrow there that just wasn't as comfortable right at the ground. Same goes with the one that ends up in 5. An immature kind of long body barrow here. Looks like his better days are yet to come, as long as he just stays sound enough and comfortable enough on either end of his body. Good class. Congratulations to each one of those winners.
Results from Class 44 Poland barrows. First, Jackson Wise. Second, Brock DeFries. Third, Max Burke. Fourth, Levi Knoll. Fifth, Marcus Kane. In the ring is Class 45 Poland barrows. Barrows weighing 258 to 275.
Good class, just 4 individuals, but I think we've got a nice set that when they first came in, I didn't know how they would kind of come together, but as you start totaling them out, they come together fairly logically, and yet still there could be some debate between each one of the pairs. Young lady in the pink top ends up winning with a good designed, level topped kind of a barrow there that's square about his edge. He's square coming and going and has more dimension than the barrow that comes there in second. I don't know if he's as attractive ahead of his blade as the one that comes second, because that one's a little cleaner about his jawline. I think he's actually just a little bit longer out of his hip. At the same time, he's a little easier in his top line, a little plainer in his muscle shape and design. Doesn't open up when he comes right at you quite like the class winner does. But then when we get into that second pair there, between 2 and 3, he's got more dimension whenever he leaves you. He's a stouter legged kind of a barrow there. Now at the same time, the advantages in terms of body depth and dimension goes to the young man's barrow there in 3. There's just not enough sheer muscle there. He's sounder than the one that rounded out the top 4. This barrow's got some extra blade and shape when he comes right at you. He's more rigid and up on his pasture and just a little more strict on either end of his body.
Results from Class 45 Poland barrows. First, Suzanne Roberts. Second, Allie Moore. Third, Nathaniel Dice. Fourth, Liam Reed. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Poland barrow. Coming out of Class 44, Jackson Wise and Brock DeFries. Coming out of Class 45, Suzanne Roberts and Allie Moore. Your champion Poland barrow banner is sponsored by Coldwell Banker Shook Eric Moore, and your reserve champion Poland barrow banner is sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
We get those first and seconds back out here, and you know, you always have in your mind, particularly whenever it's just a couple classes in a breed of what they're going to look like, but every time we should reevaluate, kind of step back and catch our breath and make sure they're exactly the way that you read them there in class. And they do kind of fall out the same way that I thought they did in each one of the classes, but whenever you get them together like this in the champion drive, the complexion changes just a little bit. We've got a lightweight barrow that won that first class pretty handily, just in terms of a maturity pattern aspect, length of body, and design. He was the very best in there. He gets out here, and I don't know if he's got as much to him through his chest and his blade and his forearm, but still hip and hind leg is good. I like his extra extension there. The second place barrow is extra big backed and a stout one from that regard. He gets too rigid on either end of his body, but a nice lightweight barrow from a product aspect. Then we go to our heavyweights that we just visited about. A tough class there, but the young ladies barrow comes in, and he was a barrow there that I read plenty stout and still level in his makeup, sound, and square in his design. I didn't know if he was just going to be as pretty as the lightweight barrow is, but then when he comes out here, everything fits and matches well. It blends together well, and because of his balance, I could still deem him as an attractive one. The second place barrow is the big-footed and very sound-structured one. He's not quite as wide coming at you, as shapely up top as the other one, but compared to our lightweight, he probably actually does have just more true skeletal stoutness. And so there's some decisions to be made, a good set of polling barrows for sure. We're actually going to keep the two heavyweights together. Let's give those two young ladies a big round of applause.
Champion Poland Barrow exhibited by Suzanne Roberts. Reserve champion Allie Moore. In the ring is class 46 spot barrows, barrows weighing 225 to 240.
I think we've got a pretty easy place to start here. The young ladies brought a nice set of pigs today, and again, in this particular class, this barrow is the combination of the other two. It combines the look and design of one with the width and it's just bold shape of the other one. Great in terms of his center body dimension. He's got tons of power there, and still he's one of the sounder ones that we have to deal with in this particular class. He gets a little wrinkled there at his hip loin, and maybe you'd worry about a freshness standpoint, but you just stay in the top of his blade and his back shape. I think he's definitely fine in that regard there as well. 2 and 3 gets a little bit closer. I like the soundness advantage of the one that comes in second, and that's still a good looking kind of a barrow there that's got a big footwork. Again, he's just longer moving and has more bend to his hock than the one that comes in 3. This is an extra bold, extra wide constructed kind of a barrow there. He's the most dimensional than the top side of his body as well. I think with that extra power though, he starts to struggle just a bit out of his hip and his rear leg. Just need to change him right at the surface and the way that he's put together structurally, but still a very, very good kind of a barrow from a dimension and power perspective to be up there in the top 3. That muscle advantage is what placing over the 1 and 4. This one maybe had the most toe spread, the biggest and thickest column of bone. You get him behind him, but if you start studying him up top, he gets pretty bland about his loin edge. It just needs to be more descript in terms of his shape. This barrow here, the young lady drives, looks like he could have some better days on. He's a little more immature about his body and his bone work, but still good shape and a good look up top. Rounded out with kind of a hard-headed kind of a barrow there, wide constructed, not as fresh and not as neat looking up front.
Results from Class 46 spot barrows. First, Kaylin Dimmick. Second, Sarah Hoey. Third, Belena Emmenizer. Fourth, Adeline Kemper. Fifth, Carly Woods. Sixth, Caitlin Miller. In the ring is Class 47 spot barrows, barrows weighing 262 to 273.
Sometimes when there's great big differences, they come together even easily, or more easily, just because you kind of gravitate to a certain kind and commit to the kind that you like there. And with all that being said, I would argue with everybody that this barrow needs to win here. Big chested, big armed, sound and correct as he goes. Got a good look up front, very, very dimensional as he leaves you there. He's got a little extra set to his rear leg, but in this particular class and really in this breed, I think that benefited him because he take a good long step and still is so comfortable right at the surface. 2 and 3 was probably the pair in this particular class. It's like the barrow that came in second in terms of his look and cleanness of jawline, height of shoulder, and he's a little leaner design kind of a barrow there. He's got a little crest at the top of his neck, and I don't think you'd notice it if he wasn't just so slick down low. But at the same time, compared to our class winner, he's not as stout about his rear foot and bone work. He's not as stout about his base and muscle as he leaves you. Good design, very attractive kind of a barrow that was trimmer through his lower body than the next barrow that comes in. This one's bold and wide and fresh. The young lady did a nice job with him. I've just got to slick him up front, and he gets a little bit chubbier there ahead of his blade and there through his lower body. Barrow that comes in 4 is a level design, tall fronted kind of a barrow there. He just gets a little plainer about his muscle, maybe a little bit plainer about his front end as well compared to a really competitive set of spot barrows. He just didn't have quite enough to him. And then we round out the class here with another big boned one. He's got some pin set and dimension to him. He just doesn't get he's just not as fresh about his skin and his hair and his look and presentation out here. But it was a good class. Congratulations. Really nice winner for sure.
Results from Class 47 spot barrows. First, Parker Johnson. Second, Harley Bowerman. Third, Carly Bymaster. Fourth, Maggie Ratz. Fifth, Colton Ratcliffe DeFord. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion spot barrow. Out of Class 46, Kaylin Dimmick and Sarah Hoey. Out of Class 47, Parker Johnson and Harley Bowerman. Our champion spot barrow banner is sponsored by Chuck Dill family. The reserve champion spot barrow banner sponsored by Craig Spray.
Well, congratulations to these class winners and second place individuals in the spot show. I thought it was really good up top, and as we saw in the gilts, there's maybe a few more structural things that we have to work through, but as we kind of sort them down, this is four really good kind of a spot barrows that young people did a nice job getting them presented as we've seen all day. The lightweight barrows look like lightweight barrows. They're a little more immature in their look. Of that pair, there's one that had a bit more to him, and I thought just a little bit more dimensional coming and going. Still got a good look about him. You got a pair of heavyweight barrows there that came with a little bit more size and scale. They look like heavyweight market hogs. Again, of that pair, there was a stouter individual. There's the one that's in second. That's a very attractive kind of a barrow there. That's still fresh and good about his shape. So again, congratulations. This is a good and a very, very good spot show on the top end. We're going to keep our two heavyweights together. Young man has champion. Young lady, you got reserve.
Champion spot barrow exhibited by Parker Johnson. Reserve champion spot barrow exhibited by Harley Bowerman. In the ring is Class 48 Tamworth barrows. Barrows weighing 234 to 256. This is our only class of Tamworth barrows, so this will also be our champion and reserve champion drive. Your champion Tamworth barrow banner is sponsored by Bethany Rainey Real Estate, and reserve champion Tamworth barrow banner sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
A few less tan barrows than we had in the gilt show, but the quality is good, and the young people did a nice job getting them put together there. So we just have one class, so this ends up being our champion. That goes to the young lady right here closest to me. A very good kind of a barrow from a balance, proportionality standpoint. That one's got the most dimension to his blade, forearm, and forerib there. Translate that up. He's got a big old square back in him as well. Not the levelest out of his hip, but it still functions well. That's a fresh-made, attractive kind of a barrow to win this division. Congratulations to her. The closest decision is 2 and 3, and your eventual reserve champion goes to the young lady right here in the center of the ring. I think that one most closely mimics our class winner. I think that one's actually a bit leveler in terms of his tail set than our winner is, and still at the same time has some spread up top. He's not quite as good in terms of his look ahead of his blade. Maybe he gets a little bit staler at his loin edge there compared to the ones on either end, and that's why it gets close. Young lady did a nice job with a big outline, dark pigmented barrow here. Height the shoulder and extension is in her favor, and that one's got a big fresh turn to her back. At the same time, a little frailer about her bone work, gets a little steeper out of her rump there, and maybe just a barrow there that gets a little bit too stretchy. It gets a little bit tighter about her body. The one that rounds up in fourth, the young man has there is a moderate frame barrow. Looks very practical about his body shape and depth there. Just gets a little bit flatter about his muscle pattern and outpowered in this class. Congratulations, good set of Tams, great set of kids. Let's put our hands together for them one more time.
Results from Class 48 Tamworth Barrows. First and champion, Rebecca Hoy. Second and reserve, Rebecca Hoy. Third, Kyra Rainey. Fourth, Kale Slavin. In the ring is Class 49 Yorkshire Barrows, barrows weighing 226 to 237.
Good way to kick off our Yorkshire show for sure in a lightweight division. We've got a little barrow here that wins this class that I think is awfully good today. He looks like he could get to a heavier weight status and be even better. I love his immature look about has about his skull and front end. He's a tall fronted, good design kind of a barrow there that's extra attractive there from the side. And even though he's not the most powerful one of the top pair, that one's got more than enough in terms of width of chest, and particularly as he goes away from you. I rate him very, very genuine there. He's sound and correct. That's a good Yorkshire barrow for sure. The barrow that comes in second has a huge back, and he probably actually has more dimension than the barrow that I started with. He's stout and wide between his eyes and got a huge chest floor as well. There's more product in that guy for sure. At the same token, he's a little bit coarser about the top of his neck and crest, a little shorter out of his hip, and maybe wants to bow just a nickel as he leaves you. Obviously, he's kind of got that skin rash that takes away from his freshness advantage. You can't call that one not when you've got a big deep ditch and a big back like that guy has. A good top pair for sure. I still thought he was a little more comfortable than this next barrow here. This is a long body kind of a barrow. He's got plenty of muscle, plenty of bone, a late maturing kind of a barrow there in his own right. Just kind of scoots and shuffles across the ring there and never really plants and dries with the authority that he needs to there. He was a little bit fresher than the next barrow here. This one's still got some turn to his back and some dimension up top. Carry him down to the surface though, and he tends to narrow up just a bit, flatter out of his stifle and ham as he leaves you, and just not as fresh through his upper body there as well. Unfortunately for the young lady there that rounds out the class, this barrow blew his hawk. That's no fault to her. We've all been there and we've all done it. I appreciate her for going ahead and carrying through and getting that one to the fair. He's big bodied, he's heavy muscled, he's just not comfortable enough structurally to move up in the class today. Congratulations, good job to the first class of Yorkshires.
Results of Class 49 Yorkshire Barrows. First, Peyton Klauser. Second, Cash Holmes. Third, Milena Emmenizer. Fourth, Suzanne Roberts. Fifth, Kerrigan Kitchell. In the ring is Class 50 Yorkshire Barrows, weights 244 to 253.
It always seems like we get a class of York Bears that are kind of like this, that you get top 4 or 5, and you could kind of make a case for any of them to win, and then you kind of have something you'd be critical of. And as we kind of start tolling them out and figuring out where we need to land, I was very comfortable the young lady there in the yellow top needs to win this particular class. That one fits from a maturity and extension standpoint, look and presence ahead of his blades extremely good. And then you start studying him from a fundamental standpoint. He's got some width of chest, he's got a great big back, he's square and genuine in his base width. He's a very comfortable kind of a barrow there. When he comes in, you don't know if he's quite as stout about his bone work. He gets a little easier in his top line, but honestly, those are kind of minute details. He still functions extremely well, covers all the fundamentals, and still looks like a show barrow when he comes out here. Nice place to start for sure. Then we have the barrow that comes in second. I think that one's actually the very boldest in terms of his chest and his blade. He's got a great big rib. He's got a big end on him as well. For me, he's a bit more modern in terms of his frame size. I want to pick him up off the show ring surface and just extend him from a growth curve perspective. Gets a little flat about his front feet as well, but a good kind of a barrow there that's just better about his chest, blade, and knee than the next two barrows that we had in consideration in the top 4. This one looks a lot like the one that I beat him with from just a maturity and frame size perspective. He may be even that much leveler down his top line as well. A stout featured kind of a barrow there that's just on the wrong side of acceptability from his forearm angle and the tilt to his shoulder and knee. He wants to get a little bit different in terms of his front foot and knee placement coming right at you as well. A good kind of a barrow there, and the same kind of goes with the barrow that comes in 4. Just want to open him up coming right at you and prime wider underneath. I thought comparatively in that pair he ran out of gas when he got him behind. I actually like this guy's maturity pattern and length of body better than the 2 that preceded him. I just don't know if there's enough substance there to move up any higher. Then we've got a next pair of them that just ran out of just in terms of look and design and shape there. They're so good in terms of length of body, freshness, skin and hair is really good. They showed them extremely well. Let's put our hands together again for another nice set of exhibitors. Good set of Yorkshire Barrows.
Results from Class 50 Yorkshire Barrows. First, Grace Buck. Second, Colin Miller. Third, Audrey Spray. Fourth, Caden Zemenizer. Fifth, Will Larman. Sixth, Landry Spray. We are now showing Class 51 Yorkshire Barrows, our last class of Yorkshires. Barrows weighing 261 to 286.
Young lady ends up winning this class here, and again, I think we've got a top pair of them that mimic each other from a frame size, maturity, and body dimension standpoint. Of that pair, that barrow that the young lady drives has the advantage in terms of fresh shape up top, and particular advantage in terms of length of stride behind. I think a good kind of a barrow from a comfort level aspect. Again, one of those that fits maybe just a little bit more immature or juvenile about his front end, and I like his head and neck set extremely good. Again, he's just longer moving and more comfortable right at the surface than the barrow that comes in next. This one's got a big broad back. He's got a deep tying loin. I think he may actually have the advantage in terms of stoutness of jaw and arm. Again, these two barrows look a lot the same from a design aspect. This barrow just is a little bit more mature about the top of his neck and crest. The longer we drove him, I just thought he got a little tighter and more restricted off of his rear tube, but a good pair for sure. They just offered more substance and just a little wider construction than the next pair here. Young ladies of this third and fourth, I think, is just a little little sounder, maybe just a little bit trimmer down low. Young man has a barrow there that offers a lot of stoutness. He just gets a little flatter about his muscle, maybe a little bit chubbier underneath, but still a good class there for sure. Congratulations again to all the Yorkshire exhibitors. Let's give them a big hand as they head back there to the barn.
Placings in Class 51. First, Ella Carlson. Second, Blake Smith. Third, Brooklyn Spray. Fourth, Jack Gilbert. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow. Coming out of Class 49, Peyton Klauser. From Class 50, Grace Buck. And from Class 51, Ella Carlson. Our champion Yorkshire Barrow banner is sponsored by Craig Spray and family. The reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow banner sponsored by Cox Farms.
The three young ladies get their class winners out here, and boy, I think they're actually extremely high quality. You know, sometimes we get in a lull and judges get too critical of things, and we need to work off the positive side. And whenever we get these three class winners, I was probably too hard on the Yorkshires. These are three really, really good barrows. They're designed right, they're immature in their look, and yet still stout enough in the way that they're put together. They look like show barrows out here. They've got some dimension, they've got some muscularity, and then they're sound and they're correct and good. Particularly their hip and hind leg is superior there whenever you come out here. So congratulations to those three kiddos, families, breeders there behind them. There was one that hit me the hardest in terms of just height, the shoulder, level of his design, and look that he possesses. I think he's even that much stouter, a very, very good barrow from a portionality standpoint. He isn't going to end up winning today, but I actually think his better days are yet to come. The lightweight's going to be our champion.
Champion Yorkshire Barrow exhibited by Peyton Klauser. That brings out Cash Holmes' second place pig.
We talked about in class how that one was maybe just a little bit different in the way that he's put together, and it held true in class and still does in the champion drive. That one is the biggest backed Yorkshire barrow that we've had presented in this set there. He's a neat kind of a barrow there that's still got some height to shoulder. He's kind of shorter back there, kind of those that's kind of fun to feed. Whenever he comes out here, for me, I need to extend him on either end of his body. He gets a little more jammed up there. Maybe he could square him at his hock, but that's the kind that can get a lot of banners and a lot of Yorkshire breeds. The top end of this deal was just awesome there. I guess there's another one. I actually think the middle and the heavyweight actually mimic each other extremely well. One's maybe a shot more attractive. One's got a little bit bigger foot design and maybe just a bit better in terms of his top line integrity. We're going to end up tying into that one. The heavyweight's going to be our reserve champion.
Reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow exhibited by Ella Carlson. As we switch over from our purebred barrows to our crossbred division, and we've still got a large crowd here, I wanted to take an opportunity to make sure we give some thanks to some really important people here today, people that without them, the show would not be able to function. So let's give a nice round of applause to all of our ring help, our makeup crew in the back, all of our superintendents. Without those folks, we wouldn't have a swine show here today. We do begin our Crossbred Barrow show in the ring now with Class 52 Crossbred Barrows, barrows weighing 220 to 225.
We're switching to our Crossbred barrow show here, and I think we've got a nice lightweight class. We end up starting with the young man's barrow here, and I think of that pair from the side, this one just has more look and presence. He's cleaner about his jawline, head and neck come out of his body at a higher angle, and still at the same time, he's got the advantage leading out of the backside of his blade in terms of shape to his loin. He's got a big upper hip there in as well. He's right on the edge as he leaves you from a structural aspect, and we don't want to push him too hard and get him out of bounds in that regard. I think for me, he's got just such the advantage in terms of look and design from the profile to win this particular class there. The sounder option, particularly in terms of rear leg integrity or maybe just flex and give, comes in second. He's a big-legged kind of a barrow there as well. That's dimensional through his center body. He combines that mass with enough levelness of hip and shape up top to be up there in the top pair. At the same time, he's a little chuffier about his head, neck, and crest. Particularly for this stage of the game, I just need to slick him up underneath, pick him up off the ground just a nickel there. The other black-headed barrow there is a tall-fronted one. I like his maturity pattern and probably look ahead of his shoulder just a little bit better than the one that I beat him with. At the same time, he's straighter up through his blade. He's more rigid in his hog. I think consequently he gets a little higher and tighter in his spine as well. I like to, again, his height, the shoulder, and ability to just project a little bit more immature look than the barrow that comes in next. This one's extra stout and extra broad. He gets a little wrinkle about his hip loin, has a little more crest, and just, again, he's a little more immature, a little more mature up front. We got an next barrow here that's real waspy about his front end, extra wide, extra dimensional there. The concern is when you get him behind him, he sure wants to bow his hock and put some pressure on the outside of his hoof wall there. Then we round out the class. We've got two differences here. We've got a real stout one, gets a little more jammed up on either end, but has tons of muscle. The red one's sound and correct, just needs a notch more power and shape. Good way to kick off the crossbreds. Let's put our hands together for those kids one more time.
Results from Class 52 Crossbred barrows. First, Blake Miller. Second, Leah Emmenizer. Third, Penn Storms. Fourth, Caitlin Miller. Fifth, Carson Dice. Sixth, Connor Gamble. Seventh, Savannah Underwood. We're now showing Class 53 Crossbred barrows, barrows weighing 227 to 236. When we conclude our barrow drive this afternoon, we will take a 15-minute break before beginning our showmanship classes. Again, there will be a 15-minute break between our barrow division this afternoon and the start of showmanship.
I think we've got another nice class of crossbreds, and honestly, without debate, we were going to use this black barrow here. I really think he fits well from a maturity and frame size aspect. He's good about his chest, got a big fresh back in him. He's got a big hip and a really good hind leg design as well. As we've said so many times, we're in a kind of a lighter weight division right here. We're judging them today. It's a market hog show, and yet still that one reads to have a good future about him. Nice place to start. Congratulations to that young lady. I really like that barrow to win this second class of crossbreds. I thought he got a little closer between 2 and 3, but when they came right at you, we needed to give the nod to the belted barrow here. He's got the distinct advantage in terms of just squareness of sternum and openness of chest and blade. He still opens up with a great big shape behind his shoulder. He's got a huge back and a good design in him. Again, he's one of those that I think with a little more time, a little more flesh, if he'll drop in terms of his flank there, he could be even better there. I'd like to stouten his bone work, again, soften his body just a nickel, and that's where the advantage in the blue barrow comes from the profile. I could definitely switch this pair because, again, he's softer, more pliable through his lower body. He probably has a notch more bend to his rear leg and hock there as well. When he comes right at you, again, we talk about those lines of acceptability. That one just falls on the wrong side in terms of width of chest and dimension there through his blade and forearm. But a good kind of a barrow there. Again, like his design there from the side, really like his rear leg structure that allows him to be up there in the top 3. Belted barrow, really 4 and 5 was a close pair. There was more to the barrow in 4 in terms of spread and dimension up top, and particularly went away from you stouter, just set up a little straight on either end of his body. That's why it's closer, because I think this barrow here is just a nickel more athletic. At the same time, he wants to close up underneath and just flatten in terms of his stifle there as well. Round out the class with a couple of off-colored ones there. They've got some flexibility, some cleanness of joints and maturity patterns right. They just get too flat and maybe just need to be stoutened up from a muscularity aspect. Good class. Congratulations. You got a nice set of crossbreds for sure.
Results from Class 53 Crossbred Barrows. First, Olivia Hedden. Second, Ella Carlson. Third, Michaela Spray. Fourth, Dylan Bryan. Fifth, Will Larman. Sixth, Avery Sinesaw. Seventh, Savannah Underwood. In the ring is Class 54 Crossbred Barrows. Weights from 237 to 239.
Obviously took just a little more time on this class, and it doesn't come together quite as easily as the first two crossbred classes did. Just a few more things to consider and kind of figure out where you fit each one of those things you maybe like to alter just a bit. In conclusion, we ended up starting with the off-belted barrow, and he was always towards the very top end of the class there for having a fresh shape up top, having a good dimension there through his mid-body and cavity there. And still he's a barrow there, even though you'd like to stouten his front foot up in him and maybe place his hock in him just in a little bit different manner. He maintains his comfort level probably as good as any in this particular class. Like his skull shape, like his ear set, again, a fresh shape to his upper body, and the young lady did a nice job presenting her class winner for sure. We got a blue barrow here that as we kind of started sorting things down, just deserved to be up in the mix. I like this one's height of shoulder and length of body. Just a nice, practical, good, everyday feeding kind of a barrow there that compared to our class winner doesn't have as much width underneath. He's not quite as stout in terms of his bone work, and just got outpowered just a bit from a skeletal width perspective. Then we've got one that comes in 3. Again, we started sorting things down that we'd like to change, and he kind of ended up just being into 3. He's got a big back. He's a fresh made, smooth pattern kind of a barrow, if you will. He needs more bone and just be stoutened up right at the surface. That's where it gets close, because I think the one that comes in 4 is stouter right at the ground. He's a bold made kind of a barrow there. I just didn't think he would fit quite as good from a maturity and growth curve perspective. Next, extra stout kind of a barrow here. Gets a little bit more rugged and coarser in the way that he's put together. Needs to be blended just a bit better at his hip loin, but boy, stout, extra powerful. Was just a nickel more comfortable than the loud marked barrow here that rounds out the class. Great skin and hair, good rib design, just gets too hesitant and tentative on the drive. Good class of crossbreds. We're going to have a nice division. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos once again.
Placings in Class 54. First, Rebecca Hoey. Second, Claire DeFries. Third, Ella Lindenman. Fourth, Evan Purcell. Fifth, Mallory Inskeep. Sixth, Madeline Cheeseman. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Division I Crossbred Barrow. Out of Class 52 is Blake Miller. From Class 53, Olivia Hedden. And from Class 54, Rebecca Hoey. Our champion Division I Crossbred Barrow banner is in memory of Doug Moore. The reserve champion Division I Crossbred Barrow banner is sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
We moved through the first division fairly rapidly, but I think it was a good start to our crossbred division. That lightweight barrow on the far side, from the side, I thought he really set the tone for the kind that I'm usually drawn to, and ended up letting win classes or work up through the top end of the classes there because he got such a good look ahead of his shoulder. He's a tall fronted kind of a barrow there that reads fresh and youthful. He's big about his back. He's big coming at you. A thick-ended kind of a barrow there that still reads immature and like he's on his way up. We talked about it there in class. He's right on the edge as he goes away from you, and maybe be a little bit more concerned if we put some more pounds on him. The rate of gain that we took him, we'd have to kind of be careful and keep all of that under control. But that's a very good kind of a barrow there that just has such a high quality show barrow look. The black barrow that won that next class, we talked about him in class of how much I admire him from just a practicality standpoint, from a frame size and maturity aspect. I think he fits well. I like his skull shape. I like his arm shape and dimension there. Very fresh. The upper side of his body, his rib and condition is just appropriate for this stage, and he's the very best one going away from you from a rear leg squareness and reach perspective for sure. You know, if we're going to be critical, we could stouten his front foot up in him just a bit. If they maintain their comfort level, I think that's just something that we need to work on. If they maintain their comfort level at that level right there, then I think that we're pretty acceptable. She did a great job getting him driven, and the skin and hair is awesome for sure. The heavyweight barrow in this division with her class winners got a big back. He's maybe the widest between his eyes and the stoutest in the middle of his blade. He too needs to be propped up on his front feet and maybe edging that line of acceptability just a little bit closer than even the one that we just discussed there. Maybe he could change his rear toes and rear leg set ever so slightly compared to ideal, but in that class he maintained his comfort level and agility just a bit better than a few of the other ones, so he allowed to come out here and vie for our championship honors for sure. So good way to kick off the crossbreds. Congratulations to each one of them. The black barrow, their winner class 2, needs to be our champion. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Champion Division I Crossbred Barrow exhibited by Olivia Hedden. That brings out Ella Carlson, second place.
I like the barrow that was second to our champion in terms of chest width and dimension there. He maybe is big backed, and particularly he's the most aggressive in the term, leading out of the backside of his blade of any of the ones that we've seen in the barrow show today. We commented in class how he's a little more tucked about his flank. I read him a little more fragile, or just a little bit more closed about his hoof design, and frailer about his rear bone design there as well. But still a very, very good competitive kind of a barrow. I just continually go back to the look and design and profile of the barrow there that won that first class. He's a little on the edge behind, but for me, he's my second favorite. Congratulations to that young man.
Reserve champion Division 1 cross barrow exhibited by Blake Miller. In the ring is class 55 crossbred barrows, weights from 241 to 249.
Certainly a trio that we could drive for a long time and probably have them shuffled around a lot of different directions, and then you've got to kind of finally make a call. They are what they are, and the differences are fairly big there. And at the same time, we're going to spend enough time to get it right, or get it to where it makes sense in my head there for sure. And we end up landing on the young lady's barrow there in the center of the ring. I think that one is the one that goes the very best out of his hip and his rear leg compared to the one that comes in second. He's just better in terms of his footwork. He's a longer bodied and longer hip kind of a barrow there, and I think that benefits him in the long run. He's not as bold about his chest or as bold about his blade there as the barrow that comes in two, and so that gets awfully close because this one does have more dimension to his center. He's probably more spread up top there as well. But he's a barrow there, I read, a little bit shorter about his body, a little shorter out of his hip. He's more closed and more upright about his rear foot design. Longer we drive there, I had more concerns from a structural aspect. There's no doubt that he's got the power advantage of that particular pair. On the standstill, I probably prefer the chromed up barrow the very best because that is one elevated fronted barrow that's so scripted about his jawline and stout about his skull. He's level and square in his pin set, and he's square when he comes right at you. He's a barrow that has some bend to his hock, but I don't know if he ever utilizes his rear skeleton as effectively as what he needs to there. And compared to our winner there, he gets a little bit flatter. Our one that beat him in that pair, he gets a little bit flatter out of his hip and his lower ham as well. He's still sounder than the next barrow. I should say just more comfortable. This is one of those that looks like he probably took the time on the concrete at the fair, a little bit tough. He's extra stout, but he's just not comfortable enough and a little bit too hesitant on his front end in particular there. Then we have a set of black barrows that kind of round out this particular class. Nice barrows from a smoothness of pattern standpoint, depth of body perspective. They just get a little narrow when you study them underneath. Good class. Congratulations to each one of those kiddos.
Placings for Class 55 Crossbred barrows. First, Peyton Clauser. Second, Blake Smith. Third, Finley Rice. Fourth, Adeline Kemper. Fifth, Ryder Herman. Sixth, Jalen McGill. Seventh, Lydia Biddle. We are now showing Class 56 Crossbred barrows with a weight range of 250 to 256. The 2023 Tippecanoe County 4-H Swine Show is sponsored by Co-Alliance. Co-Alliance's mission is to lead, grow, give. Remember, and that allows the farmer-owned cooperative to annually invest more than $500,000 back into programs such as 4-H. Co-Alliance, we deliver.
Another interesting class to work through here, and again, I think we've got a lot of quality that runs deep, and some things that we could latch onto on the top side, and some things we'd like to alter all the way through. We end up landing on the hairy barrow there that's so highly presented that the young man did a great job with. And you know, as a judge, obviously our ultimate goal is to evaluate them there and get them in the right order. But you can't help yourself to kind of put on different hats, and apart from judge, probably most primarily I'm show dad, and if that's the one that I would have in the ring on my kids, it'd be the hardest to swallow that he got beat. And all that said, that's a stout-legged, hairy kind of individual there that's big and broad up top. He's got a lot of dimension to his center body. He still designs from the side extremely well. I'd like to maybe alter his front foot placement, square him in his hock ever so slightly, but we didn't find a structural improvement that offered all the upside that particular barrow did there, so he ends up being our class winner. Young man brings another high quality, well presented kind of a barrow here that comes in two. I think he is just a bit squarer whenever he goes away from you in terms of hock placement. I read him as a fresh made, smooth pattern kind of a barrow there, if you will. At the same time, he's a slicker haired one, and more importantly, I think naturally he's just a little frailer about his skull and his jaw, a little bit flatter about his forearm. He just needs to be stoutened up in his look there, and honestly, the longer that we drove, he wanted to search and reach outside the plane of his hip a bit more than ideal as well. So I didn't think that, again, he was a structural improvement to our class winner and not nearly as stout right at the surface. The barrow that came in three actually kind of grew on me just a bit. That's a powerful individual that's big and thick through his upper hip and center stifle. He's probably the biggest chested one we had there. Sometimes, though, we get that much power and punch backed on them, they get a little rounder in their makeup, and that's how he hit me from the onset of the class there. We could blend him a bit better at the top of his crest and leading out of his shoulder there as well. An absolutely huge-legged one, and the white individual that comes in next, and as he rolled in, I thought, well, we'll work him quite a bit higher because he's so stout about his skeletal makeup. He's broad and dimensional up top, kind of a neat kind of a barrel from a proportionality standpoint. And then as you start studying him, when he comes right at you, he sure wants to come in at his knee, and we need to reset him and redesign him through his forearm and just front structure in him just a bit. I didn't read him as fresh as those belted ones right ahead of him there. Young lady continually brings good ones here, and this is probably as low as we ended her up there, and I think we could switch this barrel a lot higher there just from a look and design perspective. I like his height. The shoulder is good as any of them there, and like I said, we shuffled a lot of these around, but start studying that barrel internally. Just study his rib design, his chest width as he goes away from you. I don't think there's just enough to him to move him up in this particular class. Round out the group with good individuals here, have some rib shape and stoutness. They're not fresh enough in their look or presentation out here whenever we get to this level of competition to move up any higher. That was a challenging class for sure. Let's put our hands together for all those kiddos one more time.
Results from Class 56 Crossbred Barrows. First, Colin Miller. Second, Keegan Spray. Third, Brody Martin. Fourth, Katie Holmes. Fifth, Sophie Royer. Sixth, Dwight Peters. Seventh, John Brand. In the ring is Class 57 Crossbred Barrows. Weights 257 to 268.
I think this is a deeper and higher quality class than we had in the last one, and yet still a lot of things to consider. It becomes a top pair in here again. I think each of them trade off and fix the one issue that we have in the other one. And ultimately, though, we need to start with the belted barrow here to win this class. There, he's wide between his eyes and stout about his skull and his jaw. He's got a great big fresh back laid on the top side of his body, and when he's got the distinct advantage of the one that comes in two is his length from his stifle back and length out of his rump that allows him to motor just a bit more comfortably out of his rear two. We'd like to prop him up strong on his front feet. I think that's just something as breeders we need to work on because that doesn't hurt his comfort level in this particular class. I do like the front foot set of the white one just a bit better. I think he's even more genuine in terms of his chest, his blade, and his sternum when he comes right at you. That's a barrow there, and I probably don't get too caught up in the term of being short-backed. I think sometimes we're getting a little quick whenever we keep talking about that, but that is a short-backed one that's still tall-fronted and has some extension ahead of his blade, so we like him from a proportionality standpoint. At the same time, sometimes we shorten them up, we also shorten up their hip, and he's that way and just needed to go just a bit longer out of his rear too. I thought he was square in his build and square in his rump than the next barrow that comes out. From just a market hog power and fundamental standpoint, this chromed up barrow needs to be up in the top trio. That barrow's got a lot of dimension through the middle portion of his shoulder. He's got a great big back. He's probably the thickest hammed one that we have out of this set, and still he's relatively comfortable. At the same time, his head and neck comes out of the middle portion of his blade a bit more than ideal. He's rounder in his muscle pattern, shorter out of his rump there, and just needs to be leveled in terms of his pin set just a nickel there. I thought 4 and 5 were fairly close. There's more dimension in the 1 and 4. He needs to be elevated and extended a bit more like the barrow that comes in 5 is, because this one's ultra tall fronted and really, really extended ahead of his shoulder. At the same time, already a little bit more closed up underneath, a little straighter on either end of his body as well. Again, we kind of round out the ones in 6 and 7 that has some product to him. They've got some muscle there. They just don't have the look, design, and just show ring appeal that the top end do. In the show ring, they end up sliding where they do. They're fundamentally nice kind of a market hogs, though. Let's put our hands together. That was a really good class. Good set of exhibitors for sure. Congratulations to each one of them.
Results from Class 57 Crossbred Barrows. First, Caleb Surveys. Second, Brecken Good. Third, Ava Carlson. Fourth, Archer Tilley. Fifth, Emma Klauser. Sixth, Connor Brand. Seventh, Jack Gilbert. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Division II Crossbred Barrow. From Class 55, Peyton Klauser. From Class 56, Colin Miller. And from Class 57, Caleb Surveys. Our champion Division II Crossbred Barrow banner is sponsored by Craig Spray and family. The reserve champion Division II Crossbred Barrow banner sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
Well, that's certainly a good division here, and as I said several times, I go straight to the microphone there, and it's not because the decision's easy or these aren't very high quality. It's actually quite the opposite. This division's probably being as good as any of the divisions that we've had there, and yet at the same time, we studied them long enough to kind of know where the differences lie. We talk about priorities. We've talked about lines of acceptability and where they fall on the spectrum of things there. And when they come out, some of these breed and division decisions have gotten closer. This one was actually quite a bit easier as they kind of peeled out there of the one that I want to name, put my hat on and bring back in our champion group. He's stout about his skull and arm. He's very, very good in terms of the angle to his shoulder. He's a long rumped kind of a barrow there that's agile out of his hip and his rear leg, big and fresh in his back. I'm not saying he's perfect when he comes right at you, but he needs to be our champion. The winner of the last class has our banner in this group.
Champion Division II Crossbred Barrow shown by Caleb Surveys. That brings out Brecken Goods, second place barrow.
I think, again, it gets closer when you drop that white one in there. We talked about his front foot set and stability on his front pasture and being the very best of that in that class, and probably is whenever he comes in this class as well, or this decision as well. He's big about his chest and square coming right at you. This view, he's probably the very best one we've seen today, and at the same time, a bold red one that's got a good look about it. I want to lengthen his rump just a bit. The one that won that second class is so good in terms of his top side dimension, his forerib shape, and he matches that winner in terms of look and design. He actually patterns up from the side, very similar to the one that we just used. He too has that same issue in terms of his front foot placement, and he's a little scary when he goes right away from you, but obviously his quality allowed him to win that particular class. The one that won that first class is the tallest shouldered. He's the longest bodied, which is kind of a not popular to say these days, but he matches that with length of hip, and it all fits together and balances well. He's the very best out of his hip and his rear leg of this trio that we have. And you've got a question, or you asked the question if he's just bold enough and wide enough coming right at you. So again, there's a lot of things to consider. I've got to just give you my opinion. The one that hit me the next hardest is the winner of Class 1 of this division. Let's put our hands together for that young lady for having reserve.
Reserve champion D2 cross barrow shown by Peyton Klauser. Announcement for the fairgrounds: if you are parked in the parking lot that used to belong to the old YMCA, the parking lot north of the fairgrounds by the extension office, and do not have a permit, please move your vehicle. The tow truck will be coming soon. Again, if you are parked near the old Y and do not have a permit, please move your vehicle or we will move it. Now showing Class 58 Crossbred barrows, weight range 269 to 279.
Young man here in the purple ends up winning this this class here, and I think that's a very fresh heavyweight kind of a barrow there. That's square in his design, really good. The top side of his blade and leading out of his shoulder with a good square loin edge. I think he drops down with a fresh rib cage and just a good look about him there from the side. Extremely level in his design and square in his build. He can have a notch more bend to his hock. I think he functions relatively well to win this particular class. He actually opens up bigger right at the surface in terms of his foot design than the tall shouldered barrow here that comes in second. This one's just as aggressive about the turn to his edge. He's got a big deep ditch running down his back. I like his maturity pattern. I probably like his length of rump even that much better than our class winner. At the same time, start studying him underneath, and he wants to close up just a bit more. As we talked about right at the surface, we can make him just a shot bigger. We've got the barrow that comes in 3. If we could fix him right behind his blade, we could probably switch that particular pair, because I think he is pulled open wider at the base of his rib. He's a sound made kind of a barrow there that just gets a little easy in his top line, a little round out of his rump there. From a design standpoint, I think that he fit together from the profile quad as well. His function allowed him to place over the next barrow here that comes in next. This one's probably as good from just a carcass merit, lean value standpoint as any of them, but from a structural aspect, I thought he got a little too hard out of his hip and his rear leg. Blue barrow comes in, he's stout-legged, big and soft, about his mid-rib, a long body kind of a barrow there. Again, just look and design maybe wasn't in his favor in this competitive class. Extremely stout barrow here that needs to be squared up in his hock design. He's got worlds of muscle, but just gets a little trashier about his joints. And this same barrow that goes right here, I think he's got some muscle. He's flexible enough, gets a little easy and wavy in his top line. Again, show barrow design maybe fell short there just a bit, but still a good class. Congratulations to those kiddos once again.
Results from Class 58 Crossbred Barrows. First, Blake Smith. Second, Brooklyn Spray. Third, Cooper Bymaster. Fourth, Ainsley Stonecipher. Fifth, Haven Rice. Sixth, Emily Seaman. Seventh, Abby Griffith. We are now showing our final class of crossbred barrows, Class 59. The barrows range in weight from 282 to 290.
Young lady did a really nice job driving the winner of our last class of crossbred barrows here, and that's a big scaled, long-bodied, extended barrow, and I think heavyweight should be that, and still at the same time, I read him fresh enough about his back and his mid-rib. I've really got a good design about him from the side. He's as sound and comfortable as any of them that we have to work with here, and his endurance and ability to just maintain that comfort level is what allowed him to place over the red-belted one that comes in. I read this one probably even that much more powerful than our class winner. He's still got a good look ahead of his shoulder, a big upper hip in him as well. Young lady's barrow just kind of want to act up on him just a little bit. The more that he worked, the harder and harder that he was hitting on both ends of his skeleton there. If he can maintain that comfort level, like I say, you would probably switch that particular pair. I like his fresh shape. I like his look. We just had the ability to get heavyweight barrows that maintain their composition extremely well. 3 and 4 are fairly close. I thought there was a structural advantage in the barrow that comes in 3. Both have world of product, really, really wide constructed kind of a barrows there. They got a little bit more throat, maybe a little more front end on them from a show barrow perspective, just a little coarser and rounder in the way that they're put together. Young man's barrow in 5 is getting a little hesitant and tentative on his front step there. Just want to change that in him just a bit. He may be as heavy-legged as any of them that we have there. Maybe a little more athletic barrow rounds out this class. At the same time, he just doesn't have the muscularity that the top end did. That was a good class to end on. Congratulations to those kiddos once again.
Placings for class 59. First, Emma Klauser. Second, Emma Clarkson. Third, Jet Beck. Fourth, Hadley Stonecipher. Fifth, Alexander Buck. Sixth, Keegan Humrickhouse. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Division III cross barrow. Coming out of class 58, Blake Smith and Brooklyn Spray. Coming out of class 59, Emma Klauser and Emma Clarkson. Our champion Division III crossbred barrow banner is sponsored by Garrett Swine Farm, and our reserve champion Division III crossbred barrow banner sponsored by Lloyd Lehman family.
With only 2 classes in this division, the numbers maybe weren't quite there in the heavyweight group, but I still thought the quality was good. I was very impressed with each one of those heavyweight divisions. We get to a heavyweight status, and we've got a little more age and time on them, or I guess we've got a little more weight. We don't want to call ages in the show big deal, but they were able to maintain their composition extremely well. We said that in the gilts. As we start packing on some more pounds, or they've been around a little bit longer, sometimes those structural things start showing up a little bit more evidently, and I thought we were able to keep it good, good design, sound, comfortable set of market hogs out here that again are fresh and look like they're fed into this particular weight group. Again, like we've said all day, there's no easy show out here. There's a tough decision, close calls all the way through, and hopefully it just give you a good read and tell you the way that I saw them out here. As we start peeling them out here and vying for a champion and a reserve, I think there's one that kind of continually surface for that extra look and design, and couple with that with the most effective rear leg utilization, the ability to maintain his comfort level the very best. The winner of the last class that we just named is going to end up being our champion heavyweight there. I think it gets even closer between the second place barrow there, the red one that's maybe wanting to act up just a bit. I really like that one's look and design there for that heavyweight class. He gets a little tighter in his movement. Same does the first class winner. I think he gets a little straighter out of his hog, but he's probably the boldest through his chest and his forerib. He's got a big square upper blade in him as well. That was a good class, a good set of divisions. We're actually going to use the winner of class 1 to be our reserve. Let's give this young man a big hand.
Your champion Division III crossbred barrow shown by Emma Klauser. Your reserve champion Division III crossbred barrow shown by Blake Smith. We will now be showing for an overall reserve or champion and reserve champion crossbred barrow. Our banner for our overall champion crossbred barrow is sponsored by Neil Mosley family. Excuse me, our overall champion crossbred barrow banner sponsored by Immenizer family. Our reserve champion overall crossbred barrow sponsored by Neil Mosley family. In the ring, representing Division 1, champion Olivia Hedden. From Division 2, champion Caleb Servius. And from Division 3, champion Emma Klauser. A reminder, following this selection, we will still have our bred and owned class. We will then take a short 15-minute or so break and then begin with showmanship.
Well, I think we've had a good crossbred barrow show here. We've got 3 division winners out here. They're all just a little bit different in terms of type and kind. And as I've said several different times a day, and I'm not one of those that's just going to blow smoke or tell you what I think you want to hear there. The one thing that's similar about these 3 division winners and the ones that are knocking on the door to come out here is their skin and hair is absolutely immaculate. They're freshly presented. They're on the mark from a composition and condition standpoint. Their physical feel is right. They look like show barrows that were prepared to come to the fair, and so that makes it fun to watch and fun to evaluate. And then you've just got to kind of sort some differences out. So if you would just put your hands together for these division winners and all these crossbreeds, they did a very nice job out here today. You know, like I said, the differences are pretty vast, and you know, you'd always like them to look like litter mates or just look like they are cut out of the same mold, and sometimes you just can't. What I do like is the lightweight looks like a lightweight. We worked the middleweight, the heavyweight looks like a heavyweight when he come out here, and there are some variations. The little black barrow is one that hit me very hard for just his freshness. He looks like a youthful barrow. I'm, as a show judge, never going to call ages because I think we'll kind of look foolish out here, but that looks like a young, youthful kind of a barrow there that's got a fresh rib cage, a fresh back, a good hip and rear leg working in him as well. He's big in his chest there as well. Compared to the other 2, he's not as stout about his arm or his rear leg. Maybe he gets a little bit shorter about his neck comparatively. But obviously, I admired that barrow in division, and for me, all weights are on the table and in competition for sure. We shift gears and go all the way to the big heavyweight one. He's the big outline, skeletally extended kind of a barrow there. I like the fact that he got to a heavyweight status and maintained some relative leanness, if you will. That's obviously a term we don't use there very often, but his composition is right for a heavyweight barrow. He's still some turn to his edge, and he won that division because he combined that with being the soundest and the most comfortable. He may be truly the very best at the surface, and so he's definitely in the run in there. And the heavyweights always push very, very hard. Then we've got the middleweight barrow there we haven't discussed there. That was the tough division for sure. That barrow is presented and fit extremely well. I love the width between his eyes and stoutness and toughness that he has to his jaw. I think he's a big arm kind of a barrow there that's got an appropriate set to his shoulder, his blade, his forearm, and knee is set in him as good as any of them there. We comment in class, he's extremely long, not at the top of his hip necessarily, but from his stifle muscle back, he's long, and that allows him to take a good step out of his rear too there. He's got a big fresh back and a big center working in him. You know, pet peeve of mine, and maybe just something we've got to work industry-wise, I'd like to prop him up on his front feet, but I'm not going to single trade him. He's the best barrow in this particular drive, and he's going to end up being our champion.
Champion overall crossbred barrow shown by Caleb Servies. That brings out Peyton Klauser's reserve champion Division 2 barrow.
Definitely doesn't make a decision any easier when that one enters the ring here, because there's a middleweight barrow that looks like he can get to a heavyweight status and it benefit him. He looks like he's on his way up. His skeletal outline and in length of body looks like one of those that'll just continually get better and better if you pound on him just a bit more. At the same time, we interrupt him here today, or really we don't interrupt him. We show him as market hogs today, and we question whether his just chest and rib is bold enough, but he got to this point in a competitive show, and so he's right there in the mix. I really like his hip and his rear leg. I like that extra length of body that he possesses, because he's still stout enough there. Again, where you call him in terms of chest and rib is where you fit him there. So again, a lot of different directions we go. The crossbred deal was a little challenging to put together, because I don't know for sure if there's just a clear-cut placing all the way through, and that's perfectly fine. That's why I get to give you my opinion today. I continually come back to one that hit me hard in class in terms of being a fresh presented, fresh made, fresh rib kind of a barrow there that's really, really good about his hip and his rear leg. We're going to time that little black one to be our reserve champion. Let's give her a big round of applause.
The reserve champion overall crossbred barrow, exhibited by Olivia Hedden. Although that was our final division of crossbreds, we do have one last barrow class before we take a short break. Similar to this morning, you will not find this class in the show program. This is a class that gets created as we go through the day. Once again, this is an extra special class. This is our bred and owned class. These are all barrows that have shown already. They stood near the top of their class. And more importantly, these are barrows that have been raised by the exhibitors from day one. These exhibitors have owned these animals since they were born and have now brought them to the fair and done well with them already. And they get one last chance to show. As we did this morning with the gilts, let's give an extra big special round of applause to this bred and owned class that we're about to bring out. And that'll be our last barrow class of the day.
Well, if you weren't here during the gilt show and we had the bred and own division, I talked about how neat I think this division is to have, and honestly, as many shows that I've got to evaluate and assort, I don't know how many of them we've actually had a bred and own class to work through, and I think it's just awesome. I think it's obviously a challenge for these kids there. I think it's even more rewarding to be able to farrow these and get them to this particular point, and like I said in the gilt show, it means even that much more to you if you bred them and raised them, and like I told everybody there before, if you think raising show pigs is easy, just jump in and try it. It's tough, and I commend all these kids. I congratulate them, and I thank the families for supporting them and allowing them to do it, because you can gain a whole nother level of knowledge and things and respect for this industry for sure. And so commend them here. We've got lots of individuals out here, so definitely did a good job. They were competitive in their classes. They come out here, and I think they vie for this honor very, very heavily there. With that being said, I'll always tell you, kind of call a spade as we come out here. We've got a clear-cut winner, and then I think we've got a logical reserve there as well. The kids did an awesome job. Young man won the Bred and Owned Gilt show, and he brings a better one to win the Bred and Owned Barrow show. Congratulations to this guy right here. Very, very good spotted barrow. We're going to follow with this red barrow right here. She's had a good day, and that's a very nice kind of a barrow to be reserved. Let's give her a big round of applause. Congratulations again to all the Bred and Owned exhibitors.
Champion Bred and Owned barrow exhibited by Parker Johnson. Reserve champion Bred and Owned exhibited by Sarah Hoey. Your champion Bred and Owned barrow banner was sponsored by Dave and Linda Swank. Your reserve champion Bred and Owned barrow banner sponsored by Roy Showpigs. There will now be a 15-minute break before we start with beginner showmanship.
Well, thanks everybody for coming here today. We just have a special award that we wanted to give to one of our swine volunteers. I'm not really sure how many years he's been helping us, but when I was in 4-H, he was always behind the scenes, making sure the pinning gates were shut as you came to the show ring. He was always there. So, and he's always been ringside as far as I can remember. So Don Smith, I'd like to thank you for your service to the Swine Project, and we're glad to have you here today. You're welcome.
Check. 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 Check.
We are now showing the first class of beginner showmanship.
Okay, we move into the showmanship category here, there, and you know, honestly, the pig show gets pretty easy. I just give you an opinion about pigs, and we come into showmanship, it gets a little bit dicier because we're talking about kids and we're talking about assorting showmanship skills, and yet at the same time, it's something that I love to do. I love to watch, and definitely admire these kids for coming out here. We've got 2 divisions in our beginner group, or 2 heats, I guess we should say, in our beginner division, and ultimately we'll have a champion. I think a champion in reserve out of each one of them, and so we come in here, and again, we're just our first year. We kind of came in, got some experience, and obviously it's always a learning process as you go. The one thing about it is I always encourage kids at this age or any age as we come, if the show provides you a class to participate in, we need to get out there and do it. And it's and we can always learn every time we can get out there and get the experience. And you know what's crazy about things there is these kids, I think they're always eager to get out and to learn, and sometimes kids or parents are the ones holding the kids back. And so great job here. We're going to call 3 of the young men back to come. I thought they were the ones that did the most of the fundamentals the very best, kept them in the middle of the ring, stayed on the correct side of the pig. Eye contact looks good. They're utilizing their whip well out here. Young man here in the yellow shirt, Duroc barrow, you're going to come back here in a little bit. Young man right there in the orange shirt with the belted gilt, you can join us back in a little bit. Young man right here with the spotted gilt, blue short sleeve shirt, you're going to come back here in just a bit. So let's give them all a big round of applause there, and we're going to have a good showmanship division this evening.
We are now showing Class 102, Beginner Showmanship, Heat B. All of our beginner showmen today from both heats will be receiving a free feed bucket, compliments of Buck Creek Show Feeds. Thank you.
Well, I think this second heat is even more competitive there, or maybe we just kind of got our wheels going, and they're even that much more excited to come in here and showmanship. We're going to keep a few more out of this particular set and just kind of see how they all shake out here in a little bit. But again, I appreciate them coming out and participating again. I like having showmanship after the show's through, and honestly, it's a new competition every time they enter the ring. But at the same time, I kind of got to see how they reacted to the different situations. There were a few of these kids that I remember in class, and I wouldn't have guessed them as being first year or beginner showmanship participants for sure. So congratulations to them. Again, we'll just pin these individual back, and in no particular order. Young lady right here, the black gilt, you're going to come back. You worked really hard and did a very, very nice job. Young man right here, awesome job. Let's stick yours back in the pin, and you're going to join us back here in a second. Young lady right here with the white barrow, you did a very good job, great intensity there, and definitely deserves to come back. Young man here in the black-headed barrow right here, he's going to join us back also. Let's give them all a big round of applause there. We'll redraw those top 7. Good job to each one of those kiddos.
Let's give another nice big round of applause for all of our beginner showmen out of both heats. Real strong future for the swine project here with all these first-year members. And thanks again to Buck Creek Show Feeds for those buckets full of some tack that those kids can take home with them. We're now showing for our champion and reserve champion beginner showman.
I said that I like having showmanship after the show. The only challenge that poses is that those pigs know where those exit gates are, those entrance gates are there, and you can see we're kind of all gravitating this direction. And particularly this age division, it's to kind of fight and go and kind of get them on the other side of the ring. And that's nothing against the exhibitors at all, just an observation there. But we've seen them coming in the ring, in and out 2 or 3 different times, and I'm never going to overwork the kids there. Same as in the show, though. When it gets close, we're going to make take a little time, and close decisions definitely require or merit that extra time there. Again, I'm encouraged that this many people came out and participated in the beginner showmanship. Every time you have the opportunity to get in the ring, definitely do so. I always tell people, it's kind of become cliche that we call showing animals, showing livestock our sport, and yet at the same time, I hear all these guys say, well, don't start your kid too early, you're going to burn them out. And we go to our little league or we go to little dribblers, and we don't ever hear people say that. If the kids want to get out there and show, let's get them to show and give them that opportunity. They're excited to do so, and they gain that experience every time they go out there. And just a word to these younger kids here, I might even say it in the other ones there, but find your style, find your groove. groove, make your style of showmanship your own, and at the same time, find you one or two kids there that you can emulate, that you can watch. And when my kids are at a show, and whenever I was growing up, particularly now as I train kids or my own kids, we've got about 3 kids, and it does not matter what class they're in or what we have going on. If those kids are in the ring, my kids better be up in the side of the ring watching them. And I can tell you, as we work through these age divisions, y'all have a phenomenal group of showmen sitting right here in this county at your disposal to watch. And so as y'all start your careers, y'all have a really good fresh start out here, and y'all are doing an awesome job with a lot of the fundamentals. Find you those kids to watch and to emulate. Find those kids that you can gain those knowledge from, and y'all are going to have a good start. So again, I just came to the microphone fairly quickly to kind of watch them out here. It's kind of neat there when the focus isn't right on them, they kind of utilizing the whole ring a little bit more. Maybe their heart isn't quite pumping quite as hard there, and that just comes with the beginning territory. But you should be very proud of these kids. Kids, you should be proud of yourselves. You worked hard this year, did a great job here. I'm going to put the microphone down. I'll shake the hand of your champion first, your reserve champion second there. But if you would, put your hands together for all these beginner showmen. They did a very good job.
Your champion beginner showman is Brody Martin. Your reserve champion beginner showman is Hadley Stonecipher. Congratulations again to all of our beginner showmen. We want to recognize the sponsor of our banner and plaque that we're giving out to our beginner showmen. That is the Donald W. Brown Memorial. In the ring now, we have Class 103. This is our junior showmanship Heat A, our first of 5 junior classes.
Well, as you heard there, we have 5 heats here in the junior group there, and only end up with the top 2 to get awarded. So showmanship, in essence, ends up being the toughest competition that we end up having today. And you know, it's just like anything, though. I think it's a great training there. I think things have got to be tough, and and I like the competitive nature that we have. You can tell these kids, even from that one age group, from the beginner group, they're kind of finding their own and kind of grabbing their style, and they're doing a lot of things really good. They're utilizing the ring extremely well, kind of staying separated from the rest of them and still trying to capitalize on their own pick there extremely well. There's going to be 2 individuals coming out of this group. I'm very big on first impressions, whether it's showmanship or in the show, or particularly anytime you're presenting yourself, presenting the livestock, presenting anything you're doing, that first impression is paramount. These 2 kids kind of came out nose forward, ears up. Things were going in the right direction. Intensity was good. They weren't overworking things, but they still grabbed your attention and got a commanding look. And so then as we got in the ring, they kind of kept everything together. A little bit different in terms of style. Again, we've got 5 heats, so we've got to be critical as we kind of go through here as we start cutting down each one of them. But let's put our hands together for this young man right here. He's coming back here in the champion group here in just a minute. And young man right here with the Berkshire gilt is going to come back as well. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Good job to each one of these kiddos.
In the ring is Class 104, Junior Showmanship, Heat B.
Well, again, we've got 5 heats to come, and so we've got to be ultra critical as we come out here, which is perfectly fine. Like I said, we call this our sport, and any sport at the top of competition is tough. And I think those things you kind of learn, and you realize that those quick actions and those capitalizing on those moments is obviously very, very important as you come in here. This heat maybe not quite as big as the last one, but I think it's even deeper and more competitive than the other ones. I talked about how important that first impression is, and at the same time, I think it's important to not overwork once you get out here in the middle of the ring. Grab the attention and then be able to utilize the ring, and that takes some knack, that takes some practice, and also takes just some natural ability. There's 2 exhibitors that came out here that kind of separated themselves for me just a little bit more. Again, maybe just a little more poised and collected in the way that they handle themselves, and still didn't fall short from an aggressive standpoint. Young lady right here with the red belted gilt, you're going to come back and join us here in the championship group in just just a minute. The other young lady there with the red listed gilt there on the far side, you're going to come back as well. Let's give them all a big round of applause one more time.
We are now showing our third of 5 heats of junior showmanship.
What an incredibly good heat right here. We've got a set of young ladies all that are doing a great job. Their pigs are presented extremely well. And again, I commented there as we opened up showmanship that it's the toughest job that I have today, and it's usually the one that the judges say they don't like doing, and what they mean to say is they don't want to have to make these close calls and these judgment decisions here, especially when we're only naming a couple out here. You've got to be ultra critical, and like I say, that gets a little dicier, because if you're just rooting for one of these girls out here and just watching them, focused on them, you're saying, well, they're doing a great job, they should definitely get called back. And I wouldn't argue there, but as a judge out here, to try to get the right ones in, I've got to look at the complexion of the whole deal and grab those views. Sometimes showmanship is just circumstantial, and it's for sure subjective. We'll say that a couple times today. One thing that I thought this group did a very nice job, and at the same time we could change just a little bit there. I'm a big advocate, and I think it's good to use our free hand, whether we have a brush in it or whether we don't have a brush in it. We can use that free hand to turn, to guide, to make sure that things are going at the right pace, but we don't need to leave it on the pig there and be distracting or push their loin down or anything like that. I thought the young ladies did a nice job using it. A couple times I caught a few of them just kind of resting their hand on their pig's back, but did a good job utilizing their whip and their free hand as well. They're working the ring extremely well, and again, it just comes down to just personal preference. There there were 3 that were maybe just a little more aggressive, maybe a little bit quicker to get to where they needed to go, and they definitely had a plan to come there. This is going to be a fun division here in a little bit. This is a young lady right here is going to be one of the ones that joins us back here in just a bit. Young lady right here in the paisley shirt, off-belted gilt. We'll invite her back to the championship group here in just a bit, as well as this young lady right here with the Yorkshire barrow. Let's give them all a big round of applause once again.
In the ring now is Class 106. This is our 4th heat of junior showmanship.
One other competitive heat of junior showmen out here, and I think just in this group here, we've got some capable showmen that presented their pigs extremely good, but a couple of them are just a little more consistent in terms of the speed of their pig, or maybe just a little bit smoother in their actions as we come out here. Part of the showman is the ability to be aggressive and show off your animal, at the same time make it easy for the judge to see them and evaluate them there as well. I thought these 2 individuals that are going to get called back did that at the highest ability, and still really did a nice job utilizing the ring and doing a nice job presenting their pig and showing some aggression out here as well. Young man right here with the Duroc barrow, you're going to join us back here for our championship group in just a bit, and then actually the young lady here with the Duroc gilt is going to come back as well. Let's give them all a big round of applause once again.
Congratulations to all of our junior showmen. Correction, we only have 4 heats of junior showmanship. That was our final one. We will now be showing for champion and reserve champion junior showman. Our champion junior showman today will receive a plaque and banner. Both of those are sponsored by Courtney Dill.
Like I said at the beginning of the showmanship division, this is a category or division or competition that I absolutely love and admire. I love watching. I like sorting. You know, the things that I don't like about it, or I think the reason the judges say that is obviously you're making close calls with kids that are working really hard there that deserve to be commended, and yet still we have to hand out awards there in an order. I think also it's tough to talk about them, and it's tough to not sound redundant. I probably sound plenty redundant about pigs and get me in showmanship, and we just sound like a broken record. But at the same time, it's good to come out here and know kind of where we go and kind of go through there. We had 10 of them that came back from those 4 heats, and then we sorted them down to 5. And the one thing about showmanship that a lot of people say there ringside is they love showmanship because it's not nearly as subjective as what the pig show is, and yet I would completely argue with you that it's almost more subjective. There's a style of showman. There's a way that the kids handle their whip, the way they handle their posture, the way they handle their ring that we like, or that every judge likes a little bit more than others, and maybe even it just comes down to speed of the pig or even the amount of eye contact, and so it gets to be very, very subjective. And so I'll try to be brief and just be fair and tell everybody kind of the high points and low points just as quickly as we can. Then we'll name a champion or reserve. Young man, you got out here, you're the only guy that came out there in the deal, and I'm telling you what, beating them girls is tough, and you did a great job. This is a good bear. I tell you what, it starts with skin and hair on that guy, and I tell you what, that's part of showmanship for sure. That bear is presented extremely well. I like your aggression. I like your eye contact. It makes you where you look like you have your heart on your sleeve and you're working extremely hard, as good as anybody from a first impression standpoint. The longer we drove, maybe got on the edge just a little bit more, and we talked about the longer the drive goes on, or the later in the day, they know those exits, they know those corners, and maybe we need to edge this off. We've got a huge ring, and maybe we can reduce that size and keep out those that trouble a little bit. But great job by him for sure. Young lady here closest to me, just kind of talking to them in random order. I really like how deliberate you are, how much of a plan it looks like you have. It looks like you're thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead of where you're actually at. You're very slow, you're very deliberate, and at the same time you're calculated, and I like all those things. I wish that gilt would go at a little faster clip, and sometimes we're just under the mercy of the pig, but at the same time I like them to get out here and just be a little bit more athletic there. Sometimes the gilt was so good in terms of the angles that we had, I'd like you to maybe show off every view just a little bit more, but boy, you're good. Your eye contact is good. Intensity is awesome. I really like your composure as well. Young lady there with the belted gilt, you're good and aggressive, and you can tell you came out here to win, and you got a competitive nature. I love that about you there. You remind me of my daughter whenever she shows. The only criticism she's ever had is to slow down, and I tell her, don't ever slow down. Don't ever lighten up. And I've heard people tell her that she's being too competitive, and I don't believe that's such a thing whenever we get out here, and I like that about you. You still utilize the ring extremely well. I say all of that, and sometimes your whip gets just a little bit busy. You could probably use about half as many of those whips or movements there, and sometimes it's just a little distracting, but keep up that competitive nature because you do just a phenomenal job. Young lady with the Yorkshire barrow here, I like your style. Again, it comes down to being just personal preference. I kind of like that brush in your hand, and again, don't change your style for me, but I kind of like that. I like where you guided that pig there. I like where you hold your whip. I liked your posture there where you showed at the hip of that barrow there. I like that as well. I thought you, again, was just like the other young lady. We talked about being so deliberate and calculated in your movements. You did very, very good in that regard. You maybe stayed on the outskirts a little bit more. When there's a whole bunch of pigs, that's good to do. When there's a few less of them out here, you maybe want to check in just a little bit closer to me, and be careful. I like your brush there. Some guys will tell you don't keep it on that pig quite as much, but awesome job there, and again, I like your style. Young lady there with the red belted gilt, you're maybe as quick and aggressive as any of them. Then we come out here, it looks like you've been training for showmanship, and I like that. Anytime that we're going to be competitive, anytime we want to win, we've got to work at home, and it looks like you've spent a lot of time, maybe not with just that gilt, with a lot of them in the yard, and kind of getting your art crafted, if you will, when you come out here. Very, very good. I like your speed. Again, I like your style whenever you come in here. here. You made a good first impression, then you utilized the ring extremely good. I will be critical when you came out of the placing pin. You maybe let her get a little far from you before you close the pin back. I like the fact that you went ahead and didn't turn her around in a circle. You went in and got her in the middle of the ring, but make sure she's not so far behind that you get a bad view whenever you're trying to get back to her, but still did a great job. Again, awesome set of exhibitors. I don't want to take away from the other 5 that made the finals. This was just the ones that surfaced for me when he came out here. Great job by them. Again, we'll shake the hand of your champion first, your reserve champion. Let's show them how proud we are with a big round of applause there as they did a great job today.
Your champion, junior showman, Ainsley Stonecipher. Reserve champion, Landrace Spray. Nice big round of applause for all of our junior showmen. We will now be heading into our intermediate division. In the ring is class 108, our first of 4 intermediate classes.
You know, showmanship's always tough, as we talked about, but it seems like when we get in the intermediate division, no matter what show we're at or what level we're at, it's always maybe the very toughest. They're just old enough, they've had enough experience and to get very, very good and cover all the fundamentals and kind of find their style, and yet at the same time, they're not those seniors that have gotten complacent and they're still working hard, and you can tell that in this group. I really like the show ring utilization by this set of individuals out here. They're working with and against against the other kids, and that shows an experienced showman. Again, first impression is so important to me. There were two out here that were maybe just a shot more aggressive. At the same time, really showed their pig extremely well, had all the angles right, and at the same time, it's kind of grabbed your attention just a bit more. They happen to be the ones that are closer to me. Young lady there in the pink shirt, you're going to come back. Young man right here to the right, he'll be joining us back also. Let's give him a big hand one more time.
In the ring is class 109. This is our second of 4 heats of intermediate showmanship.
Another very, very competitive heat there, and again, we're just kind of splitting hairs as we kind of come through there and grab the ones that come back in the champion group. Again, just comes down to being a personal preference in terms of style and maybe the speed that they utilize their whip, maybe the posture that they have there. And one thing there, I guess I could probably go through and make them do some tricks or put them in different pressure situations as we go, but I always try to simulate showmanship, to simulate the show just as much as I possibly can, and then we may do a few other different things to break them down in the championship group. We have to be tough. We can only name a champion or reserve, and we've got multiple ones that to garnish that there in the same time. It just comes down to those small details, maybe just a little bit different in terms of show ring utilization. Again, circumstantial about the views that we got, or maybe caught one bad look. And again, I say all this to just tell you, keep your head up, keep up the hard work. You're doing a great job. We're going to call back three young ladies in this particular set. Young lady with a yellow shirt here, that she's going to come back here in just a bit. Young lady right here in the blue shirt did an awesome job and is going to join us back, and right here with the Duroc gilt as well. Let's give them all a big round of applause one more time.
In the ring is Class 110, our third of 4 classes of intermediate showmanship.
Well, again, you always sound like a broken record in showmanship, but this is an awfully good set of kids out here. They're very, very competitive, and like I said, I like having showmanship after the show. We were able to see them in several different scenarios. And I'm a big believer that obviously we're just judging how they're showing right here in this particular class, but it's always good to reference them in the other divisions there, or whenever they came in the market or the breeding show out there. And that doesn't play a big bearing, but the good showmen always tend to surface and kind of come rise to the occasion, if you will. What's neat whenever we come out here, I always tell my kids there that you know, the mark of a showman is obviously to get your pig presented, but it's also to convince the judge that you've got a good one. And if you don't even look at the pigs there, you look across this set of showmen right here, it just looks like they have quality livestock that they worked hard with, and so they're doing a very good job. Again, we can only bring back so many. We're going to have a crowded ring as it is there. We're going to get 4 of them back in this division here. Great job by each one of them. Young man right here, awesome job. You're going to come back here in just a bit. Young lady right here with the belted gilt is going to join us back as well. Young lady with the Duroc barrow, she's going to come back as well. And the young man there with the white gilt that came out last of this that's heat. Let's give them all a big round of applause one more time. Awesome, awesome group of showmen.
In the ring is Class 111, our 4th and final class of intermediate showmanship.
We come in the last heat here in the intermediate division, and it looks like there's a few more kids to compete in this particular set, and that's how things shake out, or who ends up showing up to the ring there. And as we said, the later in the day we get, the closer to evening feeding period, or the more time the pigs have been in the ring, they get just a little bit more contrary, a little bit harder to work with. And what's sometimes tough about all livestock species, really, they feed off the other livestock in the ring. And whether it be pigs or cattle, if there's one or two maybe acting up, that seems like the rest of them kind of do too. Those are the challenges of showmanship. Those are the circumstantial things that we have to work through, and that's what makes us all better. It seems like this group, they maybe want to crowd up just a little bit more. And again, I think we've got a set of really good showmen out here. Kind of worked out the kinks and got everything spread out and looked even better. We're going to call back one showman in here. We're going to have a full house here in just a bit. Young lady there in the orange shirt, I thought you did a great job. You're going to come and join us back here in just a bit. If you would, put your hands together for all these intermediate showmen. They did a great job once again.
In the ring, we are showing for our champion intermediate showman. Our champion intermediate showman will receive a banner and plaque sponsored by Evan and Kayla Martin.
Well, awesome job to each one of these individuals in the intermediate division. Not only the 10 that we got called back, but the entire group there that came back and competed in this set. It was awesome to watch and awesome to be in the middle of the ring. Like I said, I can't say enough how much I love showmanship, how much I admire the kids that put focus on it, and you know, it's not the tell-all at shows, but I'm telling you what, like I've said several times today, there's no such thing as an easy show anymore, and any competitive edge that you can have is even that much more important now than ever. And I tell you what, you know, I don't put a sole stake on showmanship on placing the pigs there, but it looks like these kids right here in the middle of the ring, as well as those other ones, they got along pretty good in the show too. And that's usually just because they get them presented that much better. Anytime it's a close call, the nod is going to go to the better showman if I'm judging. And so I commend each one of you guys for doing an awesome job. Again, this is its own competition. It's very, very subjective. It's kind of just my style and the kind that fits my style and my preferences. We come out here, you know, in the beginner group, I said that those kids need to find you a kid, or find you 2 or 3 kids that if they're in the ring, that you need to be ringside and observing and watching and learning. All 10 of these right here are kids that you need to put on your list to kind of watch, and if they're in the show ring, I would definitely be tuned in and learning from them, because they all do things just a little bit differently, but they're all so competitive and so versed and so good in terms of the way that they present their pigs there. We go through things in a fairly rapid fashion, try to kind of keep everything cataloged in my head as we come in here, put them in different pressure situations as you go, and at the same time, I think there's a lot of different directions you could go. You know, I hear judges all the time that say you couldn't go wrong, and I really couldn't, because these are the top 4 individuals. Any of them could be champion. Any of them could drive hogs for us any day of the week there. Again, it just comes down to personal preference. My favorite showman today is this young man right here in the blue shirt. He's going to be our champion, and we're going to follow the young lady right here for being reserved. Let's give them all another great big round of applause. Incredible set of showmen for sure.
Your champion intermediate showman, Keegan Spray. Reserve champion, Leah Emmenizer. Let's give a nice round of applause to all of our intermediate showmen as we get set for our senior showmanship classes. In the ring is class 112, our first of 4 heats of senior showmanship. As we begin our senior showmanship heats, let's take one last opportunity to recognize some of our sponsors today. The 2023 Tippecanoe County 4-H Swine Show is sponsored by Co-Alliance. Co-Alliance's swine contracting partnerships provide opportunities for diversification and succession for the next generation of the family farm. Co-Alliance, we deliver. Again, we'd like to thank Tipmont for being our platinum sponsor and making our live stream possible today. Again, you can check that out on showbarnflix.com. And also, we'd like to thank Lindsay Hanowich for photography today in the ring. Thanks to a generous donation from Farmers National Company, all the photographs taken today will be available for download off of her website. Thanks again to all of our sponsors today. We appreciate all of your support of the Swine Project and the Tippecanoe County Fair.
We've got 4 more heats of seniors here, and we'll move through things again in fairly quick fashion, and at the same time we'll try to put each one of them in maybe little different scenarios as we come in the heats, particularly in the championship group. There were 2 in this particular set there that surfaced for me. Again, the intensity level just kind of fit where I like their posture to be, their eye contact, and still a ring awareness, maybe showed the angles just a little bit more effectively when it came out here. Young man right here is going to join us back, as well as a young man there with the belted barrow there as well. Let's give them a big round of applause. We're going to have a great senior showmanship group, I'm sure.
In the ring is class 113. This is our second of 4 senior showmanship classes.
We come in here the second heat, and I know we went through that first one fairly quickly, and I think a few guys are maybe caught off guard, or mic doesn't work in the back, and we're perfectly fine. We roll to another heat or whatever, everybody's going to get in the ring, and we're going to get us two showmen, and then we're going to do something a little bit probably unorthodox in this group. There's a great set of them, and you know, honestly, this early in the game, we don't have to sort them there. I think eye contact is great. I think intensity level is good. They look poised and experienced. They look like champion senior showmen out here. All 5 of these are going to come back in that next championship group, and so they all made it through the heat. Let's give them a big round of applause there and congratulate them.
In the ring is Class 114, the third of 4 classes of senior showmanship.
Again, sometimes we're just under the mercy of the pigs there, and these look like they're trying to kind of get back to the barn and eat, and just being a little bit slower and sluggish there. But the kids kind of work through it, and again, first impression is so important. Like we talked about, it starts with just skin and hair and fit job, and like it or not, those are all the things that get put into showmanship for sure. And I guess the one that's going to come back, I thought Pig was fit to a T, did a great job entering the ring. Intensity was extremely good. Let's congratulate this young man right here with the Duroc Gilt. He's going to join us back, and then give everybody else a big round of applause for participating out here. They did a good job for sure.
In the ring is our 4th and final heat of senior showmanship, Class 115, our last senior showmanship heat. Following this, we will show for champion senior showman, and then we will have the selection of our grand swine showman to conclude our day show.
Well, I think a really good heat to conclude on, and you know, we talked about just a minute ago in that last heat how important just skin and hair and presentation and fit job is to showmanship. It's also very important for us to be presented correctly, presented like showman should or stockman should, if you would. And you know, everybody has different styles, and nobody should ever be should change their style for something. But there is a certain etiquette that fits a show ring, that fits another scenario, and I think we should follow those things. This group of showmen, they look like showmen should. They get out here and present their pigs extremely well, and they came out here to be competitive. You can tell they've worked hard at home, and I definitely commend them on that. We're going to get 3 kids back in this particular group. Young man right here with the Duroc barrow worked really hard and deserves to come back. Great job of the young lady right here with the Duroc gilt. She'll be fun to watch here in just a bit. The young man right there with the belted barrow there, he's going to come back as well. Let's give them all a big round of applause. We're going to have a great senior group. Congratulations to each one of them. Wish them the best of luck down the road.
We are now showing for our champion senior swine showman. Our champion senior swine showman will receive a banner and plaque sponsored by Dave and Linda Swank. They will also receive a traveling trophy that they will get to keep for a year that is the R.W. Harlow family Senior Hog Showmanship Trophy. As we do wind down the swine show today, I do want to take one more opportunity to make sure that we thank the very important people who have helped to put this swine show on. Let's give one more really big round of applause for all of the volunteers in the ring, in the makeup ring, behind the scenes that have made this swine show possible.
absolutely incredible job here in the senior division, and as you expect, whenever you get to the most experienced level, they should be even that much better. But I made the comment there in the intermediate group, that's usually the toughest division, and I'm not going to say that that one wasn't full of great, capable showmen, but the senior group was even that much better whenever we come in here in terms of just depth. We had 10 or 11 that came back for our championship group. We had one whole heat that came in and hung their own whenever they came back, and so it was a lot of fun to work with. We end up with 3 young ladies right out here, and I made the comment before, it makes no bearing whether you're a girl or a boy, whether you're going to place where you do, but the girls are tough to beat, and these 3 girls right out here just stood out for me when we came in there in those 2 different scenarios of entering the ring, of doing things just a little bit quicker, maybe a little bit more aggressive without overworking their pigs there, not drawing too much attention to them, but there is that fine line of that tandem of drawing enough attention to be noticed without being distracting, and I thought all 3 of these young ladies did a phenomenal job of that. I don't want to take anything away from the other ones that got pinned at random there in the top 11. They all did an awesome job. These are just, for me, the most memorable as each time we entered the ring that came out there. Put them in a little bit different pressure situations as we came out here, and I think that we can do that. They can handle those things there. Probably at a national level, I would be more into answering questions or making them do a few more different things out there. I'm a huge advocate that showmanship should emulate the show the closest that we possibly can. And of course, whenever it gets close competition, we've got to split hairs some way. And I thought each one of these girls did a great job. Again, we can be critical at this level. You know how much I think of you. I'm just going to tell you those couple things we saw because I think that's the only thing fair to do. Young lady with the Duroc gilt, probably as intense as any of them. Very poised, very good. The winner of one of those other divisions, I said it looked like that she had trained for showmanship. Again, we talk about this is our sport, and it looks like you trained to win showmanship. You did a great job all day, and I think you even upped your game whenever we came in the showmanship division. I like that about it. Did a great job whenever there was the masses out here, kind of finding your way in the crowd and showing me those angles there as we kind of go. Whenever we got one-on-one, you're a little bit quick to turn. Whenever I got in behind you, make sure you're able to read the judge and show that rear view as long as he possibly wants to see it, being able to kind of read and know wherever they want to go. Again, this is just being critical. Don't change your style. You're a phenomenal showman. You're a little far forward for me. You drive at their head a little bit more than what I like. At the same time, you make it work, and you did a great job for sure. Young lady there with the blue bell, you came in and you just grabbed my attention immediately, and every time I turned around, you're in an open spot and at the same time positioned to where your barrow looked well. You're a little bit quicker than some of them and a little bit faster paced, and you probably heard me. I like that, and I like pigs to go at that clip. It's hard to maintain that all the way through and have enough endurance, and maybe those pigs just have enough stamina, and every once in a while got just a little bit rushed. And whenever we went to the side, I was glad he was able to go and kind of catch his breath, kind of collect yourself there. I like your body placement. I like your posture that you have. I think you do a good job of combining the correct amount of eye contact and intensity and still being aware of not only where you're at, where everybody else is there. Good ring utilization. Like I say, every once in a while I got just a little bit hurried. Let him catch your breath. You grab your breath a little bit there. But again, I like that intensity for sure. Young lady right here with the belted gilt, she always does a good job. She makes it just kind of look easy when she comes out there. And then again, we talk about ones that look like they trained to come out here. It takes a long time for a kid and a pig to have the kind of relationship they have. A lot of time in the yard, maybe different times in the ring there. And again, very poised, very calm and cool and collected without ever looking lazy at all. Again, it looks like she's done it so much it just comes second nature and easy for her, and I like that about it. Again, at the same time, every once in a while I wanted you to get there just a nickel quicker. Demand a little bit more out of that gilt because she's trained so well, you're trained so well, do it just a little bit quicker like the other 2 young ladies did there. At the same time, there was never a time that you just necessarily made any kind of fundamental mistake. Did a great job utilizing the ring, did a really good job on straight views when we come out here. Again, whenever we're in a tough competition, we're in a long day, probably your rate of speed is the most preferred because you'll be there the long haul for sure. So again, that's the way that I saw him. Again, it's kind of redundant whenever you come in showmanship. Did an absolutely incredible job. Once again, let's put our hands together, not only for these 3 young ladies, all the senior showmen did a great job. It's a fun competition for sure. Young lady right here with the belted gilt, you're going to be our champion. Young lady with the blue barrow is going to be reserved. Let's give them all a big round of applause once again.
Your champion, senior showman, Michaela Spray. Reserve, Emma Klauser. Congratulations to all of our senior showmen and all of our showmen throughout the day. We do have one final class to go, and that will be for our grand and reserve grand overall showman. We have finally come to our last class of the day. This is our grand champion showmanship drive. Today's grand champion showman will get the opportunity to represent the swine barn tomorrow night for the Supreme Showmanship Contest. They will also receive a banner and plaque sponsored by Johnson Swine Farm. A reminder to all exhibitors today, if you were fortunate enough to win a banner or plaque, please make sure to look on the back of those banners and plaques. There's the address of the sponsor there. Please make sure to send them a nice thank you note for all of their support of the Swine Project.
Well, what a fun and just an awesome way to end a competitive show. One of those that's a really neat event, and it's got to be so rewarding for your kids and parents watching. You know, I've kind of softened in my old age, and as kids, my kids have started showing things like this are even more important to me. And obviously we do it for the kids who are out there, but I bet parents and grandparents are definitely proud and are having a good time watching this particular event here. We're still driving. I haven't made up my mind exactly who I'm going to use here. Just making a couple comments and letting them kind of show and sort and not belaboring the point there. But this is just an awesome group of showmen. You know, we get out here and I can tell you what, that beginner, you don't look like a beginner when you come out here, and I can separate the seniors from the intermediates, and as we come in here, and the ones that have already won the division. Again, this is probably a little bit more unique. I love the fact that we started the day with that class that they didn't weigh in, but they still got to compete and kind of have their moment. We had the bred and owned divisions in each one of the divisions. We're going to have a really good grand drive, and like I said, I don't know that I've actually ever seen the exact event like this showmanship set right here, but it was a lot of fun. You know, one thing that I didn't make a comment that I thought this set of kids maybe even elevated the level even a bit more. You know, that show doesn't just happen right here in the middle of the ring. It doesn't happen right when that gate swings. It's going on out there in the holding pen. It's going on in that entrance alleyway, and all of those things come into play. And every time you're within the judge's view, whether you've got your pig or whether it's just you as an individual, you should portray yourself in the way that you want to. That pig should look the way that should on the outside of the ring there. You should be ready for those pulls as fast as you possibly can, not leaning on the fence, not talking to your buddy. This is competition, and as we said so many different times, this is our sport, and I know it's become cliche to talk about that in the industry. A few people started saying now every judge says that this is our sport, and everybody says that's what it is, but I tell you what, like I said, this is not an easy sport anymore, and you've got to train hard, and these are the elite kids of a sport, and I think it's so neat that we've got people out here watching them and witnessing them. I hope there's kids ringside learning from them as well. I've never been an athlete at 42 years old. I'll never be an athlete from there on out, but I guarantee you when that Super Bowl's playing, I'm watching, and whenever those kids or those individuals that are the top part of their sport are performing, whether it be a pregame or during the game there or go, I follow and I watch. And so kids ringside, you need to be watching these kids for sure. Y'all know that at this level, but I get to judge a lot of shows, probably more than I deserve, and y'all have got a great set of showmen there for sure. Each one of these kids are memorable for different reasons. Like I said, good showmen are ones that you remember on the drive home or when they come into the ring next time, and each one of y'all do that. It's awesome to see kids that are competing, that you can know they came out here to train to win, but can still work against and with everybody in the show ring. It makes it fun as a judge. I hope it makes it fun as spectators there watching as well. If you would put your hands together for all of these kiddos out here, just a phenomenal job, and one that an event that was a lot of fun to witness and a lot of fun to watch. Again, I've said this several times in showmanship, and I firmly believe it. And you could argue with it. It's the most subjective thing that I'll do all day. We can talk about pigs all we want to. They have judging classes for pigs and say this is top priority, this is second, and we kind of go down the line. We talked about differences in priorities. We talked difference of lines of acceptability, and then we come into showmanship, and it's just fitting a guy's style. And everybody's got a different style, a different presence or preference, and a different way they like things to be presented. And so I've just got to give you that opinion. And again, I take that to tell y'all, keep your heads up. Whether you placed, you're out here in the championship division, whether you placed or whether you got called back or not, keep your heads up. It's just my opinion. I did a great job, and there was a lot of close calls out here. So then we get out here. This will be the toughest thing we do. We've got the grand drives to come on later, and the gilts and the barrows, but this will be the toughest decision for sure. We're naming kids, and each one of those could drive barrows, drive gilts for me anywhere. But push comes to shove for me, if I was grabbing one kid today, and all the chips were on the line. We were at the Indiana State Fair, we were at the San Antonio Stock Show, or we're the Tippecanoe County Show. The kid that I would grab to drive the pig that I wanted to win the show is this young man right here, and he's going to be our champion showman. Good job, buddy. like I said, you couldn't go wrong with a champion or any way through. I just love that guy's aggression, the way that he handled the ring when he came in, and just one of those that was memorable and assertive. And I thought in the showmanship group just set the standard and the bar there for what I like out there. Again, there's a lot of different directions you could go. There was a couple little bobbles and pressure situations the next individual had, or he would have been our champion. Let's give a big round of applause to this guy right here. He's going to be reserved.
Your 2023 Grand Champion Swine Showman is Keegan Spray. Your reserve champion, Parker Johnson. Keegan will be competing tomorrow night in the Supreme Livestock Showmanship Contest representing the Swine Barn. That does conclude our day portion of our swine show. We will resume again here tonight for our grand drive at 8 o'clock.